Dave here. We can be ready to whenever you want. Collins is just in the shade, mate. This intense Scottish sunshine is a bit too much for him. Radio in my pocket, but I haven't. I'm obviously talking back to you through the mic, not the because I've not got a talk back on my earpiece. But I'm going to step in today. All right. Okay. Because at the beginning I'm not going to be in vision, but so let's just, when I do step in and I'm nice and close, are we in or are we all right? That, mate. I've got my own. I wasn't expecting to be on screen. It's a glorious day in the Borders, and it's a glorious day for a number of reasons. The sun is shining, the pipers are piping, and we're about to get underway with the most historic tournament in Rugby Sevens. It's the 1883 Centenary Cup and the Women's Tournament, and we're bringing you every game live from the Melrose Sevens. A very warm welcome to you wherever you're watching around the world. Fantastic to have your company, and fantastic to have the company of these two gentlemen as well, Collins Injera and Chris Knight. A little bit different from Nairobi, but this is pretty special, isn't it, Collins?
Yeah, definitely very different. I think special in terms of it's the birthplace of the Sevens Rugby. I'm very honoured, very excited to be here. Looking forward to the actual tournament.
Well, we're excited to have you too. Right, let's get this out of the way quickly. You've come here and won, haven't you?
Yeah, I come here back in 2013 for Llandovery, not Sevens, when we beat Melrose in the British and Irish Cup a long, long time ago. But I've never played Sevens here, so it's great to be here and watching the 140th edition of this fantastic tournament.
The 140th, and maybe the best. Stick with us all day to find out. But you guys have been here for a few days in the build-up, and you've been inducted into the Hall of Fame, haven't you? What kind of welcome have you had here?
I think the welcome was quite nice. I think I had some expectation, but I think they really exceeded my expectation. Like you said, I've been inducted to the Hall of Fame. It's such an humbling moment, humbling experience. And yeah, I've been here enjoying, apart from the weather, but I think now the sun is out, so I'll say that I brought the sunshine
into the Hall of Fame, and you've had a real look behind the curtain of what it takes to put on this incredible tournament. What have you learned this week, and has it changed your opinion on this great tournament?
It's just so historic and iconic, and just seeing all the names that have come through and played in this tournament, and all the names that have come back to watch. So I'm just excited for some brilliant Sevens.
You are not the only one. Let's have a quick chat about the format then. If you're joining us for the first time, it's not like a lot of the Sevens tournaments that you've watched before. There's no groups, you lose and you are out. And some people come a long way to be disappointed very early.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's such a good format. Personally, I love the format because it keeps you on toes. I think every game is like a final, so you have to really get each and every game.
I've got carried away chatting to you boys. We've kicked off already. Dale Clancy is up there to take you through all of the action. Enjoy the day. Okay, thanks.
Thank you for telling us.
Sorry, I could only see the one team. I didn't realise we overrun there. Oh, sorry. No. Sorry about that, lads. I didn't see the game was...
You're a natural.
That's B7. Leaving this with you. It's going to be a bit of me, a bit of Chris. We're just going to
Might have chat with Collins again, so yeah, just leave it.
Okay, fine. Hey, go on, boy.
Try scorer for Boroughmuir, number 5, Gavin Lockhart. Boroughmuir 5, Kelso nil. Gavin Lockhart converts his own try. Boroughmuir 7, Kelso nil. 7, Kelso 7.
It's now Jared Visser, the ball bobbling about, and it's a knock on. And you're right, Dave, it did have to go. It had to go wide in that chance there, and they had to get the ball through the hands slick, but Boroughmuir just guilty of perhaps a bit of indecision.
Amazing defence though, as you said, they were down to 6, but they were defending 5 and 1, so 5 in the front line with a sweeper in behind in their own 22, because of course that negates the kick in behind option and gives them a last line of defence. But for those 5 against 7, that is a lung-busting effort. Unbelievable defence.
Kelso now back up to a full complement of 7 players. The ball popped into the scrum again in a dangerous area of the pitch inside their own 22, and working the man returning to the field of play. Ryan Ford is the one who's trying to get them out of trouble, but again a little unforced error, and I think perhaps these two teams obviously got other action elsewhere. I think perhaps is illustrating the nervousness and how close this game is.
What I'll be interested to find out as well is the teams in this preliminary round that do lose, what they're going to get up to for the rest of the day. What do you reckon?
Well, I can tell you, I played for Peebles, so a lot of the time I was certainly out early, but Boroughmuir certainly don't want to be knocked out this early in the tournament. They've squeezed over for a try, and Gauss certainly no easy task.
The tournament started as well. A 1-score fixture. It's the beautiful rugby.
The ground. And now Edinburgh is now with their first opportunity to test this Jed Forest defence. Richard Mill spilling the ball to Stephen. Stephen finds Welsh, but it's a testing ball to try and gather, but Rudy Campbell does eventually get it under his possession. He's running a bit of traffic as Finlay Scott and Walker are over that far side. Walker's been penalised for sealing off the ball. So a penalty there is going to go the way of Edinburgh Accies. I think it's going to be a scrum down, actually. The referee signalling that there was a knock on in there. So put into the scrum, and Jed Forest now get possession back, but defending really, really well in these opening exchanges.
Yeah, certainly are. And they'll be thinking about wanting to get their hands on the ball here, because they've shown that they can be unlocked from anywhere on the pitch. Oh God, we've seen that one dart out the back, haven't we? What a great way to get the backs running on backs. And
eventually comes to Mason Cullen. He looks to really test his opposite man, but good defence drifting across the field from Edinburgh Accies. Don't want to go any further behind. A couple of tries against a Jed Forest side is always difficult to try and eat back into it. But striding up the park now, Edinburgh Accies working hard. Richard Mill now to Gavin Welsh. Goes through the hands to Max Wallace. Edinburgh Accies getting a knee to the ground to ask the referee to complete the tackle. And Rudy Campbell wasting absolutely no time, as Edinburgh Accies, no time is of the essence, and look to stretch this defence now. Jed Forest have opened the gap, and it's been welcomely strolled through, but Mason Cullen has got back and made an absolute beauty of a tackle, making amends for perhaps being a bit flat in attack, but in defence that is a try-saving effort there from the young fiery winger.
that was absolutely incredible, because in the build-up, everything had been done right. The arcing run, target the last defender. There was another man on the outside. Make him make a decision, which he did. Then the commitment on the inside shoulder, got over the line, tried to steal a couple of metres, and then couldn't get there, but then coughing up the free kick at scrum time.
Yeah, free kick, and it's gone straight into the hands of Kerr Gosman, who was torpedoed over the Jed Forest defence. I can't see, I know the surface here has changed from grass to rubber, but I didn't know they'd put a trampette in the corner, because Kerr Gosman has just found the soft spot there, bounced over, and he's went in for a reply score, a challenging conversion, and I think in this tie the conversions are going to count.
Well, proof that the contact zone still exists in rugby sevens, because goodness me, that was a heavy contact. Oh, it's a good strike on the conversion as well, but it's just drifted across the face.
Richard Mill has played here in Melrose colours as well. He's a beaten finalist against London Scottish in 2019. He usually doesn't drift too far from the centre of the park and runs great support lines. But there was just in the right position to give Gosman the ball so he could finish it off in style. Now straight down the throat of James Walker. Rudy Campbell was fighting for that on the ground, but illegally so. Oh, and it's nice play there from Gregor Young, and is now the chance we get to see that mullet going. And big fend coming in from James Walker, and he's going to eventually find his feet and flop over for a score, and Jed Forrest replies straight away, and this is going to be one of those ding-dong battles, you feel.
Let's just take a moment to appreciate the mullet, shall we? Little bit of breeze here definitely adds to his aerodynamics.
Yeah, and I think UB40 playing as well has just added to the atmosphere.
But yeah, this is a real ding-dong. But as we keep saying, there's a lot at stake, isn't there? There's pride at stake. There's the opportunity to play again in this historic tournament. One more game, two more games in front of this great crowd. They're still queuing to get in. I think it's going to be an incredible day.
Yeah, it's the crowd will just get deeper and deeper around the perimeter of the ground as the afternoon moves on into early evening. And Jed Forrest are making a good account to be here towards the business end of the tournament. Two sides that have battled in finals in the Kings of the Seven circuit in the Scottish Borders over the last few years. And Gary Munro has almost just put that right on the money, but just cooked it a little bit too much there. So it's going to come back for a free kick for Enbrackes in the centre of the field. A little bit of time to play in this first half. Stevens finds Mill. Mill's got some support there as well, and it's the try scorer Gosman. Powers through the challenge, a slightly passive challenge, but eventually Jed Forrest get him.
At 17-5 with this conversion to come. Lovely strike as well. It is a long way back now for the Ackies.
Yeah, it's certainly a mountain to climb. I did say that a couple of tries just against the Jed Forrest side is really difficult to overturn. And this Jed Forrest side are, from what I've been hearing and what I know about Jed Forrest as a club, they're here to mix it with the best, and beating finalists a few years ago as well. Obviously had a couple of wins as well, 3 wins. It's been a while since they've 4 wins, sorry, been a while since they've tasted success. They actually got beaten by Edinburgh and Saracens in 2016 and 2012, so playing against professional up 2016 and 2012, so playing against professional opposition, they've come unstuck, but certainly this is an opportunity that Jed Forrest are relishing in.
Well, let's have a quick chat about that then, because you mentioned your history here and you played for Peebles. What was it like actually stepping out onto the pitch against that professional opposition who've come over a border to be here at this great tournament?
Oh, it was great. You know, as an amateur rugby player, these guys have got a great opportunity to be on this field in front of what is a big crowd. You know, we played against the likes of, got the opportunity to play against the likes of Saracens and Gold Coast Breakers, the invitational teams, and also I'm thinking of Kelso in the draw there are playing Melrose in the first tie in the first round, running out that tunnel in front of 10,000 people that, you know, are willing on the home side. It's, you know, it's an atmosphere that you don't get a lot as an amateur player, so it's certainly a great occasion, and you know, it's something that Melrose have done well to change and harness and give the opportunity to a lot of these amateur players who, you know, that rugby is not their first job, but certainly get the opportunity to put their name on the map and perhaps be spotted as well. Something that never happened to me, by the way. I never got spotted.
But here you are.
Here we are, and it's Edinburgh Ackies to get us back underway. Straight from the kick-off, doing well to flap the ball back and winning the penalty as well. Gav Welsh goes quickly, finds Richard Mill. Distribution from Mill to Rudy Campbell. A rangy back row player in 15s, but he's got pace in abundance, and he's been carried back there by Finlay Scott, who is a goal-kicking hooker at 15s. And now Edinburgh, he's spread the ball wide, and Mason Cullen, I thought he was perhaps just a bit sharp on that challenge. The player's still in the air, but the referee's let that slide. It's now been offloaded now to Callum Young. Gary Munro has noticed that there's a lot of space in behind, and the big shoulder came on from Edinburgh, and you think there's only going to be one outcome here.
Yeah, I don't think the referee had much of a choice there. It was a lovely chip in behind, spotted that there was no sweeper, and that's where the space was. And then there wasn't a...
Jed Forrest fighting hard at the breakdown. Richard Mill digging about there, getting it back. And now Edinburgh, he's having to try and play out from deep, but just tried to float that ball. And it was Max Wallace who looked to just float it onto a teammate, but Finn Scott was there and just snatched it straight from the hands of the Edinburgh Accies players. And he goes in for another score, and you would go and say now that Jed Forrest perhaps can make some changes and get some rugby into the legs of the substitutions.
That was just a little bit chaotic, wasn't it? We all love an interception try, and they can light up the tournament, you know, when a drilled pass is picked off in midfield, but that was a little bit soft, if we're going to be critical.
Forcing the issue deep inside your own half, and that's how cruel that rugby sevens can be at times. You're forced into areas that make you really uncomfortable, and certainly at that point looked very, very uncomfortable.
Well, this is how brutal this sport is, though. I mean, Edinburgh Accies are obviously a good side with good players, and even during this game, they have shown that they can play some really nice stuff, but it's not even lunchtime, and they are going to be out of the tournament.
Richard Mill from the kick-off gathers. There's a change as we see Robbie Shearer-Gibb coming on for Jed Forrest as well. Also Kieran Hayes. So Jed Forrest getting a lot of rugby into the legs of the players as Accies are guilty of sealing off at the breakdown. Oh, a little bit of chat back as well. I wonder if that's from Richard Mill, which is very uncharacteristic of him. A very polite and articulate individual. The referee obviously not agreeing with me. The young twins now linking up, and Gary Munro, Lewis Walker, and Robbie Shearer-Gibbs there back in the cut, and he finds Munro, and now there's numbers up for Jed Forrest if they can use it, if they can manage to just suck in these defenders. Edinburgh Accies trying hard to cover the field, and it's been held up there by Lewis Young. Took play down to a bit of a pedestrian pace, and Callum Young now finds Walker. Gregor Young stands up, throws the dummy, looks at the space, and he's got Robbie Shearer-Gibb, and he's got a bit of pace as well, and evasive footwork, but Gav Welsh is all over him, and great awareness to pop the ball, but I think that's been dropped in the act of scoring from Gregor Young, and the referee has just awarded the try from this angle. Looked like it had just been fumbled, but it's another score for Jed Forrest, and it's looking comfortable now.
Yeah, really good score as well. The Accies defence being stretched. They did well, but when the ball was coming out to the left-hand side, you could just see 4 defenders going full gas to try and shut that door. So as a result, as soon as it goes back the other way, there are no men there. Still had to have their wits about them. Fast ball, it was a lovely offload off the ground, but if you keep that ball moving and you continually change in direction, it's so tough to stop the paint being crossed.
It's such a difficult place, a rugby field, when you're playing rugby sevens. Your skill set is exposed and your vulnerabilities are put on show defensively and in attack. Your pace, your awareness, your rugby intelligence, and Jed Forrest are coming up trumps here, but from the kick-off, just a bit of inaccuracy there from Lewis Young. Now Stevens for Edinburgh Accies finds Richard Mill, and he's coming back in the cut and looks to manipulate the space. Gav Welsh looking to try and pick the gap, and he can certainly go, and he's found a little chance there, and that is exhibiting brilliant pace from Edinburgh Accies, and it would be a Hail Mary comeback in the time that they've got, but that shows exactly what Gav Welsh can do in a rugby field.
Well, he can cut that one up and put it on his highlights reel, can't he? Was hardly a gap there. Oh, what a strike. Go on.
Richard Mill narrowing the gap, but it's certainly been the biggest plus points there for Edinburgh Accies. A great try from Gav Welsh.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant.
And a great nudge as well from Richard Mill.
Burnt the man on the outside, still had work to do. Hopefully we're going to have a day full of tries like that.
Plucked from the sky, a bit of pressure coming on from Edinburgh Accies, and they get the ball straight back, which is exactly what they were wanting to do. Mill spots a space in behind. Has he got the pace to get there?
Against Speranza 22, and then Boroughmuir falling to Kelso. Kelso will play the hosts. This one and done format, which is brutal but brilliant.
It makes the tournament unique. Huge hit coming in there. It makes the tournament special, and I had a chat with Mark Robertson, and he said teams travel from all over the world to get knocked out in the first round. It's savage, but it makes every game a final, and teams have to be on it. There's no second chances today.
Gala looking for this second try, little chicken wing out of the back door, and a nice step inside from Andrew Mitchell. He's brought down. But Gala inside the 22 and looking dangerous. Liam Scott. Now Keith Young in the middle, steps inside. Oh, just lost his footing there. It's a great surface here, but they are out watering it in the vista is incredible. We've got hills and valleys and beautiful buildings all around. Of course, this historic stand casting a small shadow over by the touchline there. That's going to be full as the day progresses, and people need to seek a little bit of protection from the sun. I mean, even Collins earlier was sat in the shade. If a Kenyan legend says it's too sunny in Scotland, then good job me and you've got a bit of shade and some factor 50 on coming up from Wales. But it genuinely couldn't be better.
Oh, it's an absolutely stunning set, and I can't think of many more picturesque and iconic grounds in rugby, that's for certain, especially in the UK. And it's great to see the crowds already pouring in. I mean, gone are the days of the stands on either side, but still we're expecting a good couple of
Try and find some of the teams who lose in this preliminary round and find out what they get up to. If it's tally friendly, obviously. Watsonians getting us underway in the second half. Oh, and that's a great start. Taking the kickoff, bursting the line and getting over the whitewash. Talk to me about dream starts to second halves. Kickoff, retrieve, receive and score.
Yeah, it's such an integral part of sevens as the kickoff, and they managed to catch the opposition unaware, regain that kickoff, and they had the impetus to carry out and follow it through, and the energy to get over the line.
Sensational score. Absolutely brilliant. Talk to me about restarts, because obviously playing the game at the elite level, it's something that you just spend a lot of time working on. It's literally the difference between winning and losing in this sport a lot of the time. Love to see it, especially when it leads to some gain line. However, the ball's been coughed up and it's back in the hands of Gala. 2 scores behind at 12-21. There's Andrew Mitchell, strong carrier, scored in the corner in the first half. A real contest at the breakdown.
Usually that's saved from the bar later on, but his top's off already.
Away they go quickly. Scott Peffers again, the man looking to inject the speed. Injects a bit of shoulder action as well. Great contact work from Peffers. And now Taylor Wilson looks to burn around the outside. Another good cover tackle.
Yeah, this Watsonians' defence has been incredible. They're filling the field really well. They're keeping their spacings, and they're not biting. They're working together as a cohesive unit.
Mitchell looks to get that one out wide again. He gets a second touch. Sort of long galloping strides. It's a very difficult man to bring down. Another penalty. Go quickly. Kokoran. Deep into the 22. You feel as though it's going to happen, if it's going to happen at all here for Gala.
They feel hard done by that. I don't think the player got back 10. Referee said it was fine, but that looked like a clear yellow card to me. Not retreating 10 metres.
Just like that, Watsonians back on the ball, falling over once, falling over twice, and eventually rescued by the AR on the far side.
Yeah, both teams are competing hard at the breakdown. I think there's a few tired bodies. They're slow to get to contact, so there's big opportunities there for both sides defensively to get the ball back and have a bit of broken field play.
Well, the London Scottish Lions lay in wait for the winner of this game. Champions themselves in 2019.
We've got a bit of a good head coach, I believe. Brian Redpath is involved, and his son Murray is playing. I coach Murray up in Sedbergh.
So if he does well, you're claiming all of that, and rightfully so, I hasten to add.
All 3 months of coaching I give him.
Oh, here we go. Here's some pace around the outside. The long way round is glorious when it pays off. It is going to be try number 4 for Watsonians, and that one perhaps the pick of the bunch.
Yeah, wheels on the outside. He put the hammer down, put it into 6th, and off he went. Flew round the outside.
Brilliant, brilliant finish.
As a winger, there's not many better feelings, and as a defender, there's not many worse feelings about being burned on the outside.
Well, we had a great view of it here as the conversion should go through. There we go, the extras added. So our commentary position is exactly the same as what you can see at home. So it was around about that point on the halfway line where he just got his shoulder to the right side and you thought, yeah, it's try time. Brilliant score. And 28-12, a little bit of breathing space, and now you know that you've booked your place in the next round, probably a time to maybe rest some of those boys who are going to be kicking off again at 2 o'clock.
Yeah, you don't have that luxury of group games where you can get everyone minutes. You know, if you've got a few players in the squad, now's the time to get them on, get their first win, so to speak, because you don't want that coming in the first round of fixtures.
There were a few hands on that, but referee spotting the knock on. It will be Gala ball. 3 scores now. It's a big ask.
Yes, game looks like it's done. I think we're coming into the closing stages here. It's been a great battle, though. Both teams, you know, going hammer and tong. But the Watsonians' defence for me has been the standout. They've been brilliant in attack, but everything Gala's thrown at them, they've stayed strong, they've stayed connected. That cohesive unit working together really well, pushing left to right and thwarting out any attacks.
Plenty of contest at the scrum set piece. Gala on the ball, maybe looking for a consolation score. Oh, lovely offload, I like that a lot, and a second touch as well. Knock on spotted, which might be a little bit harsh, however, it's not going to affect the score because Watsonians took control in the second half and they've defeated Gala by 28 points to 12. They'll be back at 2 o'clock when they'll take on the London Scottish Lions. Stunts versus Hearts and Balls up next. But Chris, Watsonians good for that victory.
Yeah, they were terrific. Like I said, great in attack, but built on defence. That terrific team performance, and their coach will be very, very happy with that. And they progress to the next round. Unfortunately for the opposition, it looks like they'll be heading to the bar, which some boys might not be complaining about.
Well, that's one of the things that I wanted to talk to. I want you to talk to the players about later, because you know some will obviously be devastated at going out early. Some might stick around to enjoy the day. Let's just say.
No, it's a great feel here. You know, the crowd's filling up. They've really put on an effort to make this a sort of family-friendly event. We've got a huge beer tent. We've got loads of food trucks on the field opposite to us. So, yeah, it's an opportunity to stick around and not only enjoy the rest of the rugby, but enjoy the festival feel which they brought this year.
So we're still in the preliminary round. This is game 4 of that. 3 teams have already booked their place in the first round outright. Kelso, who defeated Boroughmuir, they'll play Melrose around 1:25. Then Jet Forest, 38-12 winners over Edinburgh Accies. They'll play Speranza 22. And we've just seen Watsonians beat Gala to play London Scottish Lions. This is Stunts versus Hearts and Balls. And straight away, we've seen one of those contestable kickoffs come back in the way of the team who kicked it. And if you're the receiving team, you must be like, oh, here we go. Expecting to get your hands on the ball, then all of a sudden it's defensive graft. It's Hearts and Balls in the pink and Stunts in the blue.
So, yeah, much easier attacking. Much easier attacking. A long trip up for Stunts, Birmingham based. They'll all be hoping to not go out in this first round. I won't tell you what their name is short for.
No, it's Stunts. The trick plays that they do.
Yes.
Ed Rendell there wearing number 5. Adam Collingwood, another fantastic rugby mullet.
Any of those being sported today?
Yeah, why not? Treat yourself for the summer. Hearts and Balls contesting over the ball, not able to get their hands on it early on though.
Quite narrow at the minute, Stunts. Not filling the field particularly well, and they're quite flat.
However, moving the ball, keeping it alive well, and you're only one broken tackle away from the first try of the match, and that might be it. Beautiful footwork, outside, inside, and over the line. What a score. Kevin Brown gets the opener. Stunts 5, Hearts and Balls 0, and that was 2 minutes of hard graft that paid off in style.
Yeah, ball in play time very high for the first play of the game, but Kevin Brown with some mesmerising footwork. He beat the front line and then he put one on the sweeper as well, and he had the pace to get all the way over the line, but terrific individual score, and yeah, great start for the Stunts.
Oh, he's missed the conversion though. Did say early on we're going to see a few of those missed from under the poles today. Hearts and Balls let off 2 points, but 5 down in the first half.
Yeah, I think he had the wrong club on his foot there. He had the sand wedge on instead of the 9-iron. Great start, great individual brilliance from Kevin Brown there.
Again, Stunts going to attack this. That has gone backwards and they've got the ball back. This is hard work for Hearts and Balls. They have not had a touch. Kevin Brown, the try scorer, is off again. He is a slippery character. Oh my goodness me. He has wrestled through the tackles, he has stepped through the tackles, and somehow they brought him down 2 meters short and managed to turn that ball over. Finally, Hearts and Balls get their hands on the ball and just hack it clear. Yeah. Charlie Gamble's there.
Great scramble defence from Hearts and Balls. Need to challenge here at the line out. Oh, they're going for the knock-on.
Moses Liwa here, wearing number 1. He's a big old boy. He is a big, strong boy.
Yeah, very opportunist try. It spilled out at the breakdown, and quick as a flash they were on it. But like I said, the support lines they were running, keeping the ball alive, and terrific team try that's gone 60, 70 metres there.
Bit of a lung buster as well. Kyle Adams, the man who's gone over.
Yeah, he'd be sucking in diesel after that one.
Opposite man, Ross Thompson quickly getting there to distribute the ball, and people looking to put a bit of width on this play. David Collins is just watching that bobble about in the halfway line. I get the feeling this game might be quite attritional. Both teams not sevens experts by any means, but it'll be certainly physical as Murdo Anderson just breaks through the first challenges. Great sweep in there from the Stirling County.
It's been a great start by Peebles. They're keeping the ball really well and they're holding the width, really stretching the Stirling defence. And the op in the defensive line, and he was able to get on the outside and drift around a bit of a tired defender there.
Just able to watch the move. Scott Sturrock as well holding his wing and being able to drag the defenders across.
Oh, that's it. That's integral. As a winger, you know, you may not be doing anything, but by holding your width, you're stretching that defence. You're making yourself a target for the defence. And if they don't mark you, you've got the ball. But if they do mark you, there's space elsewhere.
Kick-off there does eventually end up in the hands of Peebles and do well from the restart. And they look like they've got another opportunity. David Collins looks to go, show and go. Gives the dummy. He gets scragged eventually, but great support in line there from Frey McKeever. He swan dives in, and it's been a lightning start from Peebles.
Fast and furious. They come in with the 1-2 punch combo, and it's great to see. But great offload off the deck there. But he put his foot down, he backed himself. He didn't quite get over the line, but the ability to get the offload off the floor and a great support line there.
And how important is it to get your ball back from the kickoff? Peebles have just scored. They get up, they flap it back. You know, it's vital to, you know, maintain the ball. Yeah,
it's momentum, and I spoke to Dave about it. It's that third set piece, and if you can control those kickoffs and keep possession, it not only gives you more opportunities to score, but it makes it so much harder. You're constantly defending. It's much more difficult. You're more tired, and it's much easier when you have the ball. So it's crucial here to retain possession from kickoffs.
It's another great kick, high hanging, but it's been plucked from the sky from Stirling County. Fighting hard on the floor, and Peebles exerting a lot of energy in that breakdown area.
Yeah, they're also playing 7-up, so they got more men on their feet, so they got that ability to challenge the breakdown.
The ball bobbling about. It's another error there that's going to result in a scrum, but I don't think Peebles will mind. It'll eat away into the clock, and it'll be a great opportunity for Peebles to get into the first round proper, somewhere they've not been for a few years now. Awaiting them is a mouth-watering tie against the Samurai, which will be an uphill battle for Peebles, but it's certainly something they'll relish in front of what will be a huge crowd here at Melrose.
Yeah, I'm sure the crowd will be behind them. Samurai, runners-up last year, they'll be back with a vengeance. They'll want to go one better. But yeah, they've had a terrific start. And I love the energy that they're bringing. You know, they're fighting for everything. They're up in their faces. You know, they're not sitting back. It's been a great start by them. You must be proud.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to get in this squad even at my peak. So it's certainly been a good show and well led by their coach Ian Chisholm. But Stirling County again trying to play from deep inside their own 22. Bit of rugby intelligence, getting the knees on the ground to ask the referee to complete the tackle, and Stirling stretching the Peebles defence. Now deep inside the 22 again, testing James Doubt. Little duck of the head there. It was good play from James Imray, but just not able to break free as Andy Buddy looks to take play quickly. Kerr Singleton to the hands of Murray Shedden. The defence from Peebles is still relentless, getting across the park really well to cover the gap. Nobody in behind for Peebles, playing 7 up.
Yeah, it's great to see. They're filling the field really well. They're not biting, they're working as a cohesive unit, and it's making things really difficult. You've got to say Stirling potentially got to try something different, maybe a kick.
Yeah, I think there's an option there for a kick behind, but Shedden has found a little space, and Stirling now trying to get out of their half for the first time. There's a run from Maiden, but he has been bundled in as James Dow got across just to push him off the field of play.
Yeah, terrific cover defence from James Dow there. Thought he got away, but yeah, great set of wheels to catch him up and push him into touch and force that turnover. Coach's worst nightmare as a winger running into touch. I used to be very, very apprehended if I did that. It was the worst thing I could have done.
Yeah, you're always told to test your opposite man, but more often than not you see wingers have a little check back on themselves just to avoid getting put into touch. It is an absolute coach killer.
The handbrake needed to come on there, and he needs to come back and field. But overthrow.
Ross Thompson's certainly had his Weetabix this morning, put a bit too much on that. Has went over the top of the line out. And Stirling now in the Peebles half for the first time, really. With the ball in hand, and that's a huge collision in midfield. It's a big hit there from Ross Thompson.
Yeah, massive hit.
Peebles working hard on the deck yet again, and Stirling County have not enjoyed a lot of easy territory.
Yeah, you've got to say, because they've got that 7 on the feet, they've got the extra man, they're competing really hard the breakdown, they're making life difficult, and they've forced a turnover, but they got it back.
Yeah, Frey McKeever looked for the little kick downfield and probably wasn't aware of the space that was in front of him. Now James Imrie just palming off David Collins. Here's Singleton in support now, and Stirling County now have an opportunity to try and stretch this Peebles defence again. Dogged work from Harrison there, and Singleton was almost in there and squeezing in the gap, but Peebles plug it quickly yet again, and you wonder how much energy this is going to take out of Peebles, the defensive work that they put in. And yet again, Robert Harrison certainly got an engine, the young farmer. Cut back on the far side against the grain, and Stirling County are going to go in for a try, and it was well worked and it was patient build up, and probably just what they deserve over the balance of play over the last 2 minutes.
I got to say, my lungs are hurting just watching this. That is fantastic play from Stirling. They've kept the ball for a series of minutes despite the Peebles defence trying to hammer away at them, and it's a great switch there to change the direction of play. He's come back against the angle, he's caught the defence unaware, and he's gone over for a deserved try. Yeah,
it was a well-deserved try there. It was from Callum McPherson. He was the man that dotted down the patient play. It's the first time we've really seen Stirling County with the ball in hand. Peebles was overcommitting at times in defence, putting a lot of energy into it, and that's eventually when the gap ended up opening for Stirling County to exploit.
Yeah, because they're playing that 7 up, there's not much space in the midfield. They're moving really well left to right, and just that cut against the grain, because that defence was drifting across, they were slightly over chasing. It worked really, really well. So it was great to see from Stirling County bringing something different, because Peebles have been fantastic. Their defence has been rock solid until that moment, but you've got to say the skill set on shown in that first half is terrific from both sides.
And it's a great time to score as well for a team that's, 14 points down, 2 tries. They would only then have 7 minutes to try and turn it around, but a great time to score for Stirling County, and it makes it a really interesting second half. Yeah, it does, and momentum is a huge thing in the game of rugby sevens. If you can get that going, the bounce to come in your favour, if you can dominate the kickoffs and keep the ball, we don't know what's going to happen in the second half, but it's a great opportunity to score, and hopefully they can carry that momentum into the second half. A lot of experience in both sides on the bench. Adam Elder for Stirling County and Callum Hunter as well. And Peebles that can call on the likes of Donald Anderson and Ewan Jackson, some of their elder stalwarts in the Peebles side, especially Donald Anderson. He's had many a good day. His brother Callum, winner of the Melrose Sevens with Melrose a few years ago. It's great from the kick-off. Keir Singleton has just been able to retrieve that right into his bread basket as if it falls down out of the sky. Stirling County with a little bit of confidence now. Yeah, great kick-off there. The slap back works really, really well. And like any good support player, following up and straight in the bread basket, like you said. McPherson offering it up in the gap, then open. David Collins looking to scrag the shirt. The offload comes in. It's been really well gathered there as well by Andy Buddle. He almost looked in a bit of a guddle, but managed to just retrieve the ball, find his feet and go in for a try, and bookends either side of half-time. Stirling County have got themselves back into it.
Yeah, great team try there. Initial break from Callum McPherson, and he managed to get that offload away, and great support play. A terrific try.
Some of those replacements that we did speak about for Peebles have come on now. Ewan Jackson and Donald Anderson, and also Clark Young, who was playing for Dalkeith in the prelims yesterday. The qualifier, which the final is going to be brought to you later on this evening between Durham University and Edinburgh University, but Clark Young was in Dalkeith colours.
It was a great rugby being played yesterday. I was filming most of it, and there was some terrific rugby on display, and that should be a cracking match between Durham and Edinburgh. Shame none of them will come back to play next year if they do qualify. Well,
yeah, the students, yeah, unless they're held back a year perhaps. But Peebles now playing from inside their own half. Ewan Jackson just getting caught with ball in hand. And now Stirling County have the chance to pounce. They forced the error from Peebles, and James Dow's just shrugged off in the challenge.
Momentum has swung. They're keeping the ball really well.
You do wonder how much energy has come out from Peebles for their defensive effort, and it's a duck in the head for County. They go forward, and the penalty is gone the way of Stirling County this time. There is some space on the grandstand side. There's going to be a Hail Mary pass. It bobbles up, bounces straight into the waiting hands of Adam Elder, and he dives in the corner. It's going to be a tricky kick, but certainly it's one that can be targeted and certainly focused on. Would make it an interesting game. If he misses it, certainly people need to get back up the other end and try and get close to the sticks. Yeah,
Adam Elder, great wing play there. He kept his width and opportunity. They went quick. I thought he didn't spot it. It looked like he was going to come this way, but he turned around. The call must have come in, and the bobble pass, not difficult, but great try, and he slotted the conversion as well.
Yeah, what a brilliant conversion attempt from out wide. I was probably downplaying his chances of successfully completing that conversion attempt, because it was a challenging one just in front of the shadows of the stand, hit the green yards, but he's made a good job of it. Now bouncing, not 10 metres, Peebles are going to get the free kick here.
Yeah, that's a rookie error. That gives them an opportunity, middle of the pitch. Perhaps will swing the momentum back to Peebles' favour. It's been all Stirling this second half.
Donald Anderson, he's got a gliding running style. He'll dance back inside, which he does. He finds Murdo Anderson. He looks to offload to James Dow. He's got a bit of toe as well, but he's just been caught round the ankles, tried to offload, but it's been straight into the hornet's nest, because the Stirling County players were waiting in there in abundance.
Yeah, lucky their turnovers come back.
Ross Thompson to the hands of Ewan Jackson. Ewan Jackson's got the unnumbered Clark Young there, but it's just drifted forward, and you do wonder, there was a chance there just to get the ball a little bit wider to Scott Stoddart, because Clark Young looked like he checked the defence, but perhaps just a bit too ambitious to get the ball that wide.
Yeah, I think he was a bit too eager with that short ball. Potential opportunity to shift it wide if he'd held his width.
Centrefield scrum now, popped in. And pressure coming on from Peebles, and Donald Anderson's now got an opportunity. He spots the gap. Scott Stoddart just needs to collect it. He then needs to try and get as close to the post as possible, but he dots the ball down, and Peebles reply. They've made it a 2-point game now. There's still time to play in this fixture.
Yeah, huge conversion to come, huge conversion to come. But the great delay on the pass, he held defender for that little bit longer, put that uncertainty in the defender's mind and put him on the outside. So yeah, terrific play. Yeah,
it was Donald Anderson showing his experience, and he's the man to try and get the conversion attempt, and the calls of ooh from the patrons round here at the green yards suggest that it's not been his most successful attempt in his Sevens career.
No, but a 2-point lead, all to play for. Huge kick-off to come.
This is a big kick-off for Peebles and also for Stirling County. They'll have to secure the ball. It's going to have to be accurate from centre field. Donald Anderson's put some good distance on that. No pressure on the retriever there for Stirling County, because James Gibson was just waiting there, loitering for the ball. And Stirling County have spotted a space up the blind side, and they're going to scorch in. The wheels are turning, Peebles are chasing back, but in desperation, more than hope, because Stirling County, with that score, have perhaps booked their place in the next round, and it's been an excellent try there.
Yeah, that looks like to seal the match for Stirling County. And what a game it's been. You know, it's been a great advert for Scottish Sevens. Both teams, you know, showing a huge array of skills and defensively been excellent, but
19.
They could feel unlucky to be going out, Peebles. Still an opportunity, but it looks a two-score game now. Means it could be one step too far for them.
The teams in different leagues in 15s action, but the 7s is a bit of a leveller. Scott Stoddart tried to play that, it never went 10. It was probably more clever just to leave that and win the free kick, but Stirling County are going to get the throw into the line out, and they'll welcome that because it will give them a chance to run down the clock, secure the ball.
Yeah, if they were going to get back in it, it had to be from that kick-off. He played it, it hadn't gone 10, so he's passed possession back to Stirling, and one final opportunity for them to finish with a flourish.
Dance in midfield as Stirling County hold all the aces here. Playing a little bit more direct than some other teams that we've seen so far, like the wins from Jed Forest and Kelso as well, Watsonians, and also Hearts and Balls. They're the teams through to the next round, playing with good width. Stirling County and Peebles are a little bit more direct and stick it up the jumper a bit more, but it's working for Stirling County in this second half. A little bit of footwork round the outside, Ross Thompson flapping back. Makes a good challenge as well. Stirling County in a great attacking position, a little arc up there from Scott Stoddart, and he can't gather it in his 22. Has been knocked on and kicked forward into the hands of Stirling County, and all they need to do is try and secure this, steady this, and go into the corner and go in for what will be the crowning try in this tie. And it's Callum Hunter who goes underneath the posts, and a bit of pressure, a bit of confidence and a bit of composure from Stirling County in this second half.
Yeah, a rangy runner. He managed to power through that contact to get over the try line. Great try from him, but like I've said, it's been a terrific game of sevens. Peebles can feel hard done by that they're going out in this preliminary round. It's been a great advert for the game of Scottish sevens, and congratulations to Stirling County.
Yeah, that's the final play in this game. It's Peebles 19, Stirling County 35, so it's high scoring. But it is Stirling County who progress, and they're going to be playing Samurai in the next round. And next up, we've got the Battle of the H's. We've got Heriots, and they're going to play Hoyk.
The Heriots team, number 1, Ali Johnson, number 8, Ali Johnson, number 20, John Ray, number 7, Morgan Bruce, number 2, Chris Yule, number 6, Paul Christie, number 9, Noah Henry, and number 11, Trent Story.
The next advertise is underway, and it's Heriots, and they're welcoming Hoyk to the field. And it's an error from the kick-off from Heriots. Heriots playing in the navy and white hoops, with Hoyk with the green, known as the Green Machine, the current Scottish champions in 15s after they beat Curry in an excellent final at Mansfield Park. Looking to try and do the League and Cup double this season, still in that competition, but Donaldson getting the ball through the hands now to Hughie Donaldson.
You mentioned this season still going. Have they got a fully loaded squad here, or are they missing a few boys?
Yeah, they're missing a few boys, but Hoyk have got a lot of depth in their squad, a lot of talented players, like Sam Frizzle, and the man with his hands on the ball just now, Charlie Welsh, has got a lot of pace, made his debut this season against Jed Forest in the Cup, and they knocked them out on their way to the semi-final. Dance back in field from what looked like listed as Sam Frizzle there.
Yeah, scrappy start, but both teams trying to feel each other out. Early stage of this contest. It's been a long time since Hoyk have won this. Most successful team here, 28 wins, but 1967, I believe, is the last time they won this competition.
Yeah, it's been a while since they've tasted success here. They've been having a battle in recent years on a few fronts in domestic 15s action, and obviously the sevens fixture card does congest that slightly. Now the play back underway. Owen Gray now finds Brogan on the cut. Now through the hands to Donaldson. He's found a little gap in the defence there. Bailey Donaldson, a talented 10 and fullback. Now McKean.
Again, Herriot's playing 7 up, making life difficult in the front line, not much space to play, and currently coming out on top defensively.
Welsh retreating back into his own half, looking to find a space, but stabs a little kick downfield, and it's Hughie Donaldson who's been asked to try and chase this one back. He manages to find man and ball because waiting there was John Ray. Supporting player is Ali Johnson, who filters the ball in field as Herriot stretch. Hoyk, they enjoy the first period of this game with the ball in hand. Paul Christie. And now Herriot is breaking free from their 22, take play closer towards that 10-metre line, and it's some great evasive running, and if he goes all the way, then that's going to be a superb try from Noah Henry. Great footwork, great acceleration, and he made the Hoyt defenders look a little bit silly there.
Yeah, that was a sensational solo effort from Noah Henry. He's made something out of nothing. You know, he got the ball on the outside, his space was cut down immediately, but he stepped in, he's beaten 3-4 defenders, and he's turned on the afterburners, and he's scorched away for a sensational opening score.
The conversion attempt is successful as well.
He looks like he's got some wheels on him, and he's one to watch.
Yeah, definitely. This is the sort of stage that he'll relish, being able to exhibit all his pace and footwork. Sometimes space is of a premium at 15s.
It's the first real attack as well. It was a good start for Hoyk. They kept the ball well. They moved themselves upfield, but first opportunity to strike for Herriot, and they've done so.
It's a long restart downfield, and it's been well gathered by Brogan. He finds Donaldson, and he's got Welsh on his shoulder. He's looking to size up his opposite man. The cut is there as well. And now it's Finn Douglas, and he's another player that can certainly run. Spends a lot of time sprinting in the amateur levels and professional levels. But an infringement of the breakdown means that Hoyt get another stab at this. A little kick downfield. And Owen Gray is going to try and go the distance himself. And it's just not bounced favourably for him, but it's a knock on, and this is a great attacking opportunity for Hoyt to try and strike from.
It is, yeah. Owen Gray spotting, they've got 7 up. Trying to try something different, get in behind them. Didn't quite work out there, but they've got the opportunity here from the scrum, from the knock-on, and it's in a great position on that 15-metre line. Lots of width to play with.
Be interesting to see what the Herriot's 9 does as well. If he's going to try and follow around and put a bit of pressure on the Hoyt scrum half, or if he's maybe going to drop and try and peel round. Doesn't put too much pressure on, but the ball came back to Bailey Donaldson, who puts the big fend in. Then finds Welsh. He's perhaps spotted that there's not the gaps that he'd hoped for. Donaldson again. Hoyt working hard at the breakdown to get there in front of the stand here.
Opportunity out wide if they can move it.
Young Brogan. He's mixing up well with Douglas. Douglas, who's got the Breenge there coming on from Hughie Donaldson, who's got the support line there, but Herriot's managed to get an arm in the road. And Trent Storen was there.
Great defensive play for him to cut that offload out. Another opportunity here from the penalty. They've gone quick.
And Rudy Campbell just signalling that it was okay to go, and Finlay Douglas just filters back inside, but it's been a knock on. You know, imagine what's coming here.
Yeah, he knew it as soon as he's done it. Instinctive maybe, but not allowed, and he's gone under the sticks.
Yeah, Morgan Bruce has got a yellow card, and it's a bit of double jeopardy because they've got the full 7 points because he stopped what would have been a certain try. So it's going to be 2 minutes on the naughty step for him.
Yeah, hindsight says he should have left that go, but heat of the moment, do some silly things sometimes.
Instinct is a funny thing when you're a rugby player and the ball just filters in front of you and you think, I'm going to snap at it, but you know you shouldn't. And that's the punishment for that.
That was as blatant as you're going to get. No attempt there. He knew what he was doing.
Well flat back from Hoyk, and Sam Frizzle has gathered the ball. There's going to be a penalty for holding on, getting slightly isolated from the kickoff there. Sam Frizzle, the captain of Hoyk Force, who were winners in the Reserve League as well. So a successful season at Mansfield. A difficult task to try and win this tournament as well with the quality on show, but Noah Henry now just stepping in and out, and he looks to go over the top of Owen Gray, and it's a great effort defensively from the youngster in the green, and they win the penalty as well. And it's the danger of Noah Henry when he's got the ball in hand.
Oh, he is sensational. I would not want to be marking him one-on-one because he has got footwork to dazzle and he's got pace to go with it. But great tackle there to bring him down. It's been a sensational first half.
Yeah, it's been action-packed first half. It's been to-ing and fro-ing. But it's all square. It's Hoyk 7, Heriot's 7. And really not a lot given between these two teams. But there's certain players out there on each side, Noah Henry and Charlie Welsh. There's certainly two individuals that potentially can light up this artificial surface here at the Greenyards.
Yeah, what do you make of the artificial surface? When did it change from grass?
So pre-COVID, this was the pitch was lifted and the artificial surface was put on here, which is, for the community at Melrose, it's actually been, I would say, a good addition. I'm not speaking on behalf of them, but it's certainly used a lot for football and hockey and age grade as well, and it can take a lot of punishment. And I think certainly this afternoon you're going to see a lot of rugby on display. The prelims final's going to be, we had the tournament last night, and if you think in Scotland you get wet Aprils, and if it was any other year, then if that was a grass pitch, you probably wouldn't be able to have this spectacle that we've got now. But it's certainly been a good addition, but it's been 4 or 5 years that it's been here now.
Yeah, it makes for a fast track, and on a day like today, we're going to see some excellent running rugby. But like you said, it's more than a pitch. What it does for the community. I've been here all week. We've seen the youngsters running around. I know we had the tournament yesterday, the under-18s and the prelims tournament. So, and it's immaculate as it is. You perhaps wouldn't have that with a grass pitch. So, yeah, great to see.
Yeah, it's well hoovered and watered here at the Greenyards, and the play is back underway. It's been well plucked out of the sky by John Ray. Heriot's now. We're going to start the second half with the ball in their possession. Dancing about is Chris Yule. And ducking and weaving out of trouble, and you find this is going to be a similar game to the People's Stirling game, which we just witnessed before that. To the hands now of Christie. He looks for the 2-on-1 and now releasing Noah Henry. We know what's coming. And he floats the ball back inside, and Christie then twists and pirouettes out of trouble and finds Henry. He puts the big fend in. He's looking to go on the outside again, step off his right foot. And Heriot's have manipulated quite a lot of space and real estate on the stand side here. And John Ray is gobbling it up and he's looking to go on the inside of Owen Gray. Heriot's offloading out the tackle and get closer and closer to that Hoyk line. Now Henry, he's got a player outside, but I don't think he's going to use him because he steps in, steps out, but he's been well challenged there. The offload off the deck to Christie is an excellent work score. And brilliant play there from Heriot's. They work from deep inside their own half, patient build-up, and they get in for another score.
Yeah, what a team try that was. They went back and forth, side to side. That man again, Noah Henry, created all sorts of problems. He didn't do the damage this time, but he drew in a few defenders, and the continuity to keep the ball alive, move it out to the left-hand side. Again, the offload game was strong, and they bring it back right, and Noah makes that break, but he's got the awareness to get it off the deck, and yeah, great team try.
Yeah, it was a great team try, but it was perhaps not the most attractive conversion attempt that we saw there, as Christie just pulls it to the left-hand side of the posts. Certainly a healthy crowd here, just in the shadow of the Eildon Hills at the Greenyards.
I think it goes to show the importance of conversions and getting close to the post as possible when you score. Make the job that much easier for the kicker, because every point counts in this competition, especially with it being straight knockout.
Yeah, you'll find at the latter stages of this competition that the kicks will be really, really important for all these sides, as the margin of victory just gets narrower as the teams progress and the quality starts to filter towards the top of the competition. Hoyk now juggling the ball about in their own danger area, trying to play patient. Sevens, Sam Frizzle. He's got Ronan McKean, and he's a player that can certainly go. Goes on the outside of Noah Henry. He's a powerful winger as well, but he can't power through those two challenges. Heriot's back well there. They scoop the ball back. Great work on the floor there from Macaulay Keogh.
Yeah, great footwork from the big man, but they've turned it over. Great work at the breakdown.
Christie goes one way, then opts to go the other. Hoyk trying to just suffocate this ball and get it back in their possession. They managed to do just that, but the pace of the passages of play has perhaps subsided somewhat, but Charlie Welsh is looking to try and get the wheels turning. Pops to McKean. Now Donaldson, he throws the dummy, just takes the ball to the line. It folds off the deck to Welsh again. McKean. There's a space in front of him, and I thought he was going to take it, and he looked to do just that. Now looks to go on the outside of the sweeper, and Ronan McKean, if he can get past Keogh, then he's in for a score. Great work, great defensive play to get back. And Hoyk looking to put a bit of pressure on, but the game is...
It's a lung-busting stuff, and the game's open up completely. Both teams are absolutely exhausted, and there's...
difficult when there's no breaks in play. There's no set pieces to get your lungs and galvanise yourself. It's been end to end.
Space on the outside here if they can take it, and they have.
And it's sizing this one up and going round the outside. And John Ray has just spotted the opportunity, and he seized it and grasped it with both hands. And he's going to saunter and swagger underneath the posts here at the Green Yards, just in front of a healthy crowd, applauding the efforts from the Heriots team. And they've perhaps got a couple of toes into the next round now.
Yeah, there's a lot of hands on heads, a lot of boys sucking in diesel. It's been an exhilarating game so far. Really long ball in play, but yeah, back and forth, and Heriots keeping the ball well, shifting it out to the edge. And John Ray, that man, had the wheels to get on the outside and finish it off.
Yeah, you can see there just a little bit of pressure when he goes underneath the post, but for the rest of it, he was having to go full tonto. And then eventually underneath the post for a try, which has put a little bit of a gap in between these two sides on what is a lovely Easter Saturday in the Scottish Borders. The weather's always like this in the Borders, though. A couple of replacements on for Hoyk as they look to try and claw their way back into this game.
Huge hit coming in there. That is massive from Trent Storen.
A big hit there, winning the penalty to boot. And now Christie has spotted that there's a chance here just to strike straight away. Heriots looking to really turn the screw and bundle Hoyk out in the prelim rounds and book their place against Lions Rugby. Stretching the field now. They've got the chance to go back inside. The gap opened, the tackle slipped, and sauntering through is Morgan Bruce. And definitely Heriots now can start thinking about that tie against Lions Rugby.
Yeah, there's a little bit of indecision from Bruce. He wanted to throw the big one over the top, but the Hoyk defence shut it down, so he threw the dummy, and the big get off the bus, sit down the defender, and over he rumbles. And that is one of the probably ugliest conversions you'll ever see.
Yeah, I think it's a competition amongst a couple of the Heriots players to see who can have the worst attempt at a conversion.
It's got a foot like a Toblerone. It's absolutely horrific. Yeah, watch the replay again. He goes to throw the pass, has a second thought, and says, "Get off the bus to the defender," and over he goes.
Flat back from the kickoff, and Gray has managed just to gather that. He's now just dribbling in front of the Hoyt players who have spent a lot of this second half just camped inside their own 22 area. Justin Tate offloading to Welsh. I think the referee is going to have a little conversation with the assistant referee there. There's still time to play.
It's good to see the fancy dress sort of scattered around. I've seen a few Teletubbies. How important is it in the history of the Melrose Sevens, fancy dress? Is it an integral part of it?
Yeah, I don't think the Minions and the Oompa Loompas were there when Ned Haig invented Rugby Sevens, but it's become something that is now quite accustomed with this tournament. It's a great social event in the calendar here in the Scottish Borders. As Christie offloads off the deck, and Heriots look to try and make sure that they're not going to go in fancy dress anytime soon, because they've booked their place into the next round. They'll be playing Lions Rugby, and it's a 22-7 victory against Hoyk, the most decorated side here, go out in the prelims. And we've got two more ties left in these initial rounds. We've got GHA versus Selkirk next up, and then a big one is Mar Welcome Curry before we can get into the first round proper.
Number 19 is Walker Graham. Number 8 is Luke McCutcheon. 9 is Fergus Johnson. 10 George Bennett. Number 15 Gordon Moss. And 14 Rena Carfassi. In the absence of an updated Selkirk team, let me read the squad that we had previously. Is 1 Josh Welsh, 2 Lachlan Ferguson, 3 Robert Cook, 4 Jack Hamilton, 5 Cameron Easton, 6 is Matt Reid, 7 Blake Cullen, 8 Aaron McComb, 9 was Guy Mallon, 10 Nathaniel Armstrong, and 11 Andrew Cochran. Our referee is Ross Maiden.
2 more preliminary round games to go before we can start the first round proper. GHA kicking off to Selkirk in the black. And straight away, they are diving for the corner. Oh, it has been lost and spilled on the line. What an opportunity directly from the kickoff. It is harem-scarum stuff, Dale, and we've nearly had the dream start for GHA.
Yeah, it was great play from the restart and the kickoff, and they've managed to steal it as well. So the opportunity is still there for GHA.
Into the 22 they go. Little step inside, the leg drive, the offload. There's a cheeky little hand on that, but it goes over the dead ball line. And this is some scene now, isn't it? Absolutely glorious. All 4 corners of the ground filling up nicely, packed to the rafters away to our right. They're going to have a great view of this scrum from underneath the posts, and GHA coming under a little bit of pressure, but working it up this right-hand side now. Another step inside. Selkirk hanging on by the skin of their teeth and turning the ball over. Great composure in defence, and now trying to turn that defence into attack.
Yeah, good play from Selkirk to try and, at least test their winger earlier on in the game, make sure that they can try and stretch that opposition, but just not able to, find the pace man out wide. But they've been under relentless pressure in these opening exchanges.
The line out taken, and taken quickly. Out they come. It's a little bit narrow at the moment from GHA, but I think they'll be pleased with the amount of time they've spent on the ball and where they have spent that time. Lovely bit of footwork from Thaku Sau. He was involved with the Scotland under-20s squad, who managed to pick up a victory in the 15s against Wales at home. First one in a while. A lot of talent in that Scotland 20s group, and he was one of them. However, GHA winning another penalty. Selkirk not really having a sniff in these opening exchanges, and here's Thaku Sau again. Finds Johnson, big looping pass out to Mollison on the edge. He gets battered in there by Lachlan Ferguson. Plenty of contact, plenty of collisions, but no respite for Selkirk in defence. Thaku Sau loses his footing, but keeps hold of the ball. Oh, and then it's spilled again. 2 chances blown thanks to GHA and their butterfingers. Now Selkirk finding a little bit of space on the edge. Oh, the ball inside is a good one, but the support runners need to arrive. There's not a huge amount of pace on it from Selkirk. Oh, brilliant turnover. Like a barnacle on a boat was George Baird. And now over on the left-hand side, surely it's going to open up. It is the opening score. It is Scott Derrick, and it is GHA 5, Selkirk 0.
Yeah, Selkirk have just invited a lot of pressure in the opening exchanges in this game. They played it fully in their 22, and when they've had the opportunity to take the game down to, and control it and try and control the game, control the ball, control where the game is being played, they've just not taken those opportunities, getting a little bit frantic with the ball in hand, looking to use the width. But GHA, they've just relentlessly been knocking at the door, and eventually it opens and they can swagger in for a score.
Score now GHA 5, Selkirk 0.
Well, Selkirk will have the opportunity to maybe get their hands on the ball after a lung-busting opening few minutes here. All in defence. They've come up with a couple of fabulous turnovers. But if you are just joining us and you're wondering what all the fuss is about, it is because if you lose, you are done. This is the preliminary round. We've got 2 more games. The end of this one, GHA against Selkirk. Then it'll be Mar against Curry. And then at 24 minutes past 1, it'll be the first round where the hosts Melrose will take on Kelso, who are victorious over Boroughmuir in the games, in the tournament's opening game, should I say. Well, finally, Selkirk with their hands on the ball, but the pressure coming in, real wrestle for it there. And again, it's Thaku Sau winning the turnover. And GHA off on their merry way again. Patient in midfield, which you can be when you've got a lead. Oh, this time though, it's Selkirk with a turnover. Brilliant work.
Selkirk now enjoying a little bit of possession here. Craig Jackson, who's actually listed as number 6, is ghosting forward, but again just careless from Selkirk with the ball in hand.
Well, they're coughing it up and they're inviting pressure, and now Thakusau takes it to the line, backs himself pace-wise, gets rid of the tackler. Oh, and then finds the offload too. Brilliant from Thakusau. George Baird is on hand to dot it down. It is the second try. It'll go on the score sheet as Baird, but that was made by Amina Thakusau. And it's GHA 10, a Selkirk 0.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen somebody palmed off in the back as they've been charging forward, but again, GHA are playing with a good bit of width. They see they're trying to stretch there, and then Thakusau just notices that there's a little gap there. The defender, who was meant to be drifting out, has just went a little bit too early. He just gets palmed out the road, which puts the rest of the defence at a bit of disarray, and Baird is the one just benefiting from the good footwork and good play and good awareness from Thakusau. And GHA now firmly in the driving seat.
GHA 10, Selkirk 0 here in this penultimate preliminary round. The British Army, the defending champions, lay in wait. It is a sizable task, however. You have got to be in it to win it, and these teams are exactly that. Of course, not just their pride at stake, but of course they're flying the Scottish flag as well.
GHA doing well in the physical zones there. It's becoming quite attritional, and they've certainly got the upper hand physically.
And this man, Amina Thakusau, he has had a brilliant start to proceedings.
Yeah, these are the sort of stages he wants to be playing in. Great footwork, great strength, and give him a bit of open prairie and he'll be gone.
Well, hands on the ball from Selkirk, but illegally, says the referee. So Thakusau can go again, and this time he cruises through himself. A hop, a skip, a jump, and a third try for GHA. 15-0 in the first half. It is one-way traffic, and tough going out there for those Selkirk boys.
Yeah, it definitely is. But again, they're committing too much to the breakdown. They're not being able to win that fight. They're not getting there and winning the space early, which is meaning that it's just becoming a bit attritional up front, and they're losing the battle. And you can see there, it's in those close quarters. We did say about Thakusau, when he just gets in those little areas, it's quite easy for him just to skip past players, because his footwork is really intelligent and cute when he's got the ball in hand and he's got a try scoring opportunity.
Big converts. That takes us to half-time. GHA 17-0 to the good against Selkirk. The subs coming on, and at this point they'll be thinking, put me in, coach. It's 3 scores up. I've got a point to prove here. Give me a run.
Yeah, it's one of those games that, Selkirk have probably let GHA go away a little bit too early. They've given them far too many easy scores. If you can potentially turn around a 2-try game quite easily in 7s, but that 3 tries is just a little bit of a big ask for Selkirk. But they've got the talent in there. They've got a lot of players. The likes of Craig Jackson's a great leader. Enjoyed a time here, an ex-Melrose Sevens winner as well with Melrose back in the day. But there's certainly some pace guys out there as well. Jack Hamilton's a good player, and also Cammy Eason, if he gets a chance off the bench. He's a really intelligent young rugby player, but he's got a bit of pace about him as well.
Well, we've not really had the opportunity to see what Selkirk can offer in attack, have we? They barely had the ball, so we can compliment the GHA attack as much as we like. It's brought them 3 tries and a conversion. However, they have been relentless in defence. They have strangled Selkirk, and they've not really had an opportunity beyond the halfway line.
Yeah, we've seen that a lot, not only today so far, but in the pre-qualification and under-18s tournament yesterday. A lot of teams just fighting on the floor, winning that space, but also playing intelligent rugby and kicking deep and asking teams, like, either kick it back to us, we're going to defend with a flat 7, so kick it back to us and we'll have the pace to get back and then control the game in a better position. Or you're going to have to try and attack from deep, and that's exactly what GHA have done. They've kicked it deep from the restart, and they've not given Selkirk an opportunity with the ball at all.
Well, we've just talked throughout the day about it being a global tournament. We've got the Monaco Impies coming up at 18 minutes past 2. They'll play Hearts and Balls. What a great comeback victory against Stunts in their preliminary, and they've brought a documentary team over with them. So the teams that have travelled here to Scotland are taking it very seriously. So it's big stories.
Yeah, and it's always a great thing. All the guest teams as well will kind of touch on when they take to the field. But there's teams from all over the world that have been here. the players from all over the world, famous names like Campese, we've got Doddy Weir. You know, this is where players wanted to play rugby, and it's great to see that, you know, it's still well supported by the travelling teams.
GHA putting a bit of width on it in their own 22 earlier on. Thakusau, he looks a player, doesn't he? He is a lot of fun to watch.
I think he could have 4 arms and still struggle to catch on.
And here he is on the ball again. Oh, the underarm offload. He's inviting a bit of pressure, and Selkirk playing volleyball, but coming back with the egg. Important now. Guy Mallin out there on the outside. Lovely offload. Jack Hamilton. Oh, but pulled back for a forward pass, and it's the hope that kills you.
Yeah, it was. It looked like it was good build-up. Craig Jackson, intelligent rugby player there, just could see that he had nobody outside him. Went back against the grain to where his supporting players were, but it was perhaps just too much of a, you know, an ask to get that floaty ball, you know, behind the hands and behind the body as he was throwing it, because the players that were attacking before were so flat. But they're enjoying better territory now.
And enjoying the sunshine as well, but not enjoying the scoreboard, Selkirk. And it's GHA on the ball once more. Still 17-0, no score yet in the second half. To be honest, we've not spent a lot of time looking left in this game, have we? It was Selkirk who were in that 22 defending and GHA attacking. But here are GHA coming forward now off the offload, knocked on, and then again, Jack Hamilton couldn't quite pick that one up off the bootstraps. And we'll restart with a set scrum.
I was just thinking that as well. I was starting to think I've got a little bit of a pain on the right side of my neck, and it's because GHA were relentless in the first half, and Selkirk are now desperate in the second, looking to try and get a little bit of territory back into the right area and try and get some sort of score on the board.
Free kick. Selkirk ball. Needs to happen quickly. Cammy Eason on the ball looking for options, and Hamilton is the first to offer one. Armstrong, oh, gets crunched. Harry McKenzie dishing it. Oh, Reed backwards, says the referee. A little fumble, little carelessness, but still got the ball. Going backwards, but that's not always necessarily a bad thing. But at some point, something's going to need to happen, and this could be that something. Hamilton, lovely step from Hamilton. Still going. Best chance of the game so far for Selkirk. Everyone lined up to the right-hand side, but the space was left, and Cook's going to have to press the reset button. Jackson now. To check back inside, but that's okay. GHA rushing up, making great tackles. But every pass, every phase is another opportunity that Selkirk pass up, and less time.
Just needlessly kicking the ball away. It was a kind of throw to nothing, where, you know, you're almost better, 17 points down. Just keep the ball.
Yeah.
You get tackled to set up the platform and look to go again. But you know, a lot of that is GHA's relentless defence.
Well, they put the worm on the hook then by defending 7 up, didn't they? So there was that space in behind. If you can identify that space, if you can execute it, then it can lead to tries. It can be brilliant. However, a little bit too much on the kick.
Yeah, you just need somebody else to be aware. You need your pace men to be more aware at that moment in time, because if you're going to put that ball in behind, they need to be running already. They need to get a march on their opposite man, because it's difficult to turn as a defender in 7s and then get up to speed, whereas the attacking team, if it's well communicated and it's well thought out, that kicking behind is a really good tool at 7s rugby.
The GHA perhaps in search of try number 4. Oh, that offload will help. That is lovely handling. And they just look like they can side through at any moment. Oh, the cover tackle comes in. What a cover tackle it was on Graham, but the offload is there. And they will score try number 4. And it will be Graham who goes in under the sticks after some fabulous work from Ross Nolan. The pace, the wherewithal, the quality, lovely try, and 22-0. That is game, set and match.
Yeah, it was a great awareness on the pitch to see that the space was there, but it was the offload, the pick up there off the toe, scampering down the stand side here, great power and pace as well. If you have a little watch here, it was the pick up from this offload off the deck and the hands to gather it. great work from GHA, because there's so many little intricacies in that little bit of play, so many top quality bits of skill, and it was executed really well, and I think they're well worthy of this margin of victory so far.
We're coming towards the end of this one. Next up, Mar versus Curry. The time has just ticked beyond 1 p.m. local. High hanging restart. And Selkirk from inside their own 22. I'm about to tell you about a little soft spot that I've got in tournaments like this now. So the game's won. GHA, they're into the next round. They're going to play the British Army. Tough game. However, hold that thought.
That'll stop your story.
Yeah, Rory McFarlane. Empty in the tank, empty in the opponent. Oh, he saw a rib cage and thought, I'll have me some of that.
Yeah, Liam Cassidy just onto the park there and looked to try and gather it, and you can see it on the replay. He was just lined up from, I think he probably came from the co-op just over the road. You've seen it that far away. And he just absolutely clattered Cassidy as he's had his first venture into the Sevens rugby.
Yeah, welcome to the tournament.
Yeah, totally.
But no, we get to the point. I don't like a clean sheet. I don't want Selkirk to leave empty-handed. So GHA into the next round, and they have certainly earned it. But Selkirk, can they get something to cling on to? Something that somebody's going to remember from this great day of rugby. That's a foolish one. Ferguson offside, and GHA not wasting any time. In scoring try number 5, Rory McFarlane. Too quick, turning the screw. 29-0. We're coming towards the end of this one.
Yeah, I think even looking at the team sheets, I did fancy Selkirk for this one, but just been a bit flat and abject throughout the whole performance. And I think GHA, for a few years here, they've certainly impressed. Like Ben Addison's played for them. You know, some players of Jarasevic as well. There's been some notable names in the GHA team sheet, not here this year, but they've certainly put in a great performance and shown a great pedigree at Sevens.
And that is full time. The conversion misses, but it's not going to affect the result at all. GHA booked their place in the first round proper. They've defeated Selkirk by 29 points to 0, and that was a very, very impressive preliminary round. The British Army up next, though. That's not going to be an easy ask just after 3 o'clock.
No, it definitely isn't. Last year they were perhaps surprise winners, but I think as soon as they played their first round game, the underdog tag did start to fall away from them, because they were, they had that Fijian flair, that Islander flair, a lot of pace as well. So it was a great tournament last year, obviously beating Samurai in the final, and it was a great final as well. So certainly they'll be here for another crack. Still some players as well that were in that squad, so they've been able to retain a nucleus of talent from that famous day last year, and they'll certainly want another stab of it again.
Well, the final preliminary round game then, Mar versus Curry for the right to play Wild Dogs. The morning has absolutely flown by, to the point where we're actually an hour into the afternoon. But this is the last one. Everything running to schedule, like clockwork, as it should.
This is a repeat of last week's Cup quarter-final. It was at Millennium Park. Curry played Mar. They've had a few ding-dongs in the past. Mar actually won the Premiership trophy at Millennium Park after the season ended. So this is two teams that know each other very, very well. And on both occasions, Mar were able to upset the odds and upset what would be the favourites, Curry. So this is going to be interesting, but keep an eye out for the Bickerstaffs. They're certainly impressive campaigners.
Well, underway we are. Oh, that is so close to being an astonishing take from the beginning. The referee spotted a couple of knock-ons. That conflict point from the restart. At some point today, it is going to make a difference in a game. It's going to be the difference between winning and losing, or making it through to the next round. However, we're going to have our first look at the set scrum here. Really good pressure coming on. But a penalty off the feet at the breakdown. And what are we going to have here? Are we going to have a little kick to the corner? No, we are going to keep the ball moving as we like it. And why not on a day like today? Fast track, perfect conditions, and a line break. Oh my goodness me. Something from nothing. And that is how quickly these games can change.
Yeah, that's certainly eased the pain on the right side of my neck. I felt like we were craning that side, and then all of a sudden Mar have just streaked inside from inside their own half. And I mentioned the Bickerstaffs before. They're going to be instrumental in this Mar side. They've beaten semi-finalists a few years ago, but that's a great score from Mar.
Akariva Seravatu gets the opener. And again, a lovely ball just to invite him onto it. But that's a bit of a wake-up call for Curry. You need to have your wits about you at all times. And Inglis, plenty of height on that. In fact, it's a little bit of a breeze picking up, isn't there? Just to take the edge off this glorious springtime sunshine.
Yeah, it's just to keep the refreshments cool in the hand of the patrons here at Melrose. It's certainly getting busy. It's getting packed round at the perimeter of this famous ground.
So, deep with the restart. First touch there for McCaig, and he looks to get things going. Good intent here from Donahue. Good tackle on him, though, Seravatu, the try scorer. It is very much speed over structure for Curry at the moment, isn't it? Not a huge amount of structure or format or anything. However, if you can keep this tempo up, then you can cause problems. Oh, lovely offload that.
DJ Ennis, a really good player, good skill set, and just spotting that he can go through the gap there and keep the arm free. He does it a lot at 15s. He's an inside centre, also plays outside, but he's great at just running that abrasive hard line back in and bringing other players into it. He's quite an unorthodox looking player, but he's one of those players that brings the best out of others round about him, and just unfortunate there, but he's a really talented player.
Well, good attacking platform here, though. Jack Scott puts it in. And then English is there at first receiver. Seravatu puts that through the hands out there on the edge. He wants the offload as well and gets it. Two men to bring him down, but a nice long presentation. More good footwork. Oh, the dummy's good as well. He even sold Turaga, his teammate, with that one. So out there is Bickerstaff. Clean pair of heels from Scott Bickerstaff. And this Mar team have come to play.
Yeah, the Bickerstaff brothers link up so well. They were here a few years ago when Mar just almost made it to the final. And they're one of those teams that have come up through the pyramid and up through the ranks, and the Bickerstaffs have been at the centre of all that over the last few years for Mar. Obviously, their crowning glory was winning the Premiership title last season. But Connor has had a bit of struggles with injuries this season. It's great to see them both out in the paddock this afternoon, because they're players that you just relish to see at sevens.
2 tries, 2 conversions. Mar 14, Curry 0. Seravatu and Scott Bickerstaff with the 5 pointers. And this time they send one up for Turago to chase, but it's well batted back. Rhys Davis up there, nice and high. He's a big physical character, isn't he, Rhys Davis? Expect to see him charging through the middle at some point, but instead they're making some good meters here now, Curry. Feels like they need the next score. Here is Davis. Oh, good offload from him, and then Meager puts on the afterburners. Great pace. They'll give chase here. Mar need to make the tackle and do. Jacobson comes back on. They've pinched the ball as well. Nobody there for Curry to secure it. And that's their best chance of the game so far, but signs of life.
Yeah, Meager just getting a little bit isolated there, but there was no other option when he was trying to break through. I just thought they were maybe Mar were a little bit fortunate, because I felt with the clear out, they perhaps, they were in a position they were going to lose their body weight anyway. The Curry players just propped them up and dragged them forward. So Mar get away with it there and be able to win the penalty. Now they've got the chance to clear their lines. Ingles getting the ball through the hands, and now getting it to the speedsters.
Well, the speedsters, but the strength as well. Seravatu just rides the contact so well. And there he is in at acting scrum half. Scott's there wearing 4, shipped on by Connor Bickerstaff. And then out there, Turago on the wing.
Perhaps the right decision that time. Davis looking to really fight over the ball. And just, you've seen his legs just give way, so they sealed off the ball. Another penalty, and these are costly for Curry, because they want to compete on the floor, but legally, because they want to try and get their penalties and not concede them and give them a mark.
Fascinating change of pace from Mar as well. Now they've got this 14-point lead. They were in no rush to take that penalty. However, it is a very competitive contact zone, and it's not going well for Curry at the moment. Another penalty conceded, just piggybacking Mar up the pitch. Everything stacked to the left-hand side here for Mar. Seravatu keeps it alive, and then Bickerstaff. Well, there's a hand on that from Curry. No knock-on, says the referee. In fact, it's advantage for the knock-on off a purple hand. And Miga, all the way back there is DJ Inez. Player to watch. He's got a bit about him, hasn't he, at that time.
Space up on this side if Curry can stretch it, but there's Davis there.
Oh, lovely offload from Davis. Now there could be some space. Christie. Oh, and he's just put it straight back into a purple hand. It is a scruffy kick out. But as soon as the ball goes dead, the half is over, and it's a half that belonged to Mar. Akariva Seravatu with the opening score. Scott Bickerstaff with the second, both converted, and they lead Curry by 14 points to 0 in this preliminary round for the right to play Wild Dogs. And Curry haven't really got going, have they?
No, they've not. They've tried and they've flirted with, getting their game together. But you can see there, even when Finlay Christie, Gregor Christie, is broken through, you can see there that he's just caught in two minds. He's inherited that 15 scrum half, looking for one of the big ball carriers to get him out of trouble, and it just didn't work. Obviously mixing up with his brother, the All Black scrum half Finlay Christie, but it's showing him that they've got that link up, and they just need to try and bring the big runners into the right areas and then stretch the pitch, because they've certainly got people with pace. They've got the likes of Ryan Daly and James McCaig in the squad. Cammy Meager as well is no slouch, so they've got players there with pace, but it's a big ask against what is a really vibrant Mar side.
Certainly is. Two fantastic tries, and they have looked composed. The occasion not getting to them at all. We have seen some comeback wins already, though. Fourth game of the day, Hearts and Balls were 10-0 down against Stunts and came back to win that 19 points to 10. So all is not lost here yet for Curry, but needs some ball, a little bit of discipline, need to stop conceding those breakdown penalties. Let's see what the second half has in store here in the Melrose sunshine. It'll be Bickerstaff to get us underway. That is a tantalising, teasing restart, and a penalty given there, and Curry with a bit of impetus. It's DJ Inez. Mark defending well, but the offload is good. Oh, it opens up now. Daly for the corner, and it will be the first score of the half for Curry. It's a challenging conversion to come, but that is exactly what they needed. Mar looked like they had men there, but Curry found the offload, found the gap, and Ryan Daly gets a lovely score.
Yeah, that's exactly what we said Curry needed to do. They needed to get a bit of pace on it. They needed to stretch the field, and they done exactly that. They managed to get Daly into a bit of space, and he just puts the afterburners on the players. The Mar covering defenders were just not going to get over to him there, because he just had all the corner just to angle that into, and then he can eat away at the territory after that to get it as close as possible to the sticks. But Curry needed that just coming out the second half.
Well, they've missed the conversion. It was a tough one there for Gregor Christie, so it's still a two-score game, but there will be belief for Curry now. Not as competitive this time, so they're inviting Mar on, which could be a gamble with the likes of Jack Scott on the team.
Certainly looking for the contact, Mark, to get that offload in.
That's another good tackle and a good offload. Oh, it's well gathered out there. Ramaka in the headband, wearing number 2. Oh, and lovely footwork to get himself out of trouble there. Callum Inglis. When you rush up like that, you are often expecting big shots. Oh, Inez. Oh, he's done brilliantly there. Tackle up high, smother the ball, get over the top of it, and send Curry on their way. Christie. Oh, it's gone forward.
Unlucky there from Curry, but you just feel that even when they get that penalty, they just need a little bit more ingenuity and energy there, because there was a couple of Mar players just bundled in the breakdown where the penalty was. They need to then just be a little bit more alert, filter themselves around and start to find the gaps. They're not really stretching the Mar defence. They're very abrasive in the way that they're playing sevens. It's stick it up the jumper, let's try and suck the defenders in and get the offload.
Spot of bad luck there for Rhys Davis. He thought he was going over in reverse, but it remains Mar 14. Curry 5. Here's Seravatu. Looks a danger every time he's on the ball. Curry having to defend again. Oh, here's a bit of pace. Boy, oh boy, is there a bit of pace. Scott Bickerstaff attacking the line at pace. Getting through the first line. There's no one at home for Curry. He gets his second of the match. And that boy can really finish.
He can finish, but you know, the wonderful thing about the Bickerstaffs, especially Scott Bickerstaff, is that he looks quite lightweight, but you see the power and the pace that he gets through that contact, just being able to propel himself off of the defender. He gets himself into a really good zone, pushes himself off and gives him that momentum. And you know, it's a sucker punch to Curry, because as soon as you see a speedster going a little bit quicker than what you're used to, you're not going to start tracking back. And you know, another great exhibit of what the Bickerstaffs bring to this Mar side. It's
a 3-score game as well, because that's been converted from under the poles. Mar 21, Curry 5. Into the second half, and they can perhaps start thinking about that first round game against Wild Dogs.
Still time here for Curry if they can just get a little bit of continuity in their play, but defensively Mar are just looking a little bit more robust than what the men from Millennia are, until DJ Ennis just breaks through.
Well, he takes some bringing down as well once he's got that side. Curry managing to turn Mar here. A little chip over the top. Go on, get a bounce. Unlucky. Unlucky indeed. Ryan Daly, one try already. That would have been pretty spectacular. However, couldn't quite gather that bouncing ball.
Yeah, it was a throw to nothing there for Ryan Daly. I think it was probably the right option the first time I've probably said that, with a little chip over from 5 metres out, but it definitely was the right option for the winger there, because nothing really was on. So it was a chance to just stab one over and try and collect it. Almost did as well. Again, the unfortunate bounce of a rugby ball.
Danger not clear for Mar, and Curry putting a bit of pressure on that scrum. But credit to Mar, trying to play from the in-goal area and winning the penalty too. Look one way, then the other. Again, looking to keep those hands free. Curry shutting the door, but not shutting it tightly enough, because Mar, well, they've coughed that ball up. Ramaka back in the hands of Rhys Davis, and DJ Inez out of the back door he goes. Christie. Now is there a chance for width here for Curry? It's picked up low down. Jack Peter, that was a skimming ball. Ryan Daly, he's gone from left to right, and he's nearly got away again. Daly, referee says backwards, so Curry on the brink of try number 2. The clear out's good. Ball needs to be quick. Donahue reaches, Donahue grounds it, and Curry do have a second try.
They do have their second try, but boy, did they make hard work of it. They went over the far side, and you felt when it was coming back towards the banking side here at the green yards that they had the opportunity, the gap was there, and Donahue just needed to gather it and really get a momentum. You can see on the replay, Donahue's just loitering, he's flat-footed as well. The ball's probably not the best for him, and he's on the outside. He maybe wants to cut back, but he does well to fight and stretch and get it over the line. But Curry did have that overlap as well.
Big long stretch Armstrong, been converted as well. So
Space Jam.
Yeah. Mar 21, Curry 12. It's been a good game. I think Mar deserved leaders. They've let that ball bounce though. But they have genuinely looked like they can score from anywhere at any time. That was Jack Scott, and then shipped on one more time by Ramaka. Looking to release the speed. It's good defence out there by Matt Bradshaw for Curry. Oh, and if they manage to counter this, well, if Curry could get another one, then maybe we could be in for a serious grandstand finish here. Away they go for the corner. They're over. Game on. Bradshaw scores.
And who would have thought that at half-time that Curry would get themselves in a position where they could potentially upset the odds. They're trying to hot-foot it back. So they've had a conversation with the referee to say that they definitely still have time.
Well, the kick almost irrelevant. Oh, we don't have time to restart. Mar hold on. They scored some brilliant tries, but huge credit to Curry. And this is why this is a brutal format, because it's 3 tries each and they've gone out on conversions. Their tournament's over. Mars is just beginning. Full time, Mar 21, Curry 17. Fabulous game.
Yeah, a good game of rugby, really competitive. And both sides obviously gave a good account of themselves. But Mar, I think, will be a team to keep an eye out for. I think as they go through the rounds, the games get a little bit more competitive. And certainly now is the time and the chance to get our first glimpse of the seeded teams and the guest sides. And this is the home side here, being led on by captain David Colvin. So Melrose, we get our first glimpse of the famous black and yellow shirt in the shadow of the Melrose Rugby Football Club stand here at the Green Yards, the birthplace of Rugby 7. A couple of notable players in the squad as well. Andrew Nagel returning to rugby after a long absence. A formidable player for Melrose and Jed Forest over the years. Bruce Colvin, Donald Crawford as well, Struan Hutchison. A lot of experience in this side. And Kelso, after they made it through the tight battle against Boroughmuir, 17 points to 12 they won. This is going to be a completely different ask for them. Struan Hutchison with the ball in hand, offloaded to Bruce Colvin, but not able to gather it. It's fallen into the hands of Tony Vihari. And Kelso now enjoying early possession. Tony Vihari again managing to filter himself round into a supporting position, but Melrose fighting hard on the floor. Colvin finds Hutchison. Hutchison has got support there, and they bust through the challenge as Archie Pilcher found a little space, but Struan Hutchison just pops out of the ground with the ball in hand, and he's going to go in for the opening score for the home side, much to the delight of the home support, and it's first blood to Melrose.
Yeah, I think we're about to see a step up, aren't we? Kelso knew it was going to be a tough ask, and they enjoyed a little bit of possession, but as soon as they coughed it up, they were put to the sword. Any mistakes are going to be punished, so if any of these teams who have got through the preliminary round are going to go any further, they need to be whiter than white. No more mistakes for Kelso, otherwise could get a little bit ugly. Melrose off the mark.
It's a good opportunity for these Kelso players to give a good account of themselves. It's a great platform, a lot of coverage this weekend of the Melrose Sevens, as it should be. But I do remember playing in the first round against Melrose a few years ago, and then we were getting beaten by that much that actually the game got called early. So I'm hoping that Kelso don't suffer the same fate. But Bruce Colvin finds Hamish Weir. He dances back in field and he's going to gallop in. And this would be a very popular try scorer if he's able to, but he's just been shackled by the Kelso defence. Bruce Colvin filters the ball into the hands of David Colvin, who's loitering over in the wing. Struan Hutchison now looking for a second score in this game, but gives it back to Bruce Colvin. Now Donald Crawford, and he's got a bit of pace about him, but he's going to give it to Hamish Weir. He steps back in field, and then he eventually strides over for a try, and a very popular try scorer there.
Very popular indeed, and if it wasn't difficult enough for Kelso already, they defended that phase with 6, because they've got a player down injured, and of course the ball hadn't gone dead, so they couldn't bring anyone else on. So tough one for them. However, it's just well executed by Melrose, isn't it? And they've had the morning off, they've enjoyed the sunshine, they've come in, they've basked in the preliminary rounds. Had a great welcome, of course, from all the home supporters. That is a sweet as a nut conversion as well, to add the extras and make it 14. But they look calm and collected, don't they? This has been a great start for the hosts.
Yeah, definitely a good start for Melrose. They're a team that have a certain brand of rugby, like to keep the ball alive, but really like to spread the width. You can watch them go from side to side as Tony Vihari is going to exit the game a little bit prematurely for the Kelso forward. Playing a lot of time for the Kelso Sharks, but has been a regular fixture in the Kelso 7 squad over the last few seasons. But Struan Hutchison just punts it just parallel with the Eildon Hills, but it's been flat back on a Kelso side, and it's been gathered by Mikey Horsburgh, and he's galloping into the Melrose half now, offloaded, finds a teammate in Gregor Miller, a try scorer in the opening game against Boroughmuir. Kelso have got some support. If they can get the ball into the space, and Harry Cooper is loitering on the wing, the other try scorer in the opening day, the opening victory in the opening round here at the Melrose Sevens. He's been shackled well.
Oh, he needs to find the floor. Needs to get a knee down.
I'm trying hard to get something down there, but I can think of better places to run into than Andrew Nagel's chest.
Really impressed with how Melrose defended there. So the ball broke to Struan Hutchinson. He put the hammer down, but straight away you had Harry Cooper in there just pointing to other defenders, almost orchestrating where he wanted everywhere to be, because he knew that Melrose weren't going to get there. It's how do you defend the next phase? And they did incredibly well in the end and turned the ball over. Tough for Melrose because they had the opportunity, but that big looping miss pass, that's not going to help anyone. It needs to be flat, needs to be quick, especially against opposition of this quality.
And then Donald Crawford has just spotted a little gap in the defence and manages to stretch it. And he's going to get an easy last 22 metres, but the initial 70 were pretty lung busting. A little turn round, takes it down to a pedestrian pace, dots the ball down. And as you say, that comes off great defensive work in your own 22, gives you the chance to spread the field. And defensively, Kelso are asking questions as to how we're going to defend this, and it is an isolated place out there in the wider backs when you're defending, when you've got players like Crawford that have got the pace to burn.
That's heartbreaking for Kelso, isn't it? It is absolutely heartbreaking. I mean, it's a brilliant try from Crawford, and we'll see plenty of that today. You know, you break the line, you're 80 metres out, and then it's a decision as to whether you chase or not. I think Kelso realising that a chase was futile. Seeing a few changes here for Melrose. Nagel making his way off, but yeah, all built on the defence, and they will face sterner challenges as the day goes on.
Yeah, a good opportunity to get some rugby into the legs of these Melrose players, and it's been flat back again on a Melrose side. Hamish Weir does manage to find Elliot Ruthven. He bounces back in field and he's well supported by his Melrose teammates as Bruce Colvin finds his brother David. A little hop, step and a jump and a dummy, and anything to try and unlock this Kelso defence yet again, but he's been well marshalled this time by the Kelso defenders. And you can see now how Melrose like to play with one way and then the other, and Ruthven gets his second attack in about 20 seconds, pops it off the deck to Bruce Colvin, and he weaves out of trouble and pops it back to Struan Hutchison. You'll see Melrose like to retreat and concede territory to allow the opportunity to get the platform set again and do exactly what they've just done there with Hamish Weir going in the corner for his second score.
Yeah, lovely finish from Weir, but all of the work was done before that, wasn't it? Perfectly executed. Ruthven, the way he's freed the arm. It's tough for Kelso because it's difficult to know what to do. If you go high, then they'll step around you. If you go low, they will offload. And it's a real show of the full skill set for Melrose early on, and they've opened up this 26-point lead. I mean, they're making the conversions difficult for Hutchinson. He's been flawless so far. This is a tough one.
Yeah, he's a very good kicker, accurate with his right boot. But it's been a very impressive opening 7 minutes for the hosts. And you know, we've seen some of the local sides, some of the border sides and the Scottish sides, like Jed Forest, make their way into the next round. Obviously Melrose are a seeded team, but we have seen Heriots and whatnot go through.
Well, the players are going to take a breather, but I think Chris is down there making friends. Who have you got with you, Chris?
So I am inside here with Melrose Director of Rugby, Rob Moffat. Rob, you must be happy with that first half Melrose performance, 26-0 at the half.
Yeah, no, it's good. What a beautiful day as well. Couldn't be any better. Playing some good rugby. Melrose here. Kelso are not as strong. One of their guys is getting married today, so a few boys not playing. But it's a good game for Melrose.
What have you made of the rugby so far? There's been some sensational sevens on show, some great games. What have you made of it?
Yeah, no, I've enjoyed it. I'm trying to watch as much rugby as possible. I thought Jed Forrest looked strong. Quite a few of the top teams are not still to play, but no, there's no excuse as well. You know, weather like this, everybody loves to play. Skills, fantastic.
And it is straight knockout, pretty brutal format. It's always been that way. Is that what makes Melrose Sevens so unique?
Yeah, I think so. You know, some people say why bring teams from wherever to play 14 minutes, but that's just what it's about. I quite like that because I think we all know what it's like when you play pools and group stages. Some of these games become nothing games. Everything matters in these games. I think it'll be a cracking tournament. This, I've just got a feeling there's a good few sides that could win it.
And we're into the first round of fixtures now. How far do you think Melrose can go? Can they get that success that they last had in 2011?
I would like to think so. I think it'll be tough for them. I can see them, their next game's going to be tough, and if they get through that as well. So it's not going to be easy. The team that wins today is going to have to play really, really well. But listen, we'll always hope for a Melrose win.
Thanks, Rob. Back to you in commentary. Thank you very much.
Yeah, play back underway here, and Melrose retrieve the ball from the kickoff. And it's a change days that a wedding would take precedent over Melrose Sevens, but it's a sign of the times. But Kelso still making a good account of themselves in this tournament and doing their town proud as they kick downfield. And that attacking opportunity passes them by.
Yeah, they're not having a lot of luck, are they? And often you find that. They know that their chances are going to be limited, and they want to go out there and they want to give it the best possible go that they can against the host, trailing 26-0. But when that ball breaks loose, just dream of putting a right boot through it and it's sitting up and you cruising in for a try that you'll remember for a long time. But instead it goes out on the full, and it gives Melrose the opportunity to get straight back on the front foot in the second half.
And just showing their squad depth as well. But Donald Crawford again, just retreating back, sizing, and then getting the cogs turning and scampering towards that try line. And it's another great exhibit of the pace that he's got, the awareness. Almost the slight running as well. He just spots that gap, and as soon as he's got a sniff, he's off.
Lethal finisher, and he goes on that little arc, doesn't he? And you're never sure whether he's going to step inside. If you're that defender, is he going to step inside and do you, or is he going to try and burn you on the outside? And he plants that little seed of doubt, and twice we've seen him burn around the outside. They're going to. Again, talking about that knockout format, I was about to say they're gonna use him sparingly today, but you can't afford to do that, can you? You need to manage your squad so well, because you might think, oh, do you know what? He scored a couple of tries, we'll bring him off and make sure he's fit for the quarterfinals, or make sure he's got gas in the tank for the semi-finals. But then something happens, you lose the game, and he's back at home with plenty of gas left in the tank. This is a real challenge for these players today.
Yeah, it's a difficult thing to balance your squad, but Melrose certainly got a lot of depth, and you can see using players like Luke Townsend, who's now on. They've got personnel like Rolly Brett and Matthew Klein, so they'll certainly empty the bench and look to get a bit of rugby in these guys. And Bruce Colvin, who's had enough of the dancing about on as Kelso look to launch an attack, just bursts out of the defensive line and puts in the first challenge, then gets the second one. Good attack and play from Kelso this time. Aaron Lunn was the player going forward. Aaron Lunn now back on ball. Melrose getting in a great position on the floor, and the referee signalling that it was more than legal. And now Bruce Colvin, he just feeds the ball to Archie Pilcher, and he's got one of the most casual run-ins that he's going to have hit the green yards in his rugby career, and it puts a little bit of daylight well and truly between these two teams, and it's going to take it to 38 points to 0 in Melrose favour.
The turnover was absolutely impeccable. It's all well and good getting over the ball and maybe forcing that penalty where your opponent's holding on, but once you get over, once you get the lift, if you can get that ball away, as they did then, Melrose, then immediately you're in behind, a couple of passes, and 60 metres equals 5 points, converted for 7. Melrose up to 40, and it is a tough beat for Kelso. They're making a couple of changes, making sure everybody gets a run out here on this brilliant pitch.
Yeah, it's time for Melrose to really utilise their squad. Struan Hutchison going to get play back underway. 40 points to 0. Still less than what we got beat by. But Kelso looking to try and do something. But Luke Townsend was just loitering in a dark alley as Kelso looked to stretch the play. And he was crouched ready just to clatter any player in black and white who were going to receive that ball. Now Harry Cooper, and then an arc and run, and it's really demoralising for players when you're trying your utmost to break the defensive line, but you're not able to, and you can see the energy that Melrose get from this crowd. Kelso inside their own 22 yet again. Looking for the offload, not coming this time. They'll go back to the breakdown and look to go again, but Melrose almost marking man-man, but they've only got 6 players up because they've got Struan Hutchison loitering just in behind.
And any time they've
got the opportunity to as well. They're looking to get under that ball and keep that man on his feet as well.
Yeah, they're really looking to suffocate the ball carrier.
Yeah, worst case scenario, you slow the man down. Best case scenario, you win the turnover and the put-in at the scrum.
Kelso through Aaron Lunn, he found a little gap on the outside, just not enough to squeeze through for him, and the relentless defensive pressure is still coming for Melrose, and they get the penalty.
Just constricting and restricting and making life very difficult here for Kelso.
Oh, and Rolly Brett was screaming for that ball, but Struan Hutchison thought the dummy was on, and Rolly Brett is going to have to try and do it the hard way. He'd be a lot closer to the post if it wasn't for Struan Hutchison's greed, but Rolly Brett, a little point of the finger as well, in jest, I believe. But a great try.
Well, it's Hutchinson who's made life hard for himself, isn't it? Because he's gonna have to take the kick from out there on the touchline. It's not going to affect the scoreboard at all. 45-0. This has been some early statement from Melrose.
Yeah, Struan Hutchison with a challenging conversion attempt. And just a little reminder that Jed Forest, Watsonians, Hearts and Balls, Stirling County, Heriots, GHA and Mar have made it through the prelim rounds. And now is when we see all the guest sides making an appearance as that ball just slides in front of the posts, and it is full time, and it's Melrose who are going to progress. They're going to be the first team noted down in their quarter-finals, and it's Melrose 45, Kelso 0. And certainly the next tie is going to be an interesting one. Jed Forest showed up really well in the opening round against Edinburgh Accies, another formidable Sevens outfit, but I would imagine Speranza 22, the first one of our guest sides, is going to be a completely different challenge.
Oh, they've got some serious players, have Speranza 22. Great to have them here, but great that Jed Forest are going to come into this game thinking, right, we're getting into the quarterfinals here. They played beautifully against Edinburgh Accies. That was a second game of the day, 38-12. They've had a little bit of time to recover. Just over 2 hours since that game kicked off. And the winner will play Melrose in the quarterfinals. That's due to kick off a shade before 10-4. The challenges will get bigger for Melrose, and huge congratulations to Kelso, of course, for getting to the first round outright. They'll be disappointed, but that is a nice introduction to the tournament for the hosts, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's the guest teams, once they're obviously get through to the first round, but you start to see there will be some heavy score lines in this first round. There will be some tight games, but you'll see the margin of victory just decrease and decrease as they go through the rounds. But I do have a sneaky feeling that this is going to be a really interesting game between these two sides. Jed Forest obviously had a favourable performance in the opening round against a team in similar colours.
Yes.
So they'll be hoping lightning can strike twice.
So they will be kicking the game off.
Yeah. Gary Monroe with a high kick, being gathered by Speranza.
Well, that's the first lift from the restart that we've seen, isn't it? Little infringement spotted by the referee. But I think as we go on in the competition, we're going to see more of that, more of those pods looking to secure that ball, and a little bit of safety in that as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of people of maybe a story. A young player who dreamed of being a pilot. He would have probably dreamed of playing at Melrose Sevens as well, but all his teammates and the legacy that lives on, and they will almost benefit from the bounce of the ball there. Sean McCartney went for a little chip downfield, but Jed Forest just want to get game back underway, so they take the quick line out. It's now Young. He's linking up with his brother there, Lewis Young, coming off his wing. Getting caught up a little bit in the centre field as Walker finds Finn Scott. Finn Scott's got Gregor Young on the far side. He's been clattered in midfield as Gary Monroe gets to the breakdown, but the penalty's going to come Jed Forest's way. And it's going to be an interesting decision here as to what they do, and I did have a sneaky feeling they try and kick downfield. Not seen a lot of that.
No, I like this tempo from Jed Forest. Winning the penalty inside, the line out inside their own 22, but then going quickly, keeping it moving, asking questions of Speranza 22 in the midfield, and then winning the penalty and using it as an opportunity to get some territory. Gary Monroe now, ball in hand with a massive opportunity to pick out Gregor Young, and away we go.
Yeah, he finds his target at the line out. Finn Scott is just digging about in the ruck trying to get the ball back. Monroe finds Walker, it's Lewis Walker. He just skips back in field. He's got the sweep at a beat, and he does just that. Wrong foot, some big fend. That's a huge fend from Lewis Walker. and he swaggers in for a score. That's a brilliant score. Just wrong footing 2 players. He had to then go again as the desperate defence from Speranza got back, but that's as big a fend as you're going to see.
I'm not sure if that's an easy try that he's made look hard or a hard try that he's made look really easy. I mean, when he's got the ball there, it looked like Speranza's defence was all over the place, but the step inside, the step outside, that fend, that piston-like fend, there is no way you're getting around that. He's got long, strong arms. And that is some score from Jed Forrest. Here we are, successful conversion as well, 7-0. And that's a great start to the game. They're in a really good spot here, Jed Forrest.
Yeah, strong arm there, right in the chin as well. Speranza look to try and cover. They'll be looking for, I think they'll be looking for the police, maybe get them for assault, but it was all legal. And great play from Lewis Walker. Now Gary Monroe kicks it back in.
Oh,
and that
here we
was,
go.
yeah, that was borderline dangerous. That's the brother. That's James Walker, a recent addition to Jed Forrest. He's certainly hungry for a bit of contact. Bit more legal that time. He gets round the ankles and Speranza look to try and keep the ball alive. Into the hands of Ben McGee, the captain. He finds a little space and now it's his opportunity to try and get the wheels turning. He's got some support outside, but it looks like he might not need it. But both young twins are back desperately trying to defend. And Gregor managed just to get hooked onto the shoulders. And Lewis Young was there as well. But Speranza now find themselves inside of the Jed Forrest 22. It's a 3-on-2. Now it's a 2-on-1. And can they use this opportunity? They manage to get the ball wide into Nico Costa. And the referee is perhaps going to go to his pocket and give Finn Scott a yellow card.
Yeah, I don't think there can be any disputing the yellow card. Well, interestingly, the referee was a lot closer than us, but that attempted clear up before looked physical. But that's a big part of Jed Forrest's game, and it's done them well so far. They squeezed Edinburgh Accies, and they were just much stronger. What I will say, though, is Nico Costa looked as though he wasn't going to ground that ball in an attempt to maybe get the penalty try, but the referee was there, awarded the try, gave the yellow card. Conversions missed, but they just need to be aware of that, Jed Forrest. These Speranza boys, they're very good players. I mean, that break from Ben McGee there, he was just gliding, wasn't he? One of those players who doesn't look like he's moving particularly quickly, but I'm sure the Jed Forrest defenders would disagree.
I'll certainly disagree. I don't think I could have caught him in my car, but it was a good break from Speranza. And how important is that yellow card going to be for both of these sides? Well, Jed Forrest now having to defend with 6 men, and Speranza break through. The supporting players are just filtering. There was plenty of options, but now they've managed to manipulate the overlap. A little cut back inside, but they're going to go it alone. And it's Arthur Lennon who's thought he'd had an opportunity. Jed Forrest are going to have to defend narrow and defend quick, but Speranza getting through the hands, and now they've spotted the gap in defence. Young manages just to dip in. The ball's been knocked on in the defensive effort, and Speranza doing well to just hold the field. Gregor Young again getting himself into a great position and fighting for the ball, but I think it's going to come back defensively. Jed working hard, but the likes of Cam Roberts there holding his width well, and also Joe Lucas Smith hugging the touchline. Yeah, good opportunity here for Speranza. When you're down to 6, you're Jed Forrest, you want to be on the ball ideally, you don't want to be defending. So off that restart, the fact that Speranza 22 were able to get their hands on that ball and give themselves an opportunity, big moments for them. And now they should have space. There is an overlap somewhere, it's just whether or not they can exploit it. Scrum clashes together. It's come out cleanly there as Speranza in the hands of Ben McGee. He's wrong-footed Walker, he puts the fend in, but the momentum might carry him over the line, and Mason Cullen is not able to do a Hail Mary defensively this time because he's rolled over, the ball's dotted down, and it's a try for Ben McGee, and Speranza take the lead for the first time in this game. 10 points to 7, they lead Jed. I thought he might have been held up there. We've had a couple of great ones already, haven't we, in the tournament, but Mason Cullen was the one that done the first one. Unlucky that time, and unlucky with the kick right on half-time. But Speranza coming back. Jed Forrest very much in this game, but I think they just need to find a balance between that physicality and maybe that bubbling over a little bit, because they've maybe let the emotion of the occasion get the better of them, and it have been those
physical mistakes that have meant they've slipped behind on the scoreboard. But this is a proper knockout clash, isn't it, in round one?
Yeah, it's a great game of rugby, and you just wonder how important that try that Speranza scored just before half-time is going to be. A couple of big talking points in that. The second of our first round ties. A couple of big talking points. A yellow card for Finn Scott, and then the try just at the end there, just before half-time. That's a crucial time to score for any team in sevens, especially if it's just going to nudge you in front.
Real clash of styles this as well, isn't it? Jed Forrest, big physical players. When I say big physical players, that makes it sound like they're not skillful and they're not quick. They certainly are. But Speranza, a more evasive team, and Jed Forrest looking to exploit that physical dominance at the contact zone as well. Possession of the ball is going to be absolutely massive in this second half, and Speranza have been really good at retrieving their own restart. So even these first few seconds of this second half could have a massive, massive impact on who gets the win.
Jed Forrest are a team that pride themselves on possession, now up to a full complement of 7 players as Finn Scott has returned to the pitch. It's been a big 2 minutes for Jed Forrest, but it's a little boo-boo from the restart there. It's just coughed up cheap possession, and we just spoke about how important possession is. Jed Forrest love to starve teams the ball.
Well, this is ideal for them. They couldn't have asked for much more from the restart, Jed Forrest.
Now Gary Munro takes the tap, looks left then right, and finds Walker. Lewis Walker, the try scorer for Jed Forrest in this tie. Now James Walker, his brother, on the far side. He's going to be the battering ram for Jed Forrest. Gregor Young getting ragdolled, but does well to fight and get the ball back, and now Lewis Walker finds Gary Munro. Munro's got Gregor Young, Lewis Young, sorry, in support. He is going to eat up the space back in field. He loves his arc and looping runs. He's fighting hard to stay on his feet. He's done well to get through the challenge as well. Gary Munro's done excellent to get there in space. Now Mason Cullen wants to use his footwork. Lewis Walker is sniffing an opportunity, but the playmaker will try and bring his teammates back into the game. Finlay Scott. Now James Walker. Again, just battering it forward. Gregor Young coming off of his wing and twisting out.
It's one and lock here. You said it at the very beginning of this game. 7 specialists, you know, boys who go around the country, around the world, and play this great game. And you're going to come under scrutiny inside your own 22, and if you survive it, you can win games. And it's looking all the more like Speranza 22 are going to do that in this first round.
Again, a couple of Speranza players getting over the ball. Lewis Young remonstrating with the referee. The march back 10 metres, and a dejected looking Lewis Young is still sat down on the ground now, clutching his head as the medical personnel come on just to attend to him. He's still lying prone on the ground. He has been moving. The medical staff quick to get there just to make sure that one of the most important players for Jed Forrest as well looked after. I think he was perhaps arguing with the referee that there was a blow to the head, a high challenge, and he feels that Jed Forrest could have won the penalty, but there's certainly a lot of sprinkling of Doddy tartan here at the Green Yards here this afternoon, as you can see. A lot of spectators basking in the sunshine.
Is it? Yeah, it's sun cream weather, isn't it?
For some. It's always sun cream weather in the Scottish Borders. We're not used to this, but Melrose have done well to order the sunshine. But I think the referee is going to bring the game to a halt on a bit of a damp squib in terms of what the action we witnessed throughout. But it is Speranza who go through 17 points to 7. So Speranza 22 march on to the quarter-finals, and they're going to be playing Melrose, the hosts, and that is another clash which looks mouth-watering.
And next, London Scottish Lions, winners back in 2019 against Watsonians, who qualified after beating Gala in the opener. That'll have been a big win for them as well, won't it, Watsonians? Obviously a rivalry that's gone back over the years between those two teams.
Yeah, it's one of those games that when you looked at it on paper, Watsonians hadn't had a really great time in the league this season so far. Gala having a better one than Watsonians in the same division in Nat 1. But the Sevens is a great equaliser for teams. It's one of those environments that it certainly levels and shows the skill set. So Watsonians put in a great performance in the first round, as you say, 28-12 victors over Gallop. But this will be a completely different kettle of fish. Players for London Scottish Lions like Noah Ferdinand, Dan Nutton, and also Murray Redpath, who played a bit of time here with the Southern Knights.
And a lot of these players who play in the English Championship as well, semi-pro, second tier, big link with Harlequins, London Scottish, and they've not had the most favourable of seasons, so they'd love to come up here and really put a dent in this championship as well. So Watsonians in the hoops, getting underway to London Scottish in the navy and white. It'll be Scottish with the first possession, already putting some width on it as well. Nutton out there. Oh, excellent pace and a cover tackle. Is there a foot in touch there? No, says the referee. And as a result, it is going to be London Scottish carrying it up just inside the 10, looking like they're dominant in these collisions. And this a real show of intent as well. They've had a nice little breather this morning, able to take in the atmosphere, and that little 2-on-1 on the inside. They can't capitalise, but it looks like just a matter of time until they do. First attack, first try. London Scottish Lions with a 5-pointer. Getting booed there by the crowd for some reason. Obviously not a popular journey north.
No, I think there's a sizable Watsonians contingent just below us here in the stands, so I don't think that's a commonplace here at the Green Yards, but certainly a great start there from London Scottish Lions.
And that one drifts across the face. So it is London Scottish Lions 5, Watsonians 0. And I'm sure their popularity will grow as the day continues, provided, of course, they get through this opening challenge against Watsonians. Just a reminder, if you are joining us, you lose and you are done here at the Melrose Sevens. We're counting down, well, until there will be one team who will win the championship this year. London Scottish Lions, winners pre-COVID. British Army, the defending champions. They've got their opening game at 12 minutes past 3. That's against GHA, who beat Selkirk in the prelim. This a bit better, though, from Watsonians. First real touch of the ball, first chance to get some width on it. Lovely little check inside, calling the Lions into defensive duty. But we crane our necks right as Watsonians look to launch an attack on the London Scottish Lions line. Here we go, high tackle, penalty taken quickly. Oh, lovely little shimmy, the show and go. And the offload as well. Best chance of the game so far for Watsonians. 3-on-2 on the outside. Pass needs to be good. The seed is beautiful. And Watsonians over in the corner. Oh, what a try and what a response from Watsonians to level the game.
Yeah, it's amazing what the crowd can do just to give you that little bit of lift, because there is an obvious difference in class between these two teams, but I've said before, Sevens is a great equaliser, and if you can get the crowd on your side as well, it gives you that little bit more confidence just to throw that pass in. And you see the step, the footwork there, the offload off the ground, and the vision as well, just to pop that ball along the line, and eventually that long floaty loopy pass just gives the winger the chance to dot it down in the corner. And great work off the ball from all the players there from Watsonians, just to get in that supporting position, working hard off the ball to make themselves available. And it's a nudge.
Oh, that conversion's good. It's off the post and in. Watsonians lead London Scottish Lions by 7 points to 5. Now, we've talked about this, particularly in these first round games where you've got a qualifier against one of the invitational teams. You need to make good decisions and you need to be perfect, and that was perfect from Watsonians. They're back on the ball here. They have won the ball back, and it's a loose pass, but it's a great ball in a great field position, and they're hot stepping through again. A little forward pass though, it's a tiny bit loose from Watsonians, and this time the Lions survive.
Yeah, quite a few names on this London Scottish Lions team sheet who've been playing in the Championship this year. Dan Nutton been the regular scrum half. Austin Wallace, he's made the transition from back row to hooker in the 15s game. Former Loughborough University man. Oh, that is very, very good indeed. Oh, very, very good indeed. Luke Mason gets rid of the one with power, the second with fast feet, and he's conceded the penalty. Fraser Lyle now. There is Austin Wallace. Cover tackles a good one, and Cam Anderson gets brought down, but then Austin Wallace charging up the channel. There are hands on the ball from Watsonians, but it's still with the Lions. Fraser Lyle, Dan Nutton, off the left hand he goes. And then Murray Redpath. Oh, steps and goes and strolls over in the end, but it was a wonderful score from Redpath.
Yeah, he's not even got the ball down yet. He's just loitering behind the post, and eventually he dots it down. But you can look at the build-up play in this and talk about the different intricacies, how London Scottish Lions are quick there at the breakdown to try and clear out. But it's the little bit, you just miss it on the replay there, but the little bit of magic that Redpath shown with the ball in hand, being able just to throw one player one way, throw another the other, and then the gap opens up and he's got the footwork and the awareness just to go through the hole.
Conversion good. Lions 12, Watsonian 7. Another cracking game. Murray Redpath gets us back underway. What have Watsonians got in store for us here? Aaron Tate. He has looked very useful indeed. The man wearing number 10. He's got the footwork that can really unlock a defence even when it looks congested. So here's great work that led to that opening Watsonian score.
Watsonians are good at throwing the pill about. That's the great thing for a team that have shown absolutely no fear and they're not intimidated by London Scottish so far. And it's great to see them play with a lot of adventure, which it takes us to half time, and this is a lot tighter than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, the whistle goes, and this is very much a contest. London Scottish Lions took the lead with their first phase of attacking play, really. That conversion was missed, then Watsonians came back with a fabulous try. I'm sure when they put in the end of day highlights together, then that pass to assist it will certainly make it. That made it 7-5, but then London Scottish Lions just up the tempo a little bit, and it was Redpath who went in under the sticks. The arguably more famous Redpath in the middle there.
Yeah, it's great to see. Obviously, Brian Redpath had a lot of success here at Melrose Sevens, and his son Murray has been playing really well. Was playing really well. Sorry, for the Southern Knights before he went off to pastures new. And certainly part of the successful Southern Knights side who were competing in the Super Rugby and semi-professional level in Scotland, and it's great to see that the Redpath still given their experience in there and certainly their class as well, because that score earlier on from Murray Redpath, it was just great awareness and great play, and he's obviously maybe got a little bit more pace than his dad did, but he's certainly still got the same rugby brain.
Well, that was one of those tries where 1 minute he was there, the next minute he was gone.
Yeah.
Like trying to catch smoke. And it will be Redpath Junior who gets us underway in the second half.
Yeah, and I know about the officiating so far has been really good. Graham Ormiston, the man in the middle for this game, they've let the games play. There's been no content. We've not really argued about the yellow cards that have been on display. So, a quick mention for the officials, because they've been brilliant thus far. I hope I've not cursed them, but they have been brilliant thus far.
Yeah, we've got some international officials as well, haven't we? We've got a Dutch exchange programme where they've come over.
Yeah, 2 Dutch referees over in an exchange. Had likes of Ian Herd, who was over in the Netherlands, lending their experience.
As here come Watsonians. Oh, the tackle's been missed, and away they go. Stanley. Oh, Stanley backs himself all the way, beats one round the outside, beats the second, and that is a popular score.
That's certainly not going to be the last Stanley you'll see cut through something, but I've not seen it cut through a defensive line, and that was a great bit of play there. Great work from Stanley. A little thumb up to the side as well to the large Watsonians contingent, and great score. And it's the footwork as well. It's when he angles that little run back in and then knows that he's going to back himself on the outside. Perfect work there from Watsonians, and who would have thought? 12-all, kick to come.
14-12, Watsonians lead. The lead changes hands for the 4th time in this first round fixture. And boy, oh boy, if we got a contest on our hands. What I like about that as well is very often that the player out there on the edge, because they never want to put a foot in touch, they don't back themselves. They think, do you know what, I'll check inside, next phase. Ross Stanley, none of it. He is a fast winger, and he wants to show you exactly how fast he is. One of the tries of the day so far, and that's one of the takes of the day as well. Noah Ferdinand going up, and he's straight on the march. Oh, can't quite free the hands. He's got himself in a bit of a pickle. Austin Wallace having to work hard. And then it's Fraser Lyle who takes it away. Redpath in midfield, and Callum Anderson. Oh, lovely work from Cameron Anderson into the 22, and London Scottish Lions are going to strike straight back. This is a highlights reel of a game. Cameron Anderson matching Ross Stanley for brilliant individual tries.
Yeah, and it was great to see as well. Fraser Lyle, who was the player who just missed the tackle in front of us in the earlier phase of play, makes amends with a great pass. You know, a player that helped lift the trophy here a few years ago for London Scottish Lions. But you just see there, you see how seriously now London Scottish Lions are taking this, just sauntering into the corner, and you can just see them dotted down, a little nudge as well into the barrier at the side of the pitch. But you know, this is a contest. This is a sevens game.
Just trying to take him one step closer to that VIP tent over there, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, get the water ordered in the VIP area, I'm sure, just to refresh.
Got to hydrate on a day like today. That conversion has hit the post and gone wide. We've had one hit the post and go in. That hit the post and went wide, and it's London Scottish Lions 17, Watsonians 14.
For the rugby neutral, that's a great scoreline going into the final stages of this game.
Oh, I should say. Restart by Redpath straight down the middle. Watsonians will be full of belief that they can get a try, and I tell you what, if they win this game, they will send this place into raptures. London Scottish Lions with some defending to do. Fraser Lyle making a big tackle. Oh, this feels huge. This feels absolutely huge, and it's getting physical out there as well. Bit narrow from London Scottish Lions, but there's still space for Watsonians to break the line. The offload's good. Redpath misses the tackle, and Watsonians will take the lead again. What is happening at Melrose?
That's probably the worst time to pan to the camera, Brian Redpath on the sidelines, but it was great play, and you've got to go all the way back. I've just spotted it's Aaron Tate, ex-Ayrshire Bulls winger, a try scorer for fun, who was fighting hard in contact with 3 players, and you wonder why there's space on a rugby field if there's 3 London Scottish Lions players congested around that contact zone. And slipping that tackle is absolutely criminal in sevens, and that is when you're exposed at sevens rugby, because when that sort of things happens and they add the extras, additional 2 points, and now Watsonians hold a 4-point lead. London Scottish 17, Watsonians 21.
5th time the lead has changed hands in this game. Oh my goodness me. Watsonians 21, London Scottish Lions, the champions 2 tournaments ago, 17, and on the brink of being eliminated at the first time of asking. Noah Ferdinand on the march again. Big athletic forward, gets the ball away and finds Dan Nutton, the scrum half. Oh, London Scottish Lions looking dangerous already. Anderson gets his 2nd try. Is it defence optional or attack irresistible? I'll let you decide, but London Scottish Lions snatch the lead back 22-21. And this game is a gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah, it was a brilliant play. You could just see the intent, but that's 2 occasions that Noah Ferdinand has plucked the ball from the stand, for the sky, sorry, and then he's just set up that platform. He does exactly what Aaron Tate just done a few moments ago. He congests all the defensive players in the one area that allows that space out wide, and there is players like Nutton who can just throw that nice flat pass with a lot of pace and a lot of energy, spreads the field and allows those players to attack the gaps and attack the spaces.
Successful conversion, 24-21, but most importantly, still time on the clock.
Yeah, still a lot of time to play here. This kickoff is going to be crucial.
Well, he's put it touchwards. It's taken a bounce. It's gone out. Is that full time?
No, I think Graham Ormiston is saying that there's still a little bit of time to play in this game, which is great.
Well, I don't think there's any question that this has been the game of the day so far.
Yeah, it's been so entertaining. You know, nice to see an underdog certainly fight and punch above their weight. But there's still time. There's still time for the upset to be put into fruition.
Oh, you bet there is, and they're going to back themselves on this left-hand side again. Outside, inside, and this time Stanley doesn't decide to take on the touchline, but he does get away from the defenders. Oh, Ross Stanley causing chaos for London Scottish Lions again. Watsonians running out of time, but they've got possession. And while there's possession, there is hope, and there is hope in this Watsonians team. Oh, you better believe it. But in snatch, the London Scottish Lions, Dan Nutton is going to relieve the pressure. He's going to break Watsonians' hearts. And an incredible contest in this incredible tournament is going to come to an end with a Dan Nutton try, and London Scottish Lions are going to book their place in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, they are going to go through the quarterfinals, but you know what? They'll be very grateful of that contest because it was physical, it was really fast-paced, and that's going to put them in a really good stead as they progress through this tournament. They'll obviously want to really make a good account of themselves, get into the latter rounds, but they might look back on this game and think that could be the foundation that set them up for what could be a successful afternoon for London Scottish Lions.
Well, they're going to have to play better, but they've shown incredible spirit to come from behind, not once but twice. London Scottish Lions end Watsonians' Melrose adventure. Oh, but they gave it a good go, the Watsonians. Full time, 29-21, brutal on Watsonians, but London Scottish Lions march on. Nighty, where are you? What are you doing? What are you up to?
Here with Scottish head coach Brian Redpath. Right, what an exhilarating game. What do you make of that performance?
Yeah, I mean, I think the first time's always the toughest, obviously. It's only to get one against Gala in the first round. So for us and the guys are playing sevens is a massive difference. But looking at the way they stuck in and finished off and got that win.
And how proud did you see your boy out there playing as well?
Yeah, I know he was here with Southern Knights last year for a few games, so it's great for him to come back to a place where I grew up and stuff. So, you know, it's great to see as many people. The weather's kind, and you know, let's just get really stuck in now. And we've had our first blowout and our first run out, so look forward to the next round.
How much should you give to be back out there on that field?
Oh no, I'm too old now. The memories are good. That's what I'll keep. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Good luck for the rest of the tournament. Cheers, Brian. Thank you. Back to you, Dave, in commentary.
Cheers, Chris, and great to hear from Brian, and great to hear him mention the memories as well. That's what we're making here today. As we march on to the Monaco Impies against the Hearts and Balls. Monaco Impies appearing for the first time today. Hearts and Balls. It was a great comeback. They were 10-0 down against Stunts and won that 19-10. Well, the Impies have got a documentary being made about them for Monaco TV. And I know that because they stood right next to me here in the commentary position. It's great to have their company and great to have yours as well, particularly if you're tuning in from Monaco. You're joining us on the borders in a beautiful part of the world. The conditions are perfect. The tournament is taking shape. And it almost feels as though we were having a great day, but London Scottish Lions against Watsonians, it feels like the games come alive, the tournaments come alive.
Yeah, the years that I've been here, it always, you know, the prelims are some big scores, and it starts to really open up as you get into the latter rounds. You can see here the class is starting to come through, and what a Quimby's in for their first score.
Brandon Holder off the Augustine Slovic assist, the 2-on-1 on the inside, and the Impies are up and running.
Yeah, great play. You can see, there's so many different styles of sevens rugby on display this afternoon, but you can see how direct and accurate they are. They're running really, really straight. You can see there they're trying to hold the defender, draw him in. They get that pass into the guy on the edge, and then, because they've got that momentum and they're going in behind, it's just a little offload back inside, and they're already scampering down the field, so it's nice and easy to keep that momentum going. And it's been a great start for the Impies.
Tell you what, Monaco wouldn't be a bad place to base your rugby, would it?
Oh, no.
But neither would Melrose, as Impies are going to regather their own kickoff. Hearts and Balls have come from behind once already against a very useful looking stunts team, but this looking like an even bigger hill to climb. Augustin Slovic, 1 try, 1 assist, 1 incredible mullet, and that is 12-0 to the Impies.
Yeah, I was going to say, after Jed had exited in obviously the first round, it's great to see the mullet live on at the Melrose Sevens.
I mean, what would you even ask for if you went to the barber? But the dye job, it is really something, isn't it?
Yeah, it's an interesting look. It's certainly something that I couldn't pull off myself. So, not with the receding hairline and the bald spot at the top, but it's certainly something that's great to see in full flight. And Slovic, again, just rubbing a little bit of salt into the Hearts and Balls wounds, and it's been a lightning start from the Impies.
Oh, it certainly has. And there they are making the tackles already, Impies, but Hearts and Balls winning the penalty, getting that ball back, and well, they were 10-0 down before, they're 14-0 down here. But Monaco Impies showing some very exciting signs about what they're up to. An extra roll there taken by Hearts and Balls, trying to illegally steal a metre or so, and it's cost them possession. Jan Talasono, number 6, getting us back underway. Oh, they are carving Hearts and Balls inside out here. Lucas Soudard, strong enough to get over. 2 defenders left on the artificial turf, and it is a 3rd try for Monaco Impies.
Yeah, it's almost too easy. Hearts and Balls, they had to work hard in their opening round against the stunt. Eventually it looked like a reasonably comfortable margin, but 19 points to 10 they won against the stunts. But as you progress through the rounds here, and I'm saying it from experience, you sometimes you can play a team that's a bit of a leveler, you get the rub of the green. As you go through the rounds and you meet teams in the first round, the guest teams, it is such a different step up in class, and I think that's probably what Hearts and Balls are finding, because there's some really good personnel in that Hearts and Balls team, but just not able to live with the Impies.
Well, barring a miracle, it will be Monaco Impies in the quarter-finals, and London Scottish Lions will face them at 6 minutes past 4. And I'd imagine they will be casting their eye on the pitch here and thinking, oh, we are going to be in for some challenge in the quarters. So we already know the side of the draw, so it'll be Melrose versus Speranza in the 1 quarter-final. The winner of that will move through to the semis, where they will face the winner of London Scottish and the winner of this game. It's looking more and more like it's going to be the Monaco Impies. 3 tries for them. But Hearts and Balls looking to get something from this match, from this first half. That was Stuart Kirk brought down. A couple of penalties have been conceded at breakdown time, though, by the Impies. That'll be something they'll have to keep an eye on as the competition progresses. As it tightens up in the quarters and the semis, no inch will be given. This time it's Hearts and Balls who concede the penalty, and Luke Carver finds that was Holder. But we'll have the line out. Over on the far side, Monaco Impies 19. Hearts and Balls 0. Hearts and Balls again deep inside their own 22. Those passes are going to have to be a little bit crisper. Oh, knock on, and Brandon Holder defending the edge there for Monaco.
You know, this is a good example though, because obviously Hearts and Balls are having to work hard from deep inside their own half, but you know, Sevens, everybody loves seeing, you know, players run down the field with the ball in hand and step people and side foot, but defensively it's so intriguing to watch MPs there, how they cover the field. They work probably a lot harder in defence than they do attack, and they manage just to block that space, which causes these errors for Hearts and Balls. But good pressure at the set piece there, and the Hearts and Balls get the rub of the green, get the advantage.
Yeah, creating an error of their own. Not been able to get any field position so far though in this first half. And these reset scrums, they'll certainly suit Monaco Impies, because the game's won and they'll want to keep as much in the tank. So once you're into the first round, you've got to win 5 games to become champion. Oh, peeling up the blind side, Oliver Melville. First touch for him at scrum half. Nobody guarding the short side. And Melville gets the 4th meat pie of the half for Monaco Impies. And they look a very, very tidy outfit indeed.
Yeah, I find it always intriguing at Melrose Sevens, because a lot of teams come in and you don't know what they're going to be like, but you can see how easy that is just to go in on that narrow side. But you know, it's great to see these teams start coming to life and showing their quality, and the names that start ringing in your head as you go through the tournament. It was similar to last year when you were watching the British Army, and all the teams, all the names like Selan Buka and Rokoduguni that was playing, they stay in your head because they were playing that well. And I think Monaco Impies at the moment have got the same type of quality.
Well, that takes us to half-time then. Monaco Impies 24, Hearts and Balls 0. Hearts and Balls hardly had it, and when they did, it was inside their own 22, and they were struggling to find anything. Still loads and loads and loads of great rugby to come, actually, including the women's tournament later on, and that qualifier for next year as well. Durham University against Edinburgh for the chance to play in the tournament outright next year. But all our concentration at the moment is on the main championship, and it is moving along at quite a pace. You look at them, all the fixtures at the start of the day, and you think, oh, that's a lot of rugby, but it just flies by. It's a real pleasure to be here. We're into the first round stage. We've already lost 8 teams who in fact, we've actually lost 10 teams now, because we've had a few first round games. But Bermuir, Edinburgh Accies, Gala, Stunts, Peebles, Hoyk, Selkirk and Curry all fell at the first hurdle. And since then, Melrose have booked their place in the quarterfinals. 45-0 winners over Kelso. Speranza beating Jed Forest, and then London Scottish Lions coming from behind to beat Watsonians. Well, coming from behind a couple of times as well. They got a real scare. And here come Monaco Impies at the start of the second half. Lucas Oudard. Fast and strong. Oh, he's got rid of a good few defenders. However, the referee spotting an infringement, and it'll be a Hearts and Balls penalty.
Yeah, get physical running from the MPs, and especially from Oudard, who was trying really hard to find the gap, and when it wasn't there, he just thought, well, I'm just going to barge over anyway.
Yeah.
But Morgan Tate got in the road, the Hoyk winger, playing for Hearts and Balls, but eventually they concede the penalty. But 24 points to 0, you would say that a decent performance in the second half, and you know, getting a couple of scores on the board would be a good return for Hearts and Balls. But I think the MPs will have a lot to say about that.
Well, they've got the put in at the scrum here through Oliver Melville. He got a first half try. It was at the short side, and that's the way he's gone again. But they closed the door on him this time, Hearts and Balls. But the Impies just look like they want to scythe through with every carry. But no clear release, and Hearts and Balls conceding another penalty. And this is some serious tempo from the Impies. Brandon Holder there, the redhead, on the switch, tries to throw the dummy, but Oudard takes it on and just decides when and where to put the hammer down, and that is the result. First try of the second half, it goes Impies' way.
they extend the lead.
Yeah, it's interesting what you say there about putting the hammer down, because I was just watching the MPs there as they're going through, and they're getting really flat, but they all know what they're doing, and just in the blink of an eye, they just put the afterburners on, they hit that line, which then reactively fixes that defence. They're leaving it so late to make their move, but when they do make the move, it just asks so many questions of the Hearts and Balls defence. It's really interesting to watch, but you can see there how impressive they are with the ball in hand. Like some Melville pulling the strings, and as well Brandon Holder looks like a bit of a player too.
31-0, the conversion was successful, and that's taken a bounce, and it's gone out, so this will be Hearts and Balls possession over on the far side. No sign of this sunshine and blue sky going anywhere here at the Melrose Sevens. And that's going to drift out too. A little bit scrappy.
Yeah, the game's probably just settled into a little bit where one team has known that they can just bring players on and use the squad. The other team have perhaps known that they've not got a lot to play for in terms of the appetite for the game. The endeavour will still be there, but Morgan Tate is looking to take this quickly after getting clattered round the head, because it's going to be a yellow card. A little thumbs up as well from Tyler Bush. He certainly knew that was coming.
No sweeper in, so Hearts and Balls put it on the toe. They're going to win the foot race as well. They need a bit of luck from here, and when it's not going your way, it's not going your way, and Luke Carver puts that one touchwood.
Yeah, I've not seen many teams be restricted to 0. I've only seen Selkirk and Kelso in both rounds, being able to not score, and it'll be some feat if Hearts and Balls are kept to bagel in this game, because I think it does show the impressive nature of the Monaco Impies.
Well, here come the Impies again, looking to attack from everywhere, and Melville beats the first defenders. And now they're going to try and kick it in behind. No sweeper there for Hearts and Balls, but they are going to win the foot race back, and they've got back in good numbers, the men in pink. Well, it's a loose offload, and they're inviting some pressure, and it will be Impies who can come away with it. The footballing skills are good, the grounding is good. Florian Rodrigo keeps the scoreboard ticking over, and a lot of work to do there did Florian Rodrigo, the buy-on man. That's another meet by 36-0.
Yeah, we do say the quality starts coming through, and the scoreline's getting more narrow as we progress. But even the defensive relentlessness from the Impies is still impressive at this stage, because they're putting pressure on Hearts and Balls. They're chasing from their own goal line, getting all the way up the park, and still putting that pressure on the Hearts and Balls team, who are finding it really difficult to live with.
Certainly are. 38-0, and all that effort to track back in defence. There was support there, but Impies just putting the squeeze on and then taking their chances when they get them. Kabiok gets us back underway. Hearts and Balls still trying to play.
I thought the ball was there to play as well, but I think Impies just perhaps not want to strain themselves too much.
It's nice stuff though, good offload, good footwork. And they're up to halfway in front of the stand. There's certainly enough people here to fill that stand a number of times over, but most people choosing to bask in the sunshine on this glorious afternoon. And you can't blame them for it either, can you?
Definitely not, but that's the final whistle blown in that game. 38 points to 0. The Monaco Impies are going to casually roll into the quarter-finals, and it's interesting when you start seeing the makeup of the draw. That's the top half of the draw now done. We know our quarter-finals are going to be Melrose and against Speranza. London Scottish Lions are going to take on Monaco Impies, and now we progress into the bottom half of the draw, which is welcoming last year's defeated finalists Samurai, and they're going to play Stirling County, who got through to this stage after beating Peebles 35 points to 19 in the preliminary rounds. Stirling County were there somewhere in front of me, just they managed to find them eventually, and Well, this is the first opportunity that we're really going to get to see Samurai playing in their lime green and black tops, and you know they're sevens experts, Chris, aren't they? They're ones that are certainly here to do the business.
Yeah, probably one of the most successful touring seven sides on the circuit. Runners up last year, they'll want to go one better, and they just got back from Hong Kong where they finished runners up in the famous Hong Kong 10. So they've got something to prove here, and they'll want to come out with a bang.
Harvey Barr gets play underway for Stirling County, but Samurai just straight out of the trap, showing their pace and power. They get play over the 10-metre line, slowly trying to set up, and the ball through the hands as they dance back in field. There's some opportunities on that far side for some players to try and stretch their legs, but Keir Singleton is there. I think it's a good challenge for Stirling County. Samurai looking to chuck the ball about and size up their options, but Stirling County's defensive resolve is eventually broken, and it's going to be an opening try pretty early on in the game for Samurai.
Yeah, they're flexing the muscles early on. Stirling County with their 7-up like they played in the opening round against Peebles, but not quite the same calibre of opponent, and they're picked apart quite easily there. That'll be disappointing for them, but a great start for Samurai.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant start, just receiving the ball from the kickoff and maintaining it throughout. So certainly the opening that Samurai would have wanted and asked for early on. Samurai get played back underway. And it's a high challenge up the top, and now they enjoy time with their hands on the ball again. And Andrew Nurse manages to just unpick the gap there, using some good footwork and just slaloming in between the Stirling County players who are playing in Southern Knights colours, but it's another brilliant score there for Samurai.
Yeah, great left foot step from Andrew Nurse. Now Samurai, they tend to have different teams in different tournaments, but he's been a sort of a key feature over the last couple of years for Samurai. I saw him last year on the circuit. Terrific player, and he's one to watch. The heartbeat of this Samurai side, and he's a proper ball player with great footwork.
Certainly showed the class that he's got at sevens, and been able to unpick the defence there. It's on the money as well from the restart, and Samurai, they're in absolutely no fettle to cough up this ball easily. Fergus Grury goes forward. Slow from the breakdown, Samurai, which allows the players in both sides to get into position, and I think Samurai perhaps in confident nature that they can get the upper hand of Stirling County. A little break in defence, and again they scamper through. Big challenge from Stirling County, are having to commit a lot of energy and bodies to this, and it's opened up yet again, and it looks like Max Pepper is going to go in for a try. Yeah. Underneath the sticks as well.
Yeah, another great team try for Samurai. They're keeping the ball really, really well, and what's crucial is their ruck speed is so quick. It's not giving Stirling County, the defence, time to get back and get set, and they're moving the ball left to right, keeping the width, and it was quite easy for Max Pepper there just to glide on the outside, but that only come because the outside player was keeping his width and keeping that defence honest.
Again, Samurai showing that they're here to make amends of last year's defeat against the British Army in the final. It was a brilliant final as well. 26 points to 14 they were defeated in what you may have classed as an upset. Certainly came down with a lot of hope and ambition to win the tournament, and they'll be looking to go one better, and they've started off on a great foot here. 21 points to 0 they currently lead Stirling County.
Yeah, they got some big names in the Samurai squad. Looking down at Will Glover, England Sevens international, Callum Carson, Wales Sevens international, Tom Brown also played for Wales in the World Sevens series, so they're full of experience. and Sterling probably would have hoped they could catch him unaware, but so far it's not been a great start. That's Max Pepper again, gliding around the outside for his second.
Yeah, that was a great show of balanced running and pace, and just being able to arc and angle, and especially when there's a set piece on either side, you know, if they've got a line out or a scrum, being able to just man on man and just stand up your opposite man and go on the outside. It's great to watch in sevens, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a skill set in itself, that gliding, arcing run that we just see Max Pepper do, and it's all about putting the pass in front of him on the outside and letting him run onto it. But again, terrific bit of attack for Samurai, and you know they've come out here and they mean business.
I do see a replacement on for Samurai. Cody McGovern has entered onto the pitch. Player for Curry, who's an impressive try-scoring form all season. In Samurai colours, his usual club team have already exited the competition after getting beaten by Mar, 21 points to 17. Wonder whether he felt he had more of a chance with the Samurai, maybe headhunted after his try-scoring exploits this season. 17 tries in the whole season, which was far exceeding the next person. Keir Singleton gets the ball through the hands to David Smith. He's been held up just on the outside of the 22. They get the penalty as well, and Stirling County enjoying the first real chance with the ball in hand here. Samurai not committing many to the breakdown either, a little infringement, but it's very comfortable for Samurai so far as we go into half time. Both teams will get a minute's breather, but certainly it's been a good opening 7 minutes for Samurai in this competition.
Yeah, it's the start they would have wanted. One-way traffic. Sterling maybe would have hoped. They'd been a bit rusty first game. They would have already had a game under their belt, but it looks like they come out, they mean business, and like we know in this tournament, you can't make any mistakes. It's so far so good for Samurai. They're looking lethal in attack. They've not really been tested though in defence, so we can't comment too much on that, but it has been one-way traffic so far this half.
A lot of regional representation in the Samurai ranks. Like say Fraser Harkness, the ex-Scotland Sevens player in Selkirk, as well as Neil Hinnigan from the Kelso Rugby, the current Kelso Rugby director of the rugby at Poinder Park.
Yeah, Samurai tend to have an influx of players from wherever they tour, so you know they're a global team. They go all over the world. They've done so much for the game of sevens, not only developing players, but the list of coaches they brought through. You know, there's a lot of current World Series coaches, the likes of Mike Friday, who have been through the ranks here at Samurai, and you know Terry Sands himself, the director of rugby at Samurai, was England manager at one point himself, and he recently, well, he was on Thursday inducted into the Hall of Fame here at Melrose. Unfortunately couldn't make it, but yeah, he's done so much for the game of sevens, and Samurai continue to develop players and push the boundaries here in the sevens game, and it's great to see.
Yeah, a lot of influence in the Samurai ranks from near and far, which is great to see. We were speaking before about the influence that you know the invitational teams have had on sevens in the world now. Not too commonplace in Melrose until recent years, but it's great to see the quality of player out there is unbelievable.
Yeah, it is. You know, a lot of ex-internationals that still wouldn't look out of place on the series. The nature of the game, especially the nature of the sevens game in the UK with GB forming, a lot of players perhaps not making the cut, and this gives them an opportunity to play some top quality sevens at the highest level.
Ball is given back, and it's a little bit of pirouetting and stuff you would probably see on Strictly Come Dancing, but it's worked for the Samurai and they managed to get through, and it is Fergus Grury into the hands of Nurse. Now Cody McGovern to show his footwork. An angled run across the field, but again he's been well shackled by the Stirling County defenders, and that's a great offload out the back door, and Samurai are going to go in for yet another try, but that was all in the build-up play and the continuity of play, and a bit of innovation as well in there to get the ball loose and get that free arm.
Yeah, definitely. They're not playing a set structure, they're moving it left to right, they're keeping this defence guessing, and the ability to keep the ball alive and keep the defence constantly scrambling is what is making this Samurai attack so successful. But a great team try there.
Yeah, you can see it back on the replay, just being able to build up and offload it. You'll see it coming here, just getting caught up and offloading out the back, and then after that, you know, it's just a matter of picking off and showing a bit of strength.
Yeah, that's a great bit of footwork to finish off there. The in and out with a little bit of a fend, terrific score, but they're working those blind sides and around the breakdown really, really well.
33 points to 0. Samurai currently lead. Has bounced 10 eventually. The free kick is going to go the way of Stirling County. Ross Maben, the match official, just signalling that Stirling County are going to benefit from this free kick. Again, Stirling County just enjoying a little bit of time with the ball in hand, but Samurai filling the field well, communicating, making sure that the gaps in defence are plugged. Keir Singleton distributes the ball, and it's his teammate Andy Buddle, and it's opened up now for Stirling County. Almost looking to try and get the offload in there, but not able to. Buddle recycles himself well there, manages to get to Crozier.
Patient build-up from Stirling here.
A little bit better, but a chance on the far side now, and it's been plucked from the sky, and it's good work off the ball from Adam Elder. And Stirling benefiting from the penalty as well, going quickly, trying to get off this nil, which is lingering on the scoreboard at the roadside end here at the Greenyards. They've got a chance here because they've got numbers up. The big dummy comes in there for Tom Bradley, and that was the move, not the player. It's been presented well back, and it's on the 5 metre line, and Stirling County haven't been as close to scoring in this tie as they have been now, but they almost break over, and they do just that. A little swan dive, a punch in the air as well, because Adam Elder has got his try at Melrose Sevens. They made it look really, really difficult, but they got there in the end. But Stirling County probably deserve that in the balance of play for the last couple of minutes.
Yes, they do, and the crowd absolutely loved it. You know, it's been one-sided so far. They've managed to keep the ball for several periods of play, and some great footwork for Tom Bradley. I think he beat 3 or 4 players with several steps, and yeah, great team trying, and just deserved for all the hard work they put in.
Yeah, you would think now that perhaps Samurai will take the pace down slightly, go a little bit lighter, and certainly look to rotate their squad. It's going to be Stirling County, get play back underway, kicks it downfield towards the 22. It's been watched well by Cody McGovern, and he's going to then stretch his legs, and he certainly likes his way at the try line, and you can see why. It looks so easy for him. There's a little kick of the heels and goes through the gap, and he's going to go through pretty much uncontested. He's got a little bit of company, slows down, spots him, dots it down, and he's a try scoring machine in 15s rugby, and showing that he can do it in 7s as well.
Yeah, it looked effortless. He's got such a low centre of gravity, the way he can accelerate off a sixpence, change direction without losing any speed, and it was in a blink of an eye he was round the defence and he was away, and there was no catching him there. Terrific solo score.
Yeah, it was a great try. I thought they were going to perhaps slow play down, but they're pretty quick to get back to the halfway line.
Yeah, you mentioned giving squad rotation, they're able to bring boys on, and even though it is knockout rugby, Sevens tournaments are a full squad effort. You need all 12 to contribute. You can't be relying on a first 7, because when you get deep into the semis and the finals, that's when boys need to step up from the bench.
Cal McPherson tapped that back brilliantly there. It was a great restart from Gabe Jones from the Samurai, but eventually it's turned over and it's gone straight into the clutches of Samurai again. And it's Tom Brown. He's shown his pace and power coming onto the pitch, and Ross Maben's had enough of it, and I'm sure Stirling County have too, because it's the final score and Samurai book their place into the next round. And it is Tom Brown who's got the final say in this. 45 points to 5, they beat Stirling County, and Samurai certainly looking impressive.
Yeah, they are. Tom Brown there, Welsh international, he's been on the circuit for Wales Sevens, all that experience, holding that width, and a big powerful fend to get him over in that right hand corner. But yeah, ominous signs, Samurai looking very good, but I'm sure they'll face sterner tests as the draw goes on. One thing you could say is perhaps Stirling might not provide enough of a test. They could be caught out in the next round, but Stirling County, they were terrific in their first match, but a little bit of a step too far for them.
So Samurai are the first team in the bottom half of the draw. The next guest team up is going to be Lions Sevens Rugby. They're taking on Heriots. Heriots have got to this point after they beat Hoyk 22 points to 7. It was a great performance from them in the opening exchanges. So Lions Rugby we're just awaiting the teams to come from inside the tunnel. Just getting the last bits of conversation before they take the field. Not any of the guest teams have failed to progress from the first rounds yet. There is certainly still time. But it's certainly Lions 7's first time here at the home of Sevens Rugby, invented in 1883 by Ned Haig in late April. And it's been a brilliant social event in the calendar here in the south of Scotland. You can see the stand, the famous press box above the green yards in the iconic black and yellow.
The ground's just steeped in history, and you just have to walk around the stand. I've been here a couple of days now, and just all the memorabilia and the history on the wall, it's iconic. And having been up in that press box, it's just got that old feel about it. It's you've been up there yourselves. It's hard to describe, but it's the essence of this tournament, really, isn't it?
Yeah, you can see the amount of spectators in the stand. It's probably tenfold on the other side of the pitch here.
Yeah, it's getting busier and busier, and they've turned it into more of a festival feel. We spoke about this earlier with the food trucks and the bars, and yeah, it's great to see. Great family weekend out here at Easter, and it'll only grow as the tournament goes on, and the evening gets on as well. I'm sure the crowd will get more rowdy as well.
Yes, definitely. I'm sure with a few more refreshments, the noise will start to erupt from the crowd here in the shadows of the Eildon Hills, and you know, it'd be difficult to find a more iconic place to play your rugby. It's picturesque here in Melrose.
It's absolutely stunning. You know, not only have you got the history and everything that comes with it, but the backdrop is absolutely spectacular.
Yeah, you can see everybody's certainly having a good time. Couple of waves at the camera, and it's packed out in the fan zone. A lot of people enjoying more of the social event, and certainly the people who are filtered around side us in the commentary position are enjoying what has been some great rugby so far. So, you know, into the quarterfinals we've got Melrose and Speranza, London Scottish Lions and Monaco Impes. Samurai have just booked their place, but you know, we've still got Lions Rugby Sevens to come, British Army, and then the Wild Dogs play in Mar. You know, and that's no mean feat either, because Mar looked pretty good in the opening rounds.
They did, yeah. It was a great game against Curry, 21-17. They came out victors, but yeah, we didn't get to see an upset so far, but that's not to say that one won't be on the way. But some sensational sevens so far, and it's great. It's great to see.
So Lions Rugby get onto the pitch in their striking aqua blue tops with the white shorts. A team that was founded in 2018 by Alan Watkins, and it was on the back of trying to encourage talented young players to develop and display skills on the rugby pitch, and it's certainly a mantra they'll be looking to uphold here this afternoon. Heriots in their traditional white hoops with the navy hoops, nicknamed the Nails.
The Nails. And one player that started for them in the first round was Noah Henry. I can't see him in this starting lineup. Perhaps an impact player off the bench, but he's one to look out for if he does come on. He was supersonic in that preliminary round fixture.
Yeah, I'm trying to look and see if I can spot him on the sidelines there, but it doesn't look like he's loitering with any sort of intent on the bench. To say that Noah Henry has been withdrawn from the squad, actually, just hearing that and just now that he has been withdrawn, and Sean McMiken is his replacement in the squad.
That's a big shame. He was electric in that first game, and he was their point of difference and the player that can add some sparkle, so he'll be sorely missed.
But it is Lions Rugby who are going to start this game with the ball in hand. A couple of little show and goes, and look to get the ball into the hands of Galthain. A little hop step and a jump over the halfway line. Big fend coming on as well from Kit Keith, and with the striking orange boots he's going to pop in for a try, and it's certainly a great opening exchange there.
Yeah, terrific solo effort there. Big fend coming in, the bus was full, and he streaks under the post for his first try.
Yeah, a great opening try there for Lions Rugby. The conversion is successful as well. So it's been a good start for the next guest side up here at the Melrose Sevens. Play gets back underway, and it's been flat back, but it's been flapped into a very precarious position. But Heriots get back well to cover that. Morgan Bruce was there. The big challenges coming up in midfield as well. The try scorer there, just putting the shoulder in. Ali Johnson breaks free from the shackles of his own 22. And now Heriots look to try and manipulate that overlap on the far side. Chris Yule does really well to release a teammate and back inside.
Bit of jouet there.
To John Ray. A bit of jouet, yes, and pretty slick there from Heriots, and it just goes to show when you've even got that tight space between that 5 metre line, if you can draw the man and get the pass accurate, you can certainly turn teams round.
Yeah, there's opportunities around those blind sides, around the rucks, where perhaps the defenders switch off, and if you can get a slight yard on him, and you can get away. So definitely opportunities there, and it's great to see Heriots exploiting that.
Lions Rugby now on their 22, just trying to drift across, and there's a great little show and go there, and then scampering away over the 22 now. He definitely won't be caught. Gets over the 5, has a little crane over his shoulder to see if he's got any nails for company. He eventually gets one, so dots it down, and Lions Rugby extend their lead.
Yeah, another great score. Wait for the replay here, but he gets on the outside, and a little bit too easy there.
Yeah, a little bit too easy there for Lions Rugby, but again shown from deep that, you know, Herrick's defending pretty well, defending flat and trying to close the gap, but you can see Christie just can't get across quick enough, and then the wheels are certainly turning.
Yeah, he gets on the outside of the centre. The winger, unfortunately, he's slightly too far ahead, so he can't step in. So once he's round that centre, it's game on and it's try time for him. But great solo score.
Restart now. And it's a high towering kick there from Tom Derrick, and it's been well gathered by Heriots. It's going to be a penalty for sealing off at the breakdown. So Heriots, although that they have the chance there to launch some sort of counter-attack from the kick-off, they're not able to. Infringement at the breakdown.
Yeah, it's a great kick-off again, which is giving them the opportunity to get that infringement at the breakdown.
And they get a reply straight away because they're fighting hard on the floor. A little roly-poly on the ground, and Heriots get the ball back in their possession, but they're going to have to go quite a distance. Lions Rugby are defending very, very flat. 7 up as well, which is something which we never used to do when I was playing sevens. But it's something that the confidence that exudes these quick players and these skillful players nowadays.
Terrific interception there. We saw they just about broke through the line, but last gasp tap tackle, and it's going to be another score here. Kit Keith is going to run away and get his first. Terrific young player, Kit Keith.
Kit Keith getting the score. He was, you would think it's his double, but the numbers are perhaps not matching the players who are wearing them on the park. But that is Kit Keith, a player you know very well.
Yeah, I coached him as he came through as a youngster. He was part of the US Sevens Academy. Very skillful little halfback. He's put on a bit of size since I've seen him, but yeah, he's got it all. He can run, he can kick. You know, great skill set on him. It's great to see him out here on one of the grandest stages of all, performing well.
Yeah, a couple of my ex-coaches said I would put on a bit of size, but I don't think it's in the complimentary way that you mean it about your mucker, Kit Keith.
If it helps in a scrum, then it could be good size.
Yeah.
You never know.
My number started getting smaller at 15, so I thought I better retire.
I discussed this with Collins. He said as you get older and you get slower, you slowly work your way back in.
Yeah, definitely.
From the wing on the inside.
Heriot still making a good account of themselves here. They get the free kick from a scruffy restart from Lions Rugby. Playing some decent sevens as well, try to use the width, and they spot a little gap, and can John Ray get free? He can't, but it's a great offload and it's been well gathered and back inside. Heriots are linking up pretty well, and they've made a good flurry into the Lions Rugby 22, staying tall in the tackle as well to keep the ball alive. In the hands of Chris Yule, they've got some space here, and that's a huge Hail Mary pass. And Christie has got some work to do, bounces back in field, goes again. He's got some supporting players, and that is an excellent work try. He's still got some work to do, and can he stretch over a little commando rollover? And Trent Storen, eventually, he'll be dizzy, but he's eventually got over the try line.
Yeah, terrific team try there from Heriots. Had a little bit of everything, didn't they? They kept the ball really well. That initial break, the continuity to keep the ball alive and not let the ball hit the deck. And by not creating a ruck, the defence is constantly backtracking, constantly scrambling, and they managed to get over just about 3 or 4 rolls. But yeah, terrific team try there for Heriots, and just deserved.
Yeah, Christie just sclaffs the effort to the left-hand side of the post, but it was a great try. Big Trent Storen has been an impressive figure. You can see there he's quite a rangy character as well. A couple of little slaps of the hand. Certainly 7 minutes worth of good work there from Heriots, but they've still got a lot of work to do in the second half. Lions Rugby currently leading 21 points to 5, but they have been impressive throughout.
Yeah, they have. Lions have looked really, really good. Nothing too flash, but they've done the basics really, really well. And in fairness, Heriots haven't really fired a shot until the final moments of that first half where they managed to get over. So I'd like to see Heriots come at them a little bit more, maybe challenge those blind sides, work around the contact area a little bit more. But because the Lions are playing 7-up, space is at a premium, and it is very, very difficult. So a bit more depth, come on with a bit of a pace, change the angles up, and even exploit the blind side a little bit more. I think they can get a bit more success in those areas. But yeah, Lions Rugby being impressive considering it's their first match of the day.
And just a little reminder that from the first round so far, after the prelims, Melrose have defeated Kelso 45 points to 0. Speranza beat Jed Forest in what was a great encounter, 17 points to 7. London Scottish Lions made hard work at what's own ends, but got through 29 points to 21. And then the Monaco Impies won 38 points to 0. Samurai booked their place in the quarter-finals, 45 points to 5. And they're awaiting the winners of this tie between Lions Rugby and Heriots. And at the moment, it looks like all the guest sides are going to be having a little bit of a reunion when they get to the next round. Heriots get play back underway. It's a high, towering kick that's been well gathered on the far side. But it is going to be a penalty again, sealing off. And the referees have been pretty hot on the infringements at the breakdown area so far this afternoon.
Yeah, they have. They've been hot on it, and they haven't taken any back chat either. And it's good to see. It's been some great sevens on show so far, and the refereeing has been just as good.
John Ray just tries to lure all those 3 Lions Rugby players into the same pocket to then be rewarded by the space, but it's closed off again pretty quickly. But a big challenge and run from Keogh, and now the ball is out at the back. The referee is just signalling that yes, it is available to play, and Lions Rugby have then stolen it straight out of the cookie jar, and they're going to pop into the corner and extend their lead here, 26 points to 5. And again, some impressive running from Lions Rugby just to extend their lead. And you know, they'll be grateful of this sort of test as well, because it's physical. Heriots have got a bit of sevens about them as well, but they're getting an opportunity to get some rugby into the squad. Yeah,
sometimes you don't want to play those games where they're 45-0ers, because although you are getting a run out, you want to be physically tested. You want teams to come at you. You want to test your defence as well as your attack, and this has been very good for the Lions Sevens. I've been impressed. They stood up to everything that Heriots have thrown at them, and they come back and they look lethal in both attack and defence. Conversion there unsuccessful, so score has been extended to 26 points to 5.
going to be a restart here for Lions Rugby. And again, just getting caught up in the little whisper of wind which is here, and John Ray has just been asked to get running, and he puts the big fend in. It was a good initial attempt to break free from the challenges that Lions Rugby were just honing down on John Ray.
The numbers that Lions had around the Heriots player then is super impressive.
It was great intent from Lions to get back, and John Ray was trying with all his might to just barge them out the road, but they just clustered round John Ray as he looked like he was going to hot-foot it towards the try line and breathe a little bit of life back into this Heriots cause. Good work at the breakdown from Keogh.
Yeah, if they need to get back into this game, they've got to score, and they've got to score quickly.
You can see how much energy has been zapped out of Heriots. Maybe that initial tie, that earlier round against Hoyk, is maybe taking a bit out of them as well, but they're having to work really, really hard, trying to spread the field now.
Perhaps not too used to this Scottish sunshine that we got here in April.
Yeah, they're probably not used to the weather. They're not acclimatised to this lovely Scottish weather that we've got here in the south of Scotland. Heriots keeping the ball, patient, running in a little bit of traffic over the halfway line.
That's great work at the breakdown from Lions, dominating there. 2 men in to create the counter ruck and create the opportunity for a turnover.
Harry Stewart's got a little bit of company going back to the post, but I think he might just win that foot race. And a little swan dive, balls dotted down, and a dejected look from Malachi Keogh as he tried hard to get back, but Lions Rugby extend their lead.
Great try there. All come from the work at the breakdown. They saw he was isolated, the 9 was slow to get there. 2 players in, physically dominating him off the ball, and Harry Stewart just had to pluck it off the floor and glide on through. Watch it again here, yeah. Turnover ball, broken field, the deadliest type of ball in sevens. And he had a little bit of breathing room, but he made things interesting there. Great try.
Still a bit of time to play here in this tie. And Heriots are going to enjoy a little spell of possession as Christie's got the ball in hand. And Paul Christie was impressive in the opening round victory, and John Ray has been quite impressive with that left-hand fend. But he's found gaps and opportunities really hard to come by. Certainly been at a premium here for Heriots. The ball now trundling towards their goal line, and if he was going to bring that back, there's going to be a yellow card here.
Yeah, I think he knock on in the tackle seemed a little bit unfair to me, but I think they have a 0 tolerance with knock-ons in 7, so if you do slap it down and you don't catch it, then you are spending 2 minutes on the naughty step.
And now a bit of time to stretch the legs for Heriots. They've got a bit of company, have they got the pace to get into the corner? He's trying with all his might, and it's a great cover tackle there from Lions Rugby to stop Christie going in the corner, utilising that man advantage, finding the space, but just started running in treacle when he got into the 22. The try line was beckoning, but the pace from Lions Rugby was just far too much. Yeah,
he hit the travelator in the top left corner and he slowed right down. But you've got to say, that's great from the Lions, tracking back there, not giving up. This game pretty much is won, but that sort of fight is what's going to carry them through and really go a long way in this tournament.
You do wonder if Heriots will put a little bit of pressure on at this line out. They do not put pressure on, but the ball is falling straight into their hands, and they now squeeze over for a try. A little thumbs up as well to say that that definitely is a score. I think it looked like Ali Johnston from this position was the player that has been awarded with the try.
Watch the line out again, overthrown. Not what you want after all that hard work and tracking back, and yeah, I would say it's an easy try, but he's still got a bit of work to do. He rumbles his way over, good power there.
Give that a couple hours in the beer tent and that will be running from about 50 metres.
Yeah, great work from Ali Johnson there.
And that's the final act in the first round tie between Lions Rugby and Heriots, and it is Lions Rugby who win 33 points to 10. So a resounding victory for Lions Rugby, and they progress to the next round, and what an absolute humdinger between them and Samurai, who are still not done with the first round draw yet, because we've got 2 more ties coming up. Our last of the ties is going to be Wild Dogs versus Mar, but up next we've got British Army and they're going to be playing GHA.
The defending champions on the pitch for the first time this year at the Melrose Sevens. The familiar and formidable red jerseys and red shorts of the British Army against them. GHA, great victory for them against Selkirk, 29-0. Amina Thakusau, the Scotland under-20, was the standout star. Watch out for him in green and red, wearing number 14. But this a very, very different task for them here, Chris Knight.
Yeah, defending champions, the British Army, synonymous with rugby sevens. Here, one of the most iconic, well, the most iconic rugby sevens tournament in the world. Can they go back to back? That is the big question.
Big fan of this Army jersey, by the way. That is a nice one. But they get us underway. The penultimate first round fixture. It's scrappy ball. Oh, but it's with the British Army. So GHA with some defending to do straight away. Radianarova getting that moving, and then Selana Buka finds the edge. Is there space already? Oh, not quite. That's an excellent cover tackle, and it is that man Thakusau we talked about.
Yeah, terrific last-ditch tackle there. The crowd love that. They'll certainly be crowd favourites in this matchup, and then they're going to need all the help they can get from the crowd.
Well, they've already looked like they've come to play, haven't they, the British Army? Going to move this ball beautifully, literally and figuratively, like watching the red arrows at times. That's good line-out ball, though, taken off the top by McCutcheon. Want to work this short side. Good chop tackle and straight over the ball, but a good clear out there by GHA.
Yeah, keeping the ball well, keeping it tight.
Stacked up that short side, so that's the way they're going to take it. Oh, is that high? Referee happy enough to let play continue. Open exchanges here, still 0-0, but there looks to be a big physical disparity between these two teams, and that time the high tackle is called.
Yeah, you've got to say it's a composed start from GHA. You know, British Army got down in their 5 metre line, and they've got the ball. They're not panicked. They try to go through the phases, and they got a penalty, and there's a chance to release the pressure valve here.
Oh, that's not a great way of releasing it, though, because that's been kept in. Good bit of goalkeeping. Good chop tackle as well on Suluakalo. But now British Army going one way, then the other. That little bit of deception with the hands can really make a difference, as can a goose step like that. Oh, what an ankle tap, but the ball's still alive. Kafoa. It's knocked on, there's an advantage coming, but it's not going to matter. Selana Buka gets the opening try. It's been a good period of possession for GHA, but it felt as though they were merely building a dam that was eventually going to burst, and it does with 5 points for the British Army.
Yeah, it's hard to stop British Army. Strong Fijian contingent in this squad, and they're playing like the national team. Offloads everywhere. You know, even when they do get tackled, the ball is off the deck and the support run is coming through. At times, you can't stop it, but you know, terrific start from the British Army. But so far, I've been impressed with GHA. They fought well, but they're going to have to play a bit more sensible rugby if they want to stay in this match.
Well, they're not intimidated, are they, by the British Army? We talk about all the great stuff they do, though, you know, the goose steps and the great footwork, the offloads, but it's the little things as well. If you've got someone holding it like a loaf of bread and they dart it out there, all of a sudden your eye line's gone and they're away in the other direction.
Yeah, it's one of those where you kind of got to watch the player, but you got to also watch what he's doing the ball, and you got to kind of stop the support players. That's one way to try and beat this team, is not only tackle the player with the ball, but try and block off their support lines, which they're going to look to get offloads to every single time.
Bad news for the British Army. Suluakalo is limping off. That doesn't look particularly great for him. Talk about the Fijian contingent, and of course world famous for the way they play the game. Oh, has he just been tackled into touch there? I mean, there are two people in this commentary team who've never actually lost to Fiji. However, one of them has played them more times than the other. What's the secret?
I can't tell you. Two matches, 2 wins. One in the Gold Coast back in 2013, and then a year later in the World Cup at the Sevens. But yeah, that's a stat I'm proud of.
As you should be as well. Turned over, but illegally. Hands on that from Grant Mollison, but greeted with the referee's whistle. Still 7-0. The conversion and the Selanabuka try separating the teams. That was Radianirova. Can they just work the ball to that edge so easily?
It's a good fight from the GHA team, though. They're not giving up. They're not giving them easy opportunities. They're scragging them.
There's no easy place to defend, is there? As Jack Evans, steps inside. Great strength from Evans. Looked as though he was scragged, but gets the fend out, keeps the legs pumping, and gets the second try.
Yeah, big, powerful man, but he's got the footwork to go with it as well. One tackle slips off him, and off he goes. He slides through. There we go. He eludes one, and that's a great step from the big man. And there's no stopping him from there.
Doesn't seem fair to be 6'3", 100 and something kegs and still be able to step as well. Lovely conversion from Radianirova. 14-0.
Yeah, terrific start from the British Army. Just what they would have wanted, and it's been good from GHA. They're just going up against a formidable outfit which are packed with talent and skill.
First half continues. That one up the middle. A few speculative hands off it. I wonder whether or not that was a tackle off the ball there from Wacker. But the bar of soap eventually ends up in the hands of GHA, but after a knock-on's been spotted by the referee.
That's one thing the British Army will bring, is a lot of teams, they'll do stack kickoffs, so they'll put more players to one side of the kicker, and that's a pretty obvious sign they're going to kick one way. But if you watch the British Army, they have options all across the park where they can put one down the middle, put one to the left, put one to the right, and that's so difficult to defend. And like we talked about, that kickoffs are the third set piece, and they're a great way to retain the possession and keep momentum on your side.
Thakusau gets wrestled off it and knocks it on, and Radianirova can get the British Army going again. Footwork dancing up the middle. Suggestion of an interception, but instead that could open the door here for Wacker.
Yeah, off the feet there.
Off the feet, yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those referees that have been tight on it all weekend on the breakdown. You've got to support your body weight, and any sign that you're slightly off your feet or at a strange downward angle, then the referees will ping you.
Thakusau to get some of his footwork going, but there are three red bodies there preventing his progress. What it does mean is, though, there's some width for GHA to try and work with. Nice step inside Selanabuka, and first signs of life in attack here for GHA. Ball's there, so they've got to go. It's Fergus Johnson with 9 on his back, and the ball just goes forward, but they can't switch off here because the British Army will get going again. Radianirova tackled round the bootstraps, and Rocketaguni. Long presentation makes it so hard.
Yeah, it's great work. Long and strong, we call it.
There we go, good defensive pressure. But again, the ball's gone backwards. GHA just struggling to get any luck in these 50-50s at the moment as Jack Evans gallops forward again. He's turned the defender inside out. Jack Evans will reach, will offload, and it'll be picked off. It's great stuff. What a shot.
It's sensational, Evans. He's done the hard work, and he's taken a shot.
Selanabuka,
for all his hard work.
He's emptied George Beard there. And has that ball been grounded? No, says the referee. Sweet relief for GHA as a few phases of wacky races.
That was a breathless finish to that. I wasn't sure what was going on myself. I'm not sure the players knew what was going on, but the crowds were loving it. It's frantic. It's been a brilliant first half. The Army are looking formidable there.
Fergus Johnson, though, what a tackle from him. I feel as though Jack Evans could probably have reached out and scored there, but instead he went for the offload, and George Beard was there. And Maciej Selanabuka decided that he was livid they hadn't scored the try. So took it out on his shoulders.
Yeah, Jack Evans, with his go-go gadget arms, he could have easily got over there.
Yeah, speaking of long and strong, but there are the British Army. And they've not really busted a gut to get into that lead, have they? They've been composed, they've taken their opportunities, they've shown their class, and 14-0 probably about right.
Yeah, I think so. They've not been as formidable as they can be. They've not been as sort of lethal, but their signs are there. We can see the individual talent, we can see the skill set they've got amongst their ranks, but we haven't seen not quite a full cohesive team performance yet, and I think they'll be asking for more in that huddle. They'll want to be a bit more clinical in the second half, and they will really want to put this GHA outfit to the sword, who I've been very, very impressed with. You know, they're coming up against the reigning champions, no easy feat. They've already played a game, so they'll have a few tired legs, so I've been very impressed. How about you, Dave? What's your thoughts?
Absolutely, and you know it's going to be a big ask, don't you? But we've already seen some teams in this first round really run the seeded teams close. I mean, Watsonians against London Scottish Lions. They came back, they took the lead once, twice, could have won it right at the end, but it was an interception that made the scoreline look a little bit closer. We have had some one-sided first round games, which there's always going to be as the seeded teams come in, the invitational teams, the teams from around the world. I mean, we've got such talent here. Of course we have. It is, you know, the oldest and perhaps most prestigious tournament of all.
Yeah, one of these things you can't do is give them too much respect. Obviously, you've got to respect the British Army, but if you give them too much respect and almost play with a bit of fear, then you're going to be beat from the outset. So GHA have really got to take it to this British Army in the second half.
Brilliant take that by Jack Evans, and he's away again. 2-on-1 on the outside. Roccamoche inside. This sliding off tackles. The offload is glorious. And they are over for try number 3.
Yeah, there it is, scintillating sevens at its finest. How do you stop that?
Onisi Voroniga getting try number 3.
We're watching the power. He's going back inside that high leg drive. It's very hard to stop, and then the back door, easy as you like. It looks effortless, but it's an incredible skill.
I think that is the difference between the British Army and many other teams. You've been off on fancy dress watch all day today, and I think we've just seen a Princess Fiona that might be the queen of the fancy dress, but that is a sensational effort, isn't it?
Yeah, she's going to be regretting that in a couple of hours' time when the paint is sliding off her. But there's a great fancy dress around. There's what do you call a couple of crabs gathered together? Is there a name for a collection of crabs?
What is the collective noun for crabs?
Well, there's a large group of them here. There's a couple of Teletubbies around. It's great to see people get involved in the fancy dress.
Jack Evans is being a real nuisance here, and he gets the offload away to Kwalamaya Wasa, and then that sets the quick men on the go. Wara, dancing feet, try number 4, Apolisi Wara.
He's got some footwork on him, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's mesmerising the defence, turning them inside out. We're watching again. Big Jack Evans, he's carried hard all day. He's been terrific. He won't get the glory, this man will. He's turned 2 players inside out, and he's beaten a 3rd player. Dancing feet.
Undefendable, that. And a real joy to watch. British Army 26-0 to the good. They'll have a little breather after this one. Their quarter-final due to kick off at 16:42. That'll be against the winner of Wild Dogs versus Mar, which is what we've got coming up next. Oh, how has he gathered that? Oh, he's done it illegally, that's how. He's got a little slither on it. That's Kwalamaya Wasa. Packed down at scrum time. It's all about getting a bit of pride back into it now for GHA, isn't it?
Yeah.
Getting a try or two, putting in some good shots.
Yeah, they don't want to leave this game nil, so we want to get on the scoreboard. I'm sure the fans will love to see a try, but they got some work to do because British Army mean business.
Speaking of fans, this place is crawling now, and this is a real burst of pace, and all of a sudden the crowd come to life. Ross Nolan getting the chance to stretch his legs, and quick ball for GHA. If the passing's good, there could be space, but instead they look for that space up the middle. Attacking this ball at pace, Scott Derrick. But But he runs into 2, then 3, then 4 big British Army soldiers.
He's done well to keep the ball alive, though. Great play from GHA.
They've gone from one flank to the other. Oh, that is a bone-rattling collision in the middle of the pitch, but still GHA, they've now got an overlap, need to exploit it, need to score here. It's not a great pass though. So Scott Derrick still going though, bouncing around like a pinball. The offload's good, but the pass goes down. We're still playing on though, and it will be a try for GHA. In the corner goes Fergus Johnson, right in their luck, but playing with the handbrake off. You love to see it. And GHA get their first 5 points, some wet ink in the ledger.
And what a 5 points that is. Terrific team try. The way they kept the ball, the way the passes was fizzed out in front of them. Oh, it was terrific. Great to see. It had a little bit of everything. Great team try from GHA and just deserved for all the effort they put in this game.
It's a great offload off the floor. It looked like the chance had gone, but the referee, much closer to the action than us, he adjudged the ball to have gone backwards.
Hey, fans aren't complaining, I'm not complaining. It makes for a better spectacle.
Yeah.
And you've got to say, it's not going to affect the outcome of this match. So, yeah, great play.
There's a 9-foot pig that's just gone past us. Where would you even go about buying one of those?
There's some great fancy dress outfits there. But one thing I got to say is just the quality of skill on show from GHA there. The way they put the ball in front of the man, that everyone run onto it. You know, every pass was on the money, didn't check them one bit. And that's what helped create that sensational team try they just scored.
What a try it was. Can they get another one? Oh, the kick-off, one bounce and dead. It's gone over the head of Kalamia Wassa. Has he got the old school electrical tape keeping the boots on there, Kalamia Wassa? Gotta respect it.
There's not got some skill. They got some big lumps in this British Army side, and there's some really physical units.
Oh, and then GHA switch off at line-out time, and away goes Rockadaguni. Brought down by Fergus Johnson. The Army with open field to run into here, and it looks like an invitation they're going to take. Oh, until that pass is just in behind, and here we go. A foot race that GHA are favourites to win. Good touch required. Good touch delivered. Try scored. Nolan with one to remember here at Melrose.
An opportunist try. He jumps on that ball and great footwork and even better pace to streak away from the British Army defence, and he wins the foot race and he gets that try, and it's a terrific try at that.
Well, he stayed down for a little bit afterwards because he got walloped in the chase, but the second touch had to be bang on the money, otherwise that was going flying into the VIP tent. Lovely, delicate right boot. Couple of tries for GHA. Looking more and more like their tournament's going to be over. Still 3 scores behind, but a couple of excellent memories from playing against the defending champions.
Yeah, they'll take pride from the second half performance. They've really taken it to the British Army.
Rayavalu, the way they can goose step out of the contact zone is actually quite terrifying. Well, that's going to be a yellow card for Scott Derrick.
He knew he was getting it before the even ref blew the whistle. A little bit of laziness there.
And that takes us to full time. The British Army's title defence gets off to a winning start. They have cruised to a 26-10 victory over GHA, whose tournament ends after a great win against Selkirk and a good fight back and some excellent tries to celebrate against the British Army. Full-time score, 26-10.
Yeah, terrific start from the British Army. They'd be really, really happy with that. GHA really tested them. It wasn't an easy matchup, and they'll be better for that going into the quarter-final fixture against either the Wild Dogs or Mar, who we've got coming up now.
These Wild Dogs in the white facing Mar in the purple. Mar with one victory already. They overcame Curry in the preliminary round, 21-17. A great game. And Wild Dogs, one of the invitational teams. The winner of this will play the British Army in the quarterfinals just after 20-4. We've had some great guests already today, but I think this might top the lot. How many Grand Slam winners do you get to talk to every day? Sean, how are you?
I'm very good, thanks. Great weather, which is makes it a little bit more special, but it's actually been some really good rugby.
Yes.
I've been down to watch Harriets in my role as director of coaching there, and they put up a good fight in the first round and got through, but the team that they played in the second round were just a little bit too strong.
Yeah, Rugby Sevens.
Lions were good. Where are they from? Where are Lions from? Because they were good.
They're a South African invitational team.
Okay, yeah. They look South African. they look quite cocky.
Very high quality as well. As are Mar. We've talked about when these teams who've qualified come up against these invitational teams, everything has got to be bang on the money. So Mar are going to have to be spot on here, but they've got a little bit of good possession early on. Let's see if they can turn that into territory, then turn that into points as Turaga takes that into contact. It's a loose ball, it's been turned over, and this could be trouble. Wild Dogs attacking from deep. Kini Liao. And now some space on the outside, the foot race. The out the back door offload. It's a little bit chaotic, but the score remains 0-0.
When you look at the Mar team as well, you've got the Mar, they've got the Bickerstaff brothers, who are big time in the 15s game as well, and they're clever sevens players too, and I think Scott Bickerstaff was involved in the sevens, so they're quite clever. It's all about speed though, isn't it? Look at the games that I've watched, and speed in attack, but also speed in defence, being able to get back. Here we go.
Well, here is Jacobson inside.
Come on, son.
Oh,
he's there.
He's rolled over, he's scored. And Jacobson gets the opening try for Mar. They cut loose. And that is one against the early run of play. Wild Dogs have dominated territory, but that shows you need one chance, one opportunity. Jacobson gets his first try of the tournament, and it's a try to put Mar ahead.
Yeah, fantastic. Again, that's an 80-metre run. I mean, and again, his back was getting bendier and bendier as he made sure they couldn't tackle him. But again, just shows you how it can change on and 10 seconds. I mean, they were hot on attack, the Wild Dogs, and then turnover and away they went. So, and well deserved, Mar. I think Mar are looking the more composed at the moment.
Well, the conversion was unsuccessful, so a couple of minutes in, it's Mar 5, Wild Dogs 0. We are yet to have a team who got through the preliminary round book their place in the quarterfinal. Could Mar be that team? That's been knocked on by Turaga. So for you today, is it business or pleasure mainly?
I was speaking at the lunch over in the main marquee there, which is great fun. I love sevens.
Yeah.
Back in New Zealand, I used to play a lot of sevens, but not so much over here. I think it's a really important part of the calendar, the rugby calendar in Scotland, Melrose Sevens. And you look at the quality's good. I think a lot of young lads, a lot of invitational teams, but the crowd's out, so they're enjoying it. Lots of beer being flowing all over the place, and it just seems that there's some really good rugby, which I think is the most important thing. So to be able to say you've played at a Melrose Sevens, I think is really important.
It's a club and a tournament steeped in history. It's great to have you with us. It's great to have you with us wherever you're watching around the world as well. And what you're watching at the moment is Mar beating Wild Dogs by 5 points to 0. They've got another chance here as well. An inside ball could do it. Oh, this lovely stuff from Mar back into the 22. Oh, the tackles coming in though from Wild Dogs. They're not happy to be here, and they are driving the man back and winning the penalty.
Problem is, mate, no pace. They look absolutely knackered, Mar. And they kept the ball for like a 2-3 minute spell there, but now they're out on their feet, 2 or 3 of them. One of them's down. Great defensive work by Wild Dogs. But yeah, the sevens is all about pace, and then they didn't. It was a 2-on-1 that Mar should have scored there, but they were both absolutely knackered and said, you take it. No, you take it. So
please.
Yeah, please take it. And I think that was the lad that scored the try, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Jacobson, he was absolutely shot there. So it's a tough, the light's only 7 minutes each way. It's tough.
Josifo Turago, the man who was down, he's back up now. He's one to watch in this Mar team. Very comfortable on the ball, but he's already got a heavily strapped left knee, and I think he's going to be taking a little breather. But he is jogging off the pitch, though, so that's good news for the Mar supporters. The Wild Dogs are going to rebuild by kicking to touch. Oh, we might have this one in the commentary box. Here we go. Come on, up it comes. Oh, he's decided to take more of the touchline off. So much so that that's actually a great kick. 22, it's taken them all the way up to the 10. And already Ronnie Durant is waiting there.
That just shows you how tired they are. To take the kick, you usually take the tap and go. Why would you take it? Territory is important, but position's more important. And I think when you look at where they are now, Wild Dogs perhaps are cleverer players. Mara club team done really, really well. As I say that, the Wild Dogs nearly dropped. Is that Nico Matawalu? Is that Matawalu there?
It is Wild Dogs into the 22, though. And the offload's good. Looking for their first points of this first game in the competition for them. First chance to really stretch the legs and show what they can do. They've got a 3-on-2, but step back inside. That had to go. And then a little clever hand on that, but a little bit too clever. And the referee is going to bring him back for offside. Mar already in trouble, and that trouble is about to get a lot deeper. Wild Dogs over for the first time. Nico Matawalu.
I thought that was him. You can see it. I think he's lost a yard of pace. His hair's got longer, but still an incredibly clever player. And you can see they were just moving the ball around. They butchered a 3v2 there. Absolutely butchered it. So you know they've got classy players in that Wild Dogs team, but Mara sticking at it. I mean, they look a bit tired. They're looking pretty tired now, but it's still very, very close.
Bearing in mind they've got that game in the legs from earlier on. That one kicked off at 1:05. The local time now coming up to 25-4. 5-5. This is the conversion to take the lead, but it doesn't really bother the sticks. That
has to be the worst conversion I've ever seen. His foot hit the ground before he kicked it. It rolled along the ground and didn't even make the 5-meter line. As you say, most probably they're worried about scoring tries against Mar, but you know, as we've seen in previous games, kicks are important. The conversions are really important.
Well, it was conversion.
And that's another shocker from Matawalu. Didn't even go the 10 metres, so there's a free hit for Mar.
It was conversions that got Mar into this round, because both teams scored 3 tries. Mar converted all 3 of their tries, and Curry only converted 1. So we're out of the tournament. What do you make of this format then? You lose and you're done. None of this pool phase that we often see.
Love it. You know, people asked me earlier on, who are the favourites to win, and it's like, well, the second half of the draw, any team that's not near Melrose, because Melrose already obviously look at the draw and they're quite canny when it comes to the draw. So you look at British Army are strong, Wild Dogs are meant to be strong, but they're really having a tussle. Oh, that's a great...
it's a lovely pickup and the step. It's got to offload, does offload, and the try is over. Callum Inglis puts Mar back into the lead off some great stepping from Seruvatu. And Mar are giving Wild Dogs a serious fright here in round 1.
I'd love it if he kicks this conversion, because that would just concrete what we're saying, you know, just saying how important kicking these conversions are. And that they've obviously been doing a bit of sevens training, I would say. You can see that Mar have a good shape to the game.
It was a lovely pickup, wasn't it? And that bouncing ball almost bamboozled the Wild Dogs defence. Oh no.
Oh, that's a shocker as well. Commentator's curse.
They're trying to trump each other in the worst conversion you've ever seen competition.
That's a shocker.
But half-time, and Mar are 5 points to the good here. Tries from Jacobson and Inglis, and Matawalu's gone in for Wild Dogs, and this is a real contest for a place in the quarterfinals. The British Army await. We've already got 3 quarterfinals confirmed. Next up, it'll be Melrose versus Speranza 22. Then London Scottish Lions, who really had to work hard against Watsonians. They'll face the Monaco Impies, who look very strong indeed against Hearts and Balls. And then Samurai against Lion Rugby Sevens, who overcame Heriots earlier on 32-10. And then the British Army, who beat GHA, who themselves booked the right to be in the first round by beating Selkirk 29-0.
Yeah, Samurai are a good team, aren't they? Samurai, they play a lot of sevens around Europe, you know, and the quality that they bring in. The selection's always good. They have a wide net to cast, and you can see the quality of their players. But that's a good draw. That's a good quarterfinal draw coming up here. I think there's, you know, some real quality in the sevens, which I think the crowd do appreciate.
Oh, they certainly do. And as for the crowd, I mean, the numbers here, absolutely glorious. All of the banks are packed to the rafters. Got about 60% full in the stand, but that's because everyone wants to be out here in the sunshine. But everyone's got a great view of this one, and it is Mar 10, Wild Dogs 5 in the last first round game, and Mar have got themselves in such a good position here. But this is where the nerves can kick in, isn't it? You realise what a great opportunity you've got to do something special.
Yeah, they're always down. Yeah, the Mar, they really competed for that that kickoff, but easily won by Wild Dogs, who are spinning it wide here. You'd like to think quality would come through here.
Well, it looks like it's about to, because they're surging through, looking for the 2-on-1, but instead, Kini Kalanu goes himself, then finds the pass to Dylan Coetzee, and he levels the match. You've got to expect them to convert this one.
Well, you know what? This is a 50-50. It's Matawalu going for the... I don't know. This is going to be interesting. Right in front of the post. Come on, he's got to kick
has
this.
to, surely.
And again, yeah, well, straight through the middle. That's a lovely kick. And, well, you know, there's a lot of quality in that Wild Dogs team. Just shows you how important any set piece is. Although it's a ball-in-hand game, the set-piece side of it, scrums, line-outs, restarts, are absolutely crucial in getting that possession and being able to play.
Into the lead go the Wild Dogs for the first time, but Mar have shown that they're not scared of the challenge here. This international invitational team. Wild Dogs, finalists at the Dubai Elite Sevens competition in 2022. One in Bournemouth, one in Cape Town. They always do well on the circuit throughout the UK as well. See them at the likes of the Floodlit Sevens at Roslyn Park, putting a real dent in that tournament. We've got a delay here because he was...
He's up again, but now he's gone. I think they've got 7 on, so he'll be off. Yep. They told him to go off. I think he's a bit knackered anyway.
Yeah, Josifo Tarago. He was down in the first half. So some pods being set up here for Mar. Got a few lifters. Callum Inglis waiting to be lifted by Scott Bickerstaff on this near side.
That's a great kick. Oh, he's lost it. Oh, it's such a shame. What a perfect 10-meter kick.
Yeah, Jake Rigby, the captain, was underneath that. It was such a good kick. He was even able to turn his back on it.
He had time, didn't he? He had time to catch that. Now the scrum's really... I mean, scrums nowadays, even in the 15s game, you just put it under the hooker's feet. There's no way would you put it down the middle. It's just a restart. Certainly in sevens, the scrum is really just a restart. It's not really a competition. It's not really competitive at all. It shouldn't be.
Well, as you say that, the Wild Dogs really tried to turn the screw on that one, didn't they? Tried to almost drive Mar off the ball, but were unsuccessful in doing so. But Mar chasing the game. At the moment, it's conversions that are going to take them out of the competition, and it was conversions that got them into this first round outright. But here they come, cutting loose at the left-hand side. Jacobson scored a try in the first half, needs to be wary of that touchline. Oh, but that's nicely done through the legs, and the Wild Dogs can get going again. That's Coetzee, scored the try that eventually put them into the lead and sold the dummy then that called Andrew Ramage into defensive action. Oh, he's lost that forward.
They've got a chance. They have a scrum now just outside the 22 to Mar. There's an opportunity for them.
Into the quarterfinals we go next. Apologies, we've temporarily lost pictures. However, there's no rugby happening at the moment either. We're just waiting for the scrum to pack down. It'll be Mar put in right in front of the sticks, 30 metres from the try line, that if they manage to get over, they'll be back into the lead. Great news, pictures are back, and Wild Dogs causing chaos at scrum time.
Oh, he was offside. That's a poor scrum. That's Wild Dogs destroyed them there at the scrum time. And that's the turning point.
South Africans doing damage at scrum time. Who'd have thought?
That's a forward pass. That's a forward pass from Matualo after making a nice 10-metre break. So Ma get another chance, get a bit of respite there. So they need to get this, what we call it, Channel 1 ball. It's only got Channel 1 ball.
We're getting to the point now, though, where any score could be the difference maker.
You'd like Ma to go through. Come on, one local team to get through that. And do you know what? They deserve. They've played clever rugby, sevens rugby. They look a little bit knackered, though. Everyone's got their hands on the hips. They're a little bit tired. Wild Dogs look like they had a good night out last night as well. So, I mean, it is anyone's game. This is the last couple of minutes. So this scrum's going to... Oh, there's another one coming on. Another substitution for Ma.
Yeah, Andrew Ramage being replaced. First things first, they need to get the ball out of the scrum, and Wild Dogs,
oh, he's knocked it on.
They make it so difficult. They just apply that pressure. Anything you can do to disrupt the set piece, they're managing to do. And here is Matualu, and he finds the offload. Now some space out here. The offload is fabulous. And Wild Dogs will go in for the try that'll clinch this first round. Sean Cowdy.
How disappointing is that for Ma? That's 2 scrums on their ball that they've been shunted off. Just as I said before, just shows you how important any set pieces in the game. That's turned the game. Ma had 2 glorious chances, 2 points behind, to really have a crack at it, and they blew it.
Jake Rogers will put the left foot through this. If he converts it, surely it's game over. But he's missed it, so there's still the chance. 17-10. They need a try, it needs to be converted, but we will have time to restart the game. This is a decent contest, but one you feel that Ma have probably let slip from their grasp.
Yeah, it's such a shame, and the restart's going to be crucial now. They need to get this kick off and get the ball moving. In this situation, you don't want any scrums either. They need to keep the ball off the deck as well, because the Wild Dogs are quite good with the ball on the deck.
First things first, grab the ball, which they do. Oh, that one-man lift, it nearly ended up with Inglis needing a trip to the dentist. However, he did secure the ball. Someone's got to secure it for Ma. There's a loose pass to invite some trouble. Taraga's back on, wearing number 1. There's been a few times where he's looked absolutely knackered, but he's still going. Wild Dogs still defending.
Ma started off at a scrum on the 10-metre line. They're now 5 metres out from their own goal line. They just look very tired. I don't know what this guy's doing here. He's jogging. He's through, though.
Oh, is that a high tackle? Referee said no. Look, there could have been a swinging arm there from Melrose. Quick trip into the tumble dryer there for Ma, who are... Here we go. Up over the 22. He's not going to be able to go on his own. He needs some support there, because Wild Dogs can resource that breakdown. But that is scooped back and picked up, and could they do it, Ma? It is very static, it is very slow. Oh, they've been driven off it by Wild Dogs. The physicality. To be fair, both teams look out on their feet, really, don't they?
It's not a high quality in terms of the finish. Here's Coetzee, it's wide though. They've got a bit of pace, Wild Dogs, but yeah, Aries away.
Yeah, he's released the ball, he's picked it back up. Ma cannot resource the breakdown, and Wild Dogs, through Jake Rogers, are going to score the 4th try that books their place in the quarterfinals. A disappointing end for Ma, who for large periods looked as though they could cause an upset. However, Wild Dogs a little bit too strong, a little bit too fast, and they will have a quarterfinal against the British Army.
Yeah, ultimately I think fitness and the scrum. You know, Ma were right in there. They should be very proud of themselves there. They really got stuck in. It was a great contest, but I think the right team won in the end. They had a little bit more class, most probably, to take the... You know, there were a few chances and they took a few more than Ma did.
Full-time whistle goes, and the full-time score is Wild Dogs 22, Ma 10, and that is the quarter-final lineup complete. Next up, Melrose versus Speranza 22. Lionesses versus Durham University. Lionesses in the sky blue getting us underway. Durham Uni in the platinate. Very upset if you call it purple. They were Bucks Women's National League champions last year, Durham University. It's not gone as well this season. However, they've got an opportunity here in game one of the women's tournament. Next up, Hearts and Balls versus the Lionesses. 3 teams in total. Great to have them here, and Hearts and Balls with the first real attacking opportunity. Good solid scrum. And a chance to try and stretch the edge, which they do, getting away. Didn't look to be space around the outside, but a lovely change of pace and a fend off and an eventual finish. She made a meal of it, but taking it closer to the sticks.
Yeah, good build-up play as well. Patient from the Lionesses and able to eventually stretch the play a little bit wider and go in for an opening score. It was great work and great skill set from the women who get to grace the field for the first time.
A lovely conversion as well. Sneaks inside the far upright, and the Lionesses go 7-0 up here at Melrose. Dream start to the competition for them. And they will chase this restart as well. So Durham, whose men go a little bit later, they've got a game against Edinburgh University to qualify for next year's tournament outright. Just trying to steal couple of extra inches after that contact. Competitive at the breakdown. Lioness is offside, and therefore Durham Uni will have a penalty inside the half. Clock just ticked past 10-4 here. Still loads of great rugby to come. All the way to the end of this competition, and of course the men's as well. Nice offloading there from Durham. It's all very narrow though, and Lionesses over the ball and making a great turnover. Nicole Quee wearing number 4. She wants to get going. Referee just bringing her back, but so far so good for Lionesses. They lead 7-0. Lovely little goose step there as well to try and get him going forward. Leave Stallman. Holly McIntyre, then outside again to Susie Flowers, who's going to go in for her second try. She is a speed demon out there on that right wing. 2 tries for Flowers, 2 tries for Lionesses, and they lead Durham University by 12 points to 0.
Yeah, certainly likes that corner, and again You just see when Lionesses turn over the ball, they're able to be patient, build up, contain the possession, and then just pick off Durham University when they get the chance. And it's a decent attempt for the conversion as well, just not got the legs on it. But it's been a decent start for the Lionesses.
Yeah, Montana Heslop hit the post with that one after converting the first. Durham 0, Lionesses 12. And Lionesses have pinched this as well. Liv Stallman on the bouncing ball. Durham not able to get hands on the ball at all. Quee switch back inside to Heslop. And then a bit of strength from Lizzie Moussa. She's bundled towards the touchline, and then there's a gap up the short side. Oh, Lionesses, relentless. Montana Heslop gets her first try. The faintest little slither of space up the short side. And she does not need a second invitation. 17-0.
Yeah, it's just all the rugby's been played on the, the Eildon side of the pitch here, and the women there for the Lionesses are being able just to cram them and just force Durham University into mistakes. And just capitalising on that there.
Well, Heslop, tough conversion. Strikes a good ball, but it is a long way from the posts out there on the touchline. Lionesses 17, Durham 0. Still in the first half of this opening game of the women's tournament. A tournament that I've no doubt is going to continue to grow. Women's rugby, women's sevens in a great spot. Great Britain women picking up their first bronze medal on the World Tour. In terms of age group stuff, more women than ever playing at Rosslyn Park National School Sevens. This, of course, the oldest rugby sevens tournament on the planet. That is now the biggest. So to see the women's game continuing to grow, for the first time having an under-14s and under-16s and 2 under-18s tournament, shows that the game is in rude health, and the Lionesses playing some pretty good stuff at the forefront of rugby sevens at this level, but they've just knocked that ball forward. But they continue to lead Durham University by 17 points to 0.
Yeah, Durham not enjoyed a lot of spells in possession so far. You just do feel they've got players on the park there that if they do get the opportunity, they'll be able to test this Lionesses back division defensively, but at the moment they've just been completely starved of possession as there's a little break in play. But it is the first time that the women have played for the Mike Bleasdale Cup here at the Melrose Sevens. Again, it was a couple of trophies last night for the under-18s as well. The Campbell Cup, which was won by Peebles Colts, and the Jim Telfer Cup, which was a brilliant final, low scoring, but it was a great final as well. So it's great to see Melrose making a big festival weekend of this, and it's completely packed out here at the Greenyards as well.
I know we've talked about it a few times, but this is some venue, isn't it?
Yeah, you're coming from the borders as well, you feel kind of, it's just along the road from pretty much where I live. You just feel like everywhere else on the planet is like this, but you travel kind of far and wide when you play rugby, and you realise there's some places just not quite like Melrose Sevens.
Well, Flowers has got the ball out there on the edge again. Oh, the stop and go! And that is a first half hat-trick. I mean, sometimes when she gets over the line, she makes it look harder than getting to the line. It's not the most convincing of groundings, but it was very convincing the way she got there. The first, the second, and the third time for Susie Flowers. She's got 3, Lionesses have got 4, and it's 22-0.
Yeah, with the pace, she's not got much care for her hamstrings, but when she's going to ground, she's got a little bit more care for her overall well-being when she's going towards the turf. But, she's shown great signs of pace and power out wide. Got a bit of company as well. When she's having to tackle well.
Durham 0, Lionesses 22 at half-time. Very, very strong start indeed for the Lionesses. Well, in fact, let's hear from, I'd imagine, a very happy Lionesses coach right now, pitch side with Chris Knight. Well, we will hear from the coach a little bit later on. But what we do know is that Durham are in a little spot of bother here. Lionesses 22-0 up, and they've just not had an opportunity. Partly down to the fact that the Lionesses have attacked so well, partly down to the fact that they've been a little bit error-strewn.
Yeah, definitely. You know, the Lionesses have played rugby in the right areas, which we've seen a lot of teams so far in the tournaments that we've watched over this weekend. We've seen a lot of teams just play rugby in the right areas, play sevens in the right areas, and the Lionesses have done just that. You know, they've came out, they've played rugby deep inside the Durham University 22 mostly for the first half, and we did see some games like that earlier on. Selkirk was one of them. You know, we were craning our neck to the same side because it was relentless in the second half.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see what Durham University can do.
Well, they get us underway in the second half. Durham University play their rugby in a ground share with Durham City Rugby, Hollow Drift, fabulous ground in its own right. They've had some great days and nights there in recent years. But they're having a torrid time here, thanks to Lionesses and that player there, Susie Flowers, who's really put her stamp on this tournament in that opening 7 minutes. Nice passing off the left hand here from Lionesses. Eventually it's loose and scrappy ball that Durham can try and recover. Nicole Quee pulling the strings, we're in number 4. A little bit direct from Durham, that was Amber Bellamy.
I think they've definitely had a conversation at half-time about if they get the ball, what they want to do, and they're playing a little bit more direct, but they've just coughed up cheap territory, cheap possession, and Quee's now looking to see if there's a little bit of space out wide, but it looked like it did drift forward, but the referees allowed that to play.
Oh, Quee's hit a good line, but Karolina Kachakova has closed that particular door. Now Lionesses on the wraparound. Want to get it to the danger out wide, but they're not going to need to, because bursting through goes Holly McIntyre. What a finish from her. Durham terrified of the pace, watching Flowers, and all the while it is a drop and go from McIntyre. Fabulous score.
Yeah, it was just getting a little bit pedestrian as well, and I think McIntyre just thought, I'm just going to hit an abrasive, acute line, just straightened the play up, and it's difficult when you're drifting to try and change your body angle, and that's exactly what happened there, just unable to really just change your position, and McIntyre just ghosted through. Great line, and they're racking up the points now, the Lionesses.
Yeah, 31-0. Still plenty of time to come. Plenty of rugby to play. Durham was so deep on that kickoff, they could run onto it, but Lionesses, well, they've driven them off the ball. Great power. And Sullivan rescuing it for Durham. But the ball's been knocked on. It's back with Lionesses.
Just unfortunate there again for Durham Uni. Looking to really just try and get a little bit of time with the ball in hand, but again, just it's one of those things in sevens. If you once you get the ball in hand, if you've not had a lot of possession, it doesn't take long for it to turn the tide, because the defensive pressure that comes up is just relentless from the Lionesses. And a lot of the teams we've seen be successful so far this afternoon have built their platforms of an impressive defence.
Well, Quee thought about going up the short side there, but instead they're going to look at opening the taps, and that is exactly what they've done. Lucy Hode, oh my, she's taken her place on that edge. Susie Flowers move over, Lucy Hode's in town. She gets her first try of the tournament, and there was almost an inward gasp from the crowd there as she dropped it down a gear.
There was almost a kind of element of anticipation, because the ball floated to her and you just seen her eyes light up. She's seen the space outside her, and just, it's great when you see your opposite number and you know that you've got one up on them, you know you've got more pace. And she just tested her and just said, well, catch me if you can. And round outside she goes, and Lionesses stretch their lead.
36-0 now. Durham yet to get off the mark, and again stood pretty deep. And they do go deep, the Lionesses. They pick out Durham, who are playing hot potato with it at the moment, and judging by the way they're handling it, it's particularly hot potato.
Trying hard to find the gap and offload, but just sometimes just throwing something to nothing, trying hard to take it upon themselves. It's very individual at the moment from Durham.
Well, even with the game won, Lionesses pretty intense in defence, flying up off the line. It's incredibly narrow, everybody trapped in and around that 15, and then the widest player is out there no wider than the goalpost, but that could play into Durham's hands here with Lindsay Taylor. Oh, this great from Lindsay Taylor, galloping away, one defender to beat. Just about get enough on it to stop her progress, but that is a real momentum changing run there from Taylor, and then Pearl Kelly continues for Durham into the half. Much better now, Gordon stretches her legs for the line, the cover tackle comes in, still Gordon, driving, scoring, and that is a very popular try here in Melrose. Charlotte Gordon gets over for Durham, brilliant team score, and finally a glimpse of the quality in the Palatinate jerseys.
Yeah, you could just see that, a great line there running through, and it's the power after that. It's when she's not got the pace on some of the opposition players that are coming back, but she manages just to pump the legs, power through, tuck the head and continue forward. And it's great to see the Melrose crowd here when it, they love an underdog at the Melrose Sevens. You heard it before when the likes of GHA got their try against the Army, when Watsonians were pushing London Scottish close as well. Absolutely love an underdog, and the crowd appreciate what just went on there.
Well, no conversion, but a cracking try. Durham 5, Lionesses 36. That one off the knee, and Quee, a little goosey, but then a loose pass. Knock on spotted, but it was by Durham, so we'll play advantage. And then away goes Quee. Where has she seen that gap? Tell you what, she's going to have to keep sprinting here because the chase is coming back from Taylor. But she won't be quick enough to catch Quee, who rounds off an excellent individual performance with a try under the posts.
I was thinking earlier on, there was a passage you play in the 22 in Durham University. They had the ruck there, Lionesses spread out, and I thought, I've not seen a pick and go at the ruck yet so far this afternoon. And then Quee must have been reading my mind, because she was just over there in front of the shadows of the stands and just scampers in from deep inside her own half. Just saw it part and goes in for the final score.
And that is the final score. Durham 7, Lionesses 43. They started so quickly out of the trap. Susie Flowers scoring a couple of very memorable tries indeed. Durham got their reward, but it wasn't enough. Lionesses very impressive, and they move into pole position in the women's competition. Full-time score 43-7.
Donald Crawford, Druin Hutchison, David Colvin, Archie Butcher, and Hamish Weir.
Next up on the pitch at the famous Melrose Sevens, we're into the quarter-finals, and it's the host Melrose are welcoming Speranza 22. Melrose with Struan Hutchison, who's kicking off, and just got through to this place by beating Kelso quite comprehensively in the round before. Struan Hutchison now dancing about, linking up with Bruce Colvin, who starts for Melrose. Melrose start with Andrew Nagle, Bruce Colvin, Donald Crawford, Struan Hutchison, David Colvin, Hamish Weir as well, and Andrew Nagle, who's offering himself up for support, but Hamish Weir puts the fend in. Speranza getting back well to defend, and it was Jack Edwards who was there. Hutchison now finds Pilcher. Bruce Colvin sizing up his options, goes back in field and finds his brother David. Andrew Nagle now returning in Melrose colours to the sevens, just there's a little feint towards going on the outside and then darts back in. Colvin finds Hutchison. Hutchison's got Pilcher, and Melrose building up patiently here, looking to try and make small and heavy gains, but they're beaten to the fight on the floor. And Speranza worked very hard through Alex Kilban to get the ball back on their side. Now Sean McCartney, he was certainly a lively character in their opening round win against Jed Forest, 17 points to 7. They eventually won. It was a great afternoon so far for Speranza, because it was a challenging game to get through. Ben McGee breaking out the tackle and now finds Sean McCartney. He's over the halfway line. He's got some support on his shoulder as well, but some pressure coming on from Struan Hutchison. And Speranza from deep inside their own 22 managed to go to the other end, and Jack Edwards is going to dot the ball down. And Speranza get the opening score in the first of our quarter-finals. And that is probably as unpopular a try as you're going to get here at the Green Yards, because the hosts are now trailing 5 points to 0 with the kick to come. A little reminder of the rest of our quarter-finals as well. London Scottish Lions are going to play the very impressive Monaco Impes in the second of our quarter-finals. In the Samurai, we'll be playing Lions Rugby, and British Army will then entertain the Wild Dogs for a place in the semi-finals. Conversion attempt out wide is from Arthur Lennon, but it's just kissed the upright, so no additional points here. It remains 5 points to 0. And Speranza 22 will get play back underway. This invitational team, who was established in 2013 in the memory of one of their teammates who tragically died. And 22 was his shirt number, and part of a very victorious team, the Abu Dhabi Quins, who won the under-18s tournament. So certainly a lot of sentiment to play for Speranza 22. Now Donald Crawford has got a couple of tries in the opening round victory against Kelso, finds Hamish Weir. He's got some options outside him, opts to go back inside, and it's a very wise choice from the rangy winger. And he wins a penalty as well, so Melrose, if they hot step it pretty quickly, they've got a chance here to catch Speranza's pretty unawares, and Donald Crawford has just nudged it over the top. The bounce of the ball was almost kind for him. There's a clip of the heels, but Struan Hutchison is picked up on the 5 metre line, and Bruce Colvin now looks to go quickly and finds Andrew Nagle. Nagle cuts back with David Colvin, and it's opened up for him, and he's going to dot down just in front of the gantry at the banking side on the road end here at the Green Yards in the shadow of the Eildon Hills, and that's a popular try from David Colvin to make things all square. The important thing here is the kick is right in front of the Kinlan. It makes things a little bit easier to add the additional 2 points. Bruce Colvin almost looked like he was running out of options there until Nagle was there. Drop it on to David Colvin, who was running at a great angle, and he comes over and gets Melrose first try in this quarter-final. The extras added from Struan Hutchison as well. A replacement for Melrose. He's going to see Elliot Ruthven come on for Andrew Nagle. Going to be using him in short bursts. Not played a lot of rugby in the last few years, but just couldn't stay away from the occasion that is Melrose 7. Speranza straight from the kickoff managed to pluck it from the sky, and now Arthur Lennon is pacing into the deep inside the Melrose half. Now McCartney stepping back inside, showing great pace, showing great balance running, and he splinters the Melrose defence. He gets the ball down. There was a little bit of a guddle underneath the sticks, but it was a great run there from the powerful number 11 in the Speranza colours, and Speranza retake the lead.
Serious try there, wasn't it? Didn't look like anything was on, but Melrose switch off for a second, literally puts the hammer down, stamps the left foot and accelerates away.
Arthur Lennon adds the extras as well, but it was great powerful running, and he's going to be withdrawn for Sean McCartney is going to be withdrawn for a little period of play after his lung-busting effort through the heart of the Melrose defence. 7 points to 12 now, the host trail. looking to win their first title since 2011. And Hamish Weir, he jumps the highest there. Wasn't difficult. Not a lot of people to contest against there. David Colvin finds Struan Hutchison, finds Donald Crawford, sorry, and then Archie Pilcher's over on the edge of the pitch there. He's been strangled and suffocated now as he's just went into contact, and they've stripped him of the ball, and it's a dummy as well, and it's a great show of balanced running because Arthur Lennon looks like he's going to go into the corner, and just when Melrose tried to attack from deep inside their own half, Speranza robbed them of the ball, but then get some more points on the board.
That is so good from Speranza. Melrose looking to cut loose, looking to put some width on that ball. Then the choke tackle, isn't it? Looking for that turnover. But instead of winning the put-in at the scrum, they managed to loosen that ball, and once you come away with it, turnover ball, it's the most lethal ball. And then right into the corner they go. They've not added the extras, but a 10-point lead now. They're upsetting the hosts here, Speranza 22. Don't want to be disappointing the people who've rolled out the red carpet for you, do you?
Yeah, I don't think they'll be getting bought many pints later on if they do manage to knock the hosts out. Good work there from Hamish Weir, just on the edge. Just hammers it back in with his wrist, and it falls into Elliot Ruthven, and now the ball is over on to Donald Crawford. I've seen a lot of him. They've kept him quiet, but he breaks through the first challenge, looks to try and get the offload in. A deliberate knock-on means it's going to be a yellow card for Cam Roberts, and that's an important player for Speranza to lose. And now can Melrose seize the advantage with the numerical advantage that they currently have? They're not going to do it if they're sealing off the ball at the breakdown. Rory Campbell, the referee, not agreeing with what Bruce Colvin thought his interpretation of the law was. Speranza tap it quickly, retreat back inside their own 22, twisted a turn from Ben McGee, and then eventually they lump it into the fan zone just at the edge here, and knew that they just had to wind down the clock to try and retain their 10-point advantage. So half time, Melrose 7, Speranza 22, 17.
They've got themselves in a really great spot here, haven't they? The Melrose bench all coming on and trudging purposefully towards the players that were out there. Look, it might sound obvious, but they don't want to go out in the quarterfinals here. They want to get as far as they can. They want to perform in a final for these people who've come out in their thousands to support them. But they've just been outclassed a little bit by Speranza, and Speranza did well in the previous game as well against Jed Forest. They didn't have it easy against Jed Forest, but they had a few little moments, and in those moments they were able to pull away. They were able to show their quality, and that was both in attack and defence. I don't think Melrose have really asked enough questions of the Speranza 22 defence just yet, and that's something they need to rectify. Otherwise, they're heading home, albeit not a particularly long journey.
Yeah, it's a sustainable journey home for Melrose if they are knocked out at this stage, but they'll be relying on the experience from the likes of Callum Anderson, who's coaching the Sevens team, a winner back in 2011, and also Mark Robertson, who I can spy down there, who's trudging off with the rest of the Sevens team, a winner on the World Series for Scotland in London many years ago. Also a member of the Hall of Fame here at Melrose, a player very highly thought of. Him and his father played here in Melrose colours and very successful leaders for the club. But it is going to be Speranza to get the second half going as they look to try and protect this advantage that they have, and they kick it straight to Bruce Colvin. It goes past him, but he's been well protected there by Elliot Ruthven. Now Hutchison, David Colvin, now Mikowski, and he's trying to step it into the Speranza half, but the loose pass goes to ground, but the Melrose body's desperately looking to try and take all the bounce out the ball. Colvin now offloads, and it's a great offload there to Elliot Ruthven, and he can run for a big lad, but he's been hacked down there by Ben McGee, and they're going to win the penalty as well, Speranza. It looked like Bruce Colvin had perhaps released his teammate, but great work getting back there.
That backdoor offload was a beauty. And Melrose will be hoping that that can just spark something. They need to get their hands back on the ball here, and Speranza aren't going to make that easy. They're already committing to that breakdown, Melrose, but look how quickly Speranza were there with the clear out, and then all of a sudden it's 2-3 pairs of hands away, and they're asking questions from deep inside their own half. Oh, the extra roll though. That's a gift.
Ben McGee could ill afford to get a breakthrough there, but Bruce Colvin is struck straight back. Donald Crawford doing the work in the tackle. Ben McGee rolling and giving away the penalty, and eventually Bruce Colvin showing his rugby intelligence, maybe at the end of the spectrum in terms of his rugby career. He's had a glittering career here at Melrose. He's never lifted the Melrose Sevens, and he'll be hoping that he can do that on this occasion. There's a great try, great awareness and great intelligence from Bruce Colvin.
Mistakes are so costly, and Speranza have really made a big one there. There's always that temptation to go for the extra roll, isn't there? And it was a relatively recent law change. Try and get a bit of momentum. Sometimes the person on the ball will argue that it's the momentum that's carried them over, but then Melrose have knocked it on. And then there's a little forward pass, and we'll reset with a scrum.
Yeah, Melrose doing well there to get back into this game. And again, it's not classic Sevens, but it's intelligent play from Bruce Colvin, and he's dragged his teammates back into this battle. Rolly Brett, a replacement for Melrose, is lining up in the scrum half position. The ball from Speranza comes out, and it's Josh Hall who manages to find it into the hands of Ben McGee, and he goes straight through the heart of the Melrose defence, and it looks like he might have just stolen a march on Struan Hutchison, who's desperately trying to swim back to get Ben McGee, the Speranza vice-captain, but he can't get back there, and it's another try, and Speranza replies straight away.
He's some player, isn't he? Ben McGee scored in their first fixture, he scored in the second, and he almost seems to tiptoe across the turf. He's so light-footed. And Struan Hutchinson is no slouch either, but you could see his head going further and further back, Hutchinson, as he realised he was losing the foot race. Oh, and that one drawn in off the post really nicely.
Melrose 14, Speranza 22-24. Which is confusing if you're listening, but they've got 24 points. The 22 was the squad number of Marco Speranza, who tragically died when he was 20 years old. And that's what they're playing for here. That's what this team has been born from. Right-footed kick there from Arthur Lennon, and it's almost right on the money again, and Speranza doing well to starve Melrose of any sort of possession. Bruce Colvin trying to recycle himself back into an area where he can offer his services back up to Melrose, but the knock-on is being called by Rory Campbell. They're going to put the scrum down there. Well, spectators eagerly watching on the edge of their seat, hoping that Melrose can turn round this 10-point deficit. Rolly Brett, Struan Hutchison, and Donald Crawford looking to try and size up that gap on the outside like he had done against Kelso in the previous round. They're certainly jarred shut. They get the ball back, Melrose, through Hutchison and Brett. Bruce Colvin, centre field, offering his experience and playmaking abilities, finds Nagel. Nagel's got Elliot Ruthven as well. A couple of the heavy hitters now on for Melrose. It's like changing game plan from the hosts here. Hutchison going against the grain. Thinks he spots a gap on the stand side here. And Rolly Brett just can't communicate well enough with Andrew Nagel, but Mikowski's there doing the janitorial duties at the back, and there was almost a pedigree there as well. It was almost WWE-esque there from Speranza, but fortunately Mikowski was brought back to earth pretty graciously, and it's hacked downfield from Melrose. And Speranza now attacking from deep. There's a support on the shoulder, but great footwork there from Matty Ward, just bouncing off the right foot, and he's relatively unopposed, sauntering underneath the posts, and gets another score for Speranza.
It's a brilliant try from Ward for two reasons. Firstly, there was no sweeper in for Speranza, but he read the kick and he dropped deep, so he was the favourite to win that race. And then as soon as he did, Donald Crawford was flat-footed and Matty Ward was away. Yeah, just have a look there. We didn't quite see him there chasing back, but as soon as you get rid of the first defender, you can just see all of the energy disappear from Donald Crawford as he realises what's happened. Matty Ward plays a lot of his rugby at the factory that is Hartbury College.
Things you love to see on a rugby field, though. I know Yeah, the slump. For those of you that can't see it, Dave Rogers just slumped beside me, and it's Donald Crawford, who's obviously knew he was beat there. And now David Colvin looking to try and breathe some life back into this Melrose cause, but it's been knocked forward, and Speranza now, we're almost going to capitalise on another error, but it's going to come back for a scrum, and you would imagine now that we perhaps have our first name in the semi-finals in Speranza 22.
Looking more and more like that, isn't it? Melrose, the host, falling at the quarter-final stage. London Scottish Lions against Monaco Impies will face the winner of this one. And I'm fascinated by this next game in the quarter-finals, because London Scottish Lions, excellent team, but I'm sure by their own admission they'll have been disappointed with how they played for large periods against Watsonians. Monaco Impies, on the other hand, looked sumptuous.
Yeah, they were brilliant. I was speaking to Conan Sharman, the coach of Watsonians, just when I went down into the crowd, and he was saying that it was one that they felt passed them by. They had the marking of them. But Melrose now, and David Colvin, they've got a 2-on-2 here, and the drifting player Mikowski almost created the gap for the Melrose captain. Rolly Brett is having to dig about in there, but it's been spoilt there by Arthur Lennon, asking for a ball to be popped back onto the field of play. It's not coming in the time scale that perhaps they wanted.
Big shout out to the ball crew as well. They're dressed in stage black, so you can hardly see them, but they're doing a great job, as are all the staff and volunteers here, keeping things ticking over.
Look, Townsend looking to free his arms and get the offload in, but again a penalty comes, and there's been a high penalty count in this game. It's went both ways for both sides, but Arthur Lennon has just tapped this one quickly, and I think he's perhaps going to be just running down the clock here. Kicks it out, and that's the final play there. Melrose are out of their own tournament. They're not going to build on the victory in 2011 and become 13-time winners here at their own tournament, because they've been defeated here by 14 points to 31 in Speranza 22, progress into the semi-finals. And then we've got a tantalising tie up next. We've got the scintillating Monaco Impies coming on next against London Scottish Lions. I think our roving reporter Chris is got somebody standing by touchside as well.
Conan Osborne.
And we're pitch side here, Mark. Mark, obviously disappointment there. What do you make of the performance?
Yeah, the boys will be gutted, because it's a special place to play on your home turf in front of such a crowd. But they started well in the first half, but then just on the other side of the ball in defence, we weren't quite connected enough. And if you don't work hard, both inside and outside of the ball, to connect with your teammate, there's going to be gaps. It's a big old pitch.
Disappointed, but for you, what's it like to be back as a coach instead of a player?
Yeah, like I've loved it, to be honest. As I say, they're a great group of boys to work with. Hopefully, I've given some to them. I'll continue to work with them over the course of the seven series. But I also just love the vibe of Melrose Sevens. It's a special place.
Thank you, Mark. I'll let you get back to the team. Thank you very much. Back to you in commentary.
And now we've got Monaco Impies taking on London Scottish Lions. The Monaco Impies have progressed after an impressive 38-0 victory over Hearts and Balls. London Scottish Lions perhaps found the going a little bit tougher against Watsonians. 29 points to 21 they eventually won in a topsy-turvy game where the lead changed 6 times. But the Lions, who are 3 times winners here, will be wanting to try and build on their most recent win in 2019. And they've started pretty well. Bursting forward is Austin Wallace. Now Luke Messon. A lump downfield, crossfield kick, a quite ambitious one from Dan Nutton. It just went straight down the gullet of Slovak, who has already got himself towards the try line in this game, and a little pirouette out of contact, and he's found his teammate powering through, Brandon Holder. And now recycling the ball well, but the momentum in that phase of play has come out somewhat as Impies look to try and find the gap, and a little step on the touch side here. Impies getting the ball through the hands. Osborne, he finds Slovak, and Slovak's got his teammate Holder just loitering in front of the stand, and an abrasive line straight out of from Oliver Melville, almost dislodged the defence, but the penalty is going to come the way of the Impies, and Holder's going quick. He's trying to catch this Lions defence unawares, and he's done just that, and he pounces on the opportunity and gets the first score in the second of our quarter-finals. and it goes the way of Monaco Impey's.
That had the feeling of London Scottish Lions holding on there from the moment that the ball left the boot. Really, that was inviting the pressure, and perhaps maybe going a couple of phases too quickly there for London Scottish Lions. They were having to work hard to secure the ball, but they did have hold of it. I think they have learnt very, very quickly with that successful conversion as well, that the Monaco Impeys are not the team that you gift the ball to anywhere on the pitch.
They almost looked a little bit nervy when they got the ball in hand, the Impeys, as they were trying to spread the park and the ball was going to ground. Some errors that we've perhaps never seen in their opening round in victory against Hearts and Balls, but they quite quickly steadied the ship, and it's now in the hands of London Scottish Lions, and Murray Redpath now stabs it forward, knowing that there's no way to end behind, and he's gathered his own kick and he's beelining for the corner. He's got a little bit of company there in the form of Tolosano, who gets back well. It's certainly the weather to lose your top, but it's probably not in the fashion that he would have liked, and it looks like there's going to be a yellow card as well, and I think that's Oliver Melville who's got the yellow. So Impey's down to 6 men, and London Scottish can then spread the park. They've got an opportunity, they've got the overlap on this side, and just pinning the lugs back is Austin Wallace. He just spotted the opportunity. It was the line coming on as well from Messon who perhaps fixed the defence, but London and Scottish make the numerical advantage count straight away.
Well, I think they had to really, and they would like to get the ball back and have another go at it whilst the Impeys are still down to 6. It was a good finish from Wallace. He's had quite a considerable body shape change in the past couple of seasons as he's moved from open side flanker to hooker, but he's still got the pace, he's still got the power, carrying a few more kegs, but he's a tough man to stop.
Haven't we all? We've all changed in the last couple of years. He's perhaps a little bit more powerful than my most recent change, but there's been a good respond there from London Scottish Lions.
Lovely from Redpath, wasn't it?
He's a classy player, a really classy player, and he just gets the pitching wedge out and tries to get it just on the 10-metre line, but it's fallen into the hands of Brandon Holder. Holder trying to now spread the field, and Impey's will be looking to retain the ball and try and run down the clock, but Holder has spotted an opportunity and he's been tapped round the ankles and tried to offload to Tyler Bush, the Jamaican Sevens internationalist, but again defensive work from Austin Wallace was impressive there.
Yeah, it was a good chase, that was, wasn't it? Number 2 on number 2, Holder, and then Wallace chasing, made an important tackle, but it was a good attempt at the offload from Holder. Tyler Bush, on another day, that sticks in the breadbasket, and he's zooming in for try number 2. As it stands, it's still 5-7 with London Scottish Lions missing that conversion. Here's Dan Nutton.
Pops into the tunnel of the scrum, it comes out, and he's got Murray Redpath, who's just perhaps been caught a bit unawares and couldn't gather the ball cleanly. Nutton's there to offer his mucker a little bit of support and try and tidy up, and gets a knee to the ground. So the breakdown is set, and Lyle through the hands of Anderson, who was impressive in the previous round as well, and now it's an opportunity for a sprint to the line, and Slovic's done brilliantly to get back, because for all it was worth, Messon looked like he was going to be pounded in, and here's another card, and it looks like Slovic, the mullet, is off the park for 2 minutes, and now Monaco Impeys are up to 6 guys because they've had the replacement come back on, but again, like before, the numerical advantage is made count. That has to be a try from here. It looked good. Ross Maben, their referee, agrees, and Wallace has got 2 scores. Brilliant finishing there.
Well, that was hard work out there on the flank, but Slovic first on the yellow cards. It was just for slowing the ball down, wasn't it? He'd worked so hard to chase back. He looked like he was beaten. But another look at that finish there from Wallace. We talk about the go-go gadget arms. His are slightly less lengthy, however, reached out and scored well there, and it was almost as though Melville and Slovic could high-five on the way past there, because as he was coming back on for his yellow card, Slovic was leaving for his, as the Teletubbies, one of those is double park. That would have cost you back in my day.
The Dipsy Tipsy. I don't know my Teletubbies that well, their colours might be off, but it's certainly great to see everybody having a great time here at Melrose Sevens. A replacement as well. I can see that Robbie McCallum has come onto the park. He spent a bit of time with Boroughmuir Bears and got a chance as well in pre-season against Edinburgh for London Scottish in a warm-up friendly. He's a brilliant player.
Speaking of chances, London Scottish have got a brilliant one here because they have taken the lead against a fantastic team who have been their own worst enemy in terms of infringements, and it's cost them 2 yellow cards, slowing the ball down, the referee having none of it. They could really do with another score here to take it beyond a converted try before half-time and give themselves a really good chance of getting into the latter stages.
Anderson finds Messin on the edge there, getting over the 10-metre line now. Impey's trying to fight on the floor, and again perhaps going their way that time. It did look like perhaps the body weight was not supported brilliantly, but the referee in a much better position than I. And the Impey's now still with 6 players on the field of play, dancing about and looking for that gap through Tolosano, and eventually trying to get the ball wide into the hands of Brandon Holder, who's been an immense player so far, but just not able to make it stick there in half-time. You did say, Dave, that you thought London Scottish Lions perhaps needed another score, but it was vital that they didn't concede, and they go in at half-time with a very narrow 3-point lead.
Well, Monaco Impey's have shown how easily they can score, and they can score from anywhere as well. But you know, the 2 yellow cards, Melville and Slovic, they're 2 really important cogs in that Impey's wheel, so they'll be frustrated with that. I mean, the early Holder try was fantastic. He's a real quality operator, isn't he? But huge credit to London Scottish Lions. They've stayed in the fight and they've managed to take the lead. Austin Wallace with the 2 tries, neither of them converted because they've been right out there on the flank. But they've worked hard and they've got themselves in a great position, and they've got themselves in another arm wrestle just like they did against Watsonians.
Yeah, London Scottish Lions certainly like to do it the hard way. They've made it hard work in the previous round against Watsonians, as Dave just mentioned. There was a 29-12 victory back in 2019 when they beat Edinburgh Accies, which was the last 7s before COVID, obviously 2 fallow years, 2020 and 2021. In the British Army, the current holders, the London Scottish, have given themselves a great platform and a great springboard to get into the semi-final, because it's been a polished performance, and the players that were expecting to take have shown up in that first half.
Certainly have. And speaking of the British Army, can't wait for their quarter against Wild Dogs. That's coming up a little bit later on, and Samurai against Lions Sevens. Amidst all of that, we've still got that playoff for the opportunity to enter the tournament next year between Durham Uni and Edinburgh Uni, and then the women's competition underway as well. Stick with us. I like to think that people are watching in the sunshine, maybe out in the garden, on the move, enjoying these glorious conditions as much as we are.
Definitely, if you can't make it here, I'm hoping that everybody's enjoying the sunshine somewhere. Well, it's a pinpoint restart there from London Scottish Lions, and it's been well gathered there by Luke Messin. Now Billy-Wara has to fight out of contact and present the ball back. Redpath finds Anderson, who's sized up a kick and then opted to try and lift it over the head of Ferdinand. Messin finds McCallum ducking and weaving out of trouble. He's a wiry little character for a centre. He's a robust and turgid operator as well, but he's just getting slightly isolated and found himself in a tunnel that he couldn't get out of.
Joe, we've not seen yet is the kick pass. I thought we were going to see one from Anderson there, a little chip over the top, but hasn't it made its way to Melrose yet? Oh, this could be trouble.
Dan Nutton looks like he tried to intercept that there, and he's going to spend 2 minutes in the sin bin, and the replacements that have come on for London Scottish Lions are going to have to dig deep now, the likes of Vara and McCallum and Ferdinand as well.
Smart from Impey's as well, opting for the scrum from here because they've got the extra man, London Scottish Lions, with some serious defending to do. Impey's lining up with 2 obvious ones on the open side, so Holder in at first receiver, but then one man on that short side who can make his way onto the open side, and Scottish without a single defender that way, but Impey's have come open.
Impey's have spotted a little gap there, and eventually gets to Holder. Holder's got Slovic outside him, but I don't think he's going to need him. But he's been clattered as he tried to release an arm. The gaps are now appearing for Monaco Impey's. Billy-Wara all over this one as well, trying to make himself a nuisance at the breakdown, and then a duck of the head and a burrow forward. Holder, he's got numbers up and floats the ball over at the far side, and Tyler Bush is loitering with intent on the touchline, gathers the ball, goes in for a try. And it means that Monaco Impies now take the lead. The London Scottish Lions are still down to 6 men.
Yeah, they've taken advantage of the player advantage, haven't they, Monaco Impies? And they just didn't look rushed at all, did they? Knew exactly what they were going to do. Decent strike on the conversion. That goes across the face. Yeah, but they took it down the middle, they trucked it down the middle, hoped a gap might appear, but they knew that every phase they went through, more Scottish defenders were going to be committed, and eventually it opens up out wide. So if London Scottish Lions can take anything from that, it's the fact that they forced the try.
Almost a cute bit of play there. Oliver Melville spotted a little gap, it wasn't covered, and tried to stab it just the 10 metres and gather his own kick, but the referee Ross Maven has brought it back. And we're forever grateful for that. We get to catch our breath because this is a tight game. Not much given between these two sides. And Biliwara stepping back in field. Big fend, powers through the challenge, but it's a great tackle there. Eventually, Oliver Brown just managed to clip the heels. The loose ball has ended up in the hands of Tyler Bush.
Try saver. It's as simple as that.
Definite try saver now. Biliwara was looking to try and maybe clatter one back at him, but charging back now is Jem Edwards for London Scottish Lions.
Oh, he's made a real mess of that, Jem Edwards, and that's a shame as well. Oh, another yellow card.
Yeah, I think Ross Maven, it's a season of goodwill at Easter. He's dishing out a lot of cards to people, and it is going to be Jem Edwards who's just came out to the field of play. He's going to be popped into the sin bin.
Well, that should be the ball game now, because this is London Scottish down to 5.
Yeah, that's going to be a really difficult ask, and again calling for the scrum. This is going to be a difficult ask to try and keep them out. Now back up to 6 men. Dan Nutton is returned back on, and also I can see that Austin Wallace is popping back on as well. So back to 6 men.
Back to 6, okay.
Still a difficult advantage to try and defend.
It was frustrating for London Scottish, wasn't it? Because it was a loose boot that coughed the ball up, and now Impies.
Brandon Holder powering through, offloads back inside. It's a loose bobbling ball, but Slovak has just picked it up off the toe, rolling and twisting. You wonder whether Ross Maven would have a little look at that, but he's let that one slide. He's going to give the penalty the way of the Impies, but has to take that back to the 5 metre line to take the penalty.
I wonder whether there was an extra roll or not there, and Impies have got away with them, but either way.
I thought the same, but I don't think the Impies will matter much because they've just went in through Tolosano, who swan dives over the try line. But I do agree with you, I think it looked like there was an extra roll in there.
But with that one going in under the posts, it's again just well applied pressure from Monaco Impies.
Yeah, it's relentless pressure from the Impies. Again, just showing their class under a little bit of pressure in the first half, but eventually the cream certainly rising to the top here in this quarter final.
Oh, they're a lovely team to watch, aren't they? They've got all kinds of class.
Powerful, quick, resilient as well. Certainly displaying the credentials of would-be Melrose champions. The ball turns back into action. Anderson is there for Nutton, and Nutton has spotted a little gap. He's recharged the batteries for 2 minutes and spills the ball to Ferdinand. He's weaving back inside and looks for contact, sets up the zone just short of the 10 metre line. The ball is now open, and it's been well plucked up there by Ranson, and he's going to gallop in, and he's going to put the final nail in the London Scottish Lions coffin, and it's Holder with the try. And it's a brilliant opportunistic try there from the Monaco Impies.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing there, Brandon Holder, doesn't he? Because London Scottish Lions looking for the big clear out, looking to secure the ball, but then they slightly overcommit. And the whole time he's just waiting there with his hands up. He's waiting for it to happen, waiting for it to happen. All of a sudden the door's open, he picks it up. There's no one at home, and that puts a nice little sheen on the scoreboard for Monaco Impies, who deserve a huge amount of credit for this, because bearing in mind there have been 4 yellow cards in the game, and they held on and stayed within a score when they went back to back down to 6 men.
Yeah, perhaps it's been a case of who could make the advantage count, and Monaco Impies have certainly made it count a little bit more than the Lions. Now just waiting for the ball to drop from the air. Nutting the ball through the hands, and London Scottish have got a final roll of the dice here. And Billy Wara will want to try and break through. Want to keep his feet this time, but the offload has just drifted forward, and Noah Ferdinand has picked it up, but the referee has said it has bounced forward. Carried by Austin Wallace, the two-try scorer for London Scottish Lions. Now Cameron Anderson is going to have a little shot on the outside. There's something you don't see too often nowadays, is the little lifted ball, the ghost cut, but he's did it with aplomb there.
Did great gas for the finish as well.
You always feel bad when you see players like that go out of the tournament, because you want to see them for as long as possible, but London Scottish Lions exit the tournament there. 15 points to 26, they're defeated by the Monaco Impies. And you would say on the balance of play, Monaco Impies certainly deserve to progress to the next round.
I would suggest so, yeah, and that's a real challenge for them as well. As we mentioned, the yellow cards, they had to come from behind, they trailed 10-7 at half-time, and to come through and win against a team as good as London Scottish Lions, 26 points to 15, that is no mean feat at all. And with that, Chris has got Oliver Melville with him. How are you getting on, Chris? You enjoying the sunshine?
I am enjoying the sunshine. Ollie, congratulations. That was a hard-fought victory, wasn't it?
Full 14 minutes for me. I cannot wait to get back in the tent. The boys really dug deep there, a couple of yellow cards in that game, but it just shows how work hard for each other, you can still keep teams out. We were good on the ball, we scored when we had to, we were clinical, and that was probably the difference.
How was it? Good to get one over your old former teammate, Murray Redpath?
Yeah, amazing, yeah. He'd never let that die if he beat me in a game of 7, so.
Will that ill discipline something you need to address for the semi-final?
Yeah, of course it is, yeah. We know what we've got next, we've got some tough opponents. We came here to win, and with that you've got to be disciplined.
Good luck for the rest of the match, and I'll hand it back to you in the commentary.
Cheers, Chris. We will get back underway in this women's tournament. Lionesses, fresh off that 43-7 win against Durham, are facing Hearts and Bulls here, who are on the ball in the pink jerseys and the blue shorts. The first game in the women's competition for them. Lionesses, if you missed it before, with some sumptuous attacking play. Susie Flowers with serious gas. Nicole Quee pulling the strings. However, it's Hearts and Bulls who are going to stride over through Freya Walker. Freya Walker nearly running out of steam. Susie Flowers giving chase, but Walker with the opening score, and what an opening score as well. Hearts and Bulls take a 5-0 lead.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit more interesting than the game before, because Hearts and Bulls certainly have got a lot of key personnel in the team, like Sir Rachel Law, the captain, Scotland international as well, so certainly a lot of key personnel that they can call upon.
So a different challenge now here at Melrose for Lionesses, to try and come from behind. They're going to be receiving this kickoff. Sarah Denham, former Edinburgh University captain, got to the university final last year. Beat Cardiff Met in the semi, and then came up against an inspired Hartbury. The Worcester Warriors 6-way stadium. Fantastic rugby setup at Edinburgh University. But more on that later, because Lioness is away again. Montana Heslop looking for support. The throw in the dummy. She's going to back herself all the way. Well, a melee of 4 bodies in the end. But Hearts and Bulls managed to stifle the Lionesses. But this shaping up to be a great contest, because Lionesses go up the short side. Bobby Hayward equalises. 2 tries, 1 apiece. Hayward gets her first. Game on.
Yeah, it's a good reply from the Lionesses. They've worked hard to try and get themselves back into the game. get themselves territory as well. It was something that they managed to do against Durham University. They played rugby in the right areas, but as I said before, this is going to be a completely different challenge. The women for the Hearts and Balls are certainly dogged customers, but great pace to go round the outside and just steal a march.
Conversion for the lead. Unsuccessful. What are we on now? Just coming up to 10-5, so still loads of rugby to come, but the party just getting started.
Yeah, you look around, and every position you look at the green yards, just behind us is the fan zone, just absolutely chocker with spectators all round the ground as well.
Well, there's a big screen up. Oh, what a take! That is superb! Lizzie Musa. And that has changed the momentum of this, and they'll work it out to Flowers, who tries to get around the outside and gets the offload away. What an offload as well. Heslop puts the brakes on, then gets the offload back to Flowers, and Lionesses sprung into life by the Hearts and Balls try, and then winning the penalty. Heslop goes and then finds Quee back to Heslop, feeding the speed out wide, and Susie Flowers, oh, she put her foot in touch, it's no try.
And a little limp as well. She's obviously taking a little bit of a clatter.
She's knocked that on in goal, and what do we say in the previous game? Incredibly gifted runner, but sometimes makes the grounding look like hard work, and she spilled that one under pressure there, and it remains Hearts and Balls 5, Lionesses 5. Big chance gone begging.
Yeah, a bit tentative sometimes when she does pop the ball down. Perhaps a little bit guilty of doing it on that occasion, so Hearts and Balls going to have to go from deep to retake the lead.
The Hearts and Balls with the ball inside their own 22. But that means there's plenty of space, but it also means if you're going to go all the way, it's going to be 80, 90, 100 metres. This a lung-busting effort. The chase is on, but the chase will be in vain. And Hannah Smith, oh, that is a serious effort from Smith. Hearts and Balls back ahead. We've had 3 great tries.
Yeah, and that was a brilliant exhibit of just fast-flowing rugby, get into a bit of a position, take on your opposite number, and then just pump the arms and pump the legs. And what a visual that is. Just scorching down the stand side here at the green yards for a great try. I feel if the pitch was maybe 5 metres longer, there's a chance that we could have been caught, but it's not. So it results in a quick response there from Hearts and Balls.
Conversion on target, but not quite enough legs, unfortunately. You don't get any points for getting it through the uprights. You've got it over the crossbar as well. But momentum swings back in the favour of Hearts and Balls, still in the first half of this one. Denham restarts. Megan Gaffney. Lucy Hode, in number 3, she's shown a clean pair of heels herself, but Hearts and Balls winning the penalty, and away they go. Oh, lovely line, lovely ball, and the fend is good too. Rachel Law, the skipper for Hearts and Balls. That is a brilliant try. We've not talked enough about running lines today. That is about the best we've seen.
Yeah, Rachel Law is a player who captained the Hearts and Balls to a victory at Peebles Sevens that I was there covering as well, and you know, I was immensely impressed by her power and her pace, and you know, her all-round skill set, and you can see it all exhibited there, just bursting through the line, being able just to put that big fend in, and she's a fiery little character, and managed to go in for that score. And what a brilliant first half of rugby we've had here from both of these sides, and I think perhaps the second half will be equally as interesting. A couple of smiles and exchanges as they walk past each other, so it's all in good faith, but certainly it's been physical.
Well, let's hear from Chris then. He is non-stop. He must have roller skates on. Who have you got with you now, Nighty?
Mark, down here pitch side, 15-5 down that half. What do you make of your first half performance?
I thought Hearts looked really good, and we weren't great enough at the point of contact, so they're winning the point of contact. We have to change that, which we're perfectly capable of doing.
And what does it mean to have women's rugby here at Melrose Sevens?
Oldest rugby tournament in the world. We're very aware of the history. It's a privilege to be here, and we feel we're ambassadors for the women's sport as well at elite level, so it's important.
And what do you think it will mean to the women running out on this famous turf?
I can already tell you, because we've done it once, it means a lot. It's very emotional, actually. It's a big thing for us, and as I said, it's just a privilege to be here.
And you talked about the first half performance. What do you need to do in the second half to get back into this?
Oh, we just need to be sharper. I want to see the ball wide early. We play a wide game at the moment. We're playing too much in the midfield. So play proper sevens and we're in this.
Thank you, Mark. Good luck in the second half.
Thanks, Chris. Cheers.
Cheers, Chris. Looks like you guys are enjoying this one as much as we are. Hearts and Balls 15-5 to the good. They took a 5-0 lead and Lionesses responded through Bobby Hayward. They had a chance to take the lead themselves, but Susie Flowers coughed it up in goal, and that is proving a costly mistake, because since then they've conceded 2 further tries, and Hearts and Balls probably good for this lead as well. They've taken advantage of the opportunities they've had.
Yeah, you feel this is going to be a game that is going to be won by who can make the least mistakes, and certainly the first half is an illustration of that. You felt Hearts and Balls are a little bit more accurate than the Lionesses, but we shall see for the next 7 minutes.
Oh, that is a mistake. Holly McIntyre was revving the engine, wasn't she? She was thinking about bullying her way through that Hearts and Balls defence. The only problem is she left the match ball on the ground in front of her. Not the ideal start. A little bit of a breeze picking up now. It's been threatening to all day. It's just blowing towards the camera position wherever you're watching at home. And here are Hearts and Balls through Rachel Law. One excellent try, similar running line to that as well, and winning the penalty.
She speeds up going into contact, which is, you know, she's got little care about her own well-being, but she's going to have to track back now and defend.
Good collision there, forces the ball to be coughed up, and Sophia Luxton for the Lionesses, and then striding away is Stallman. Leaves Stallman. She's not going to take that any closer to the post, but she is going to add 5 points to the scoreboard. That's what the Lionesses needed. Game on. They trail by 5.
Yeah, it was a good big fend there from Stallman, able to just pan off Julia Ross when she was getting across to try and cover the space. So it was a great palm off when she gets ahead of steam. Managed to just evade the first challenge there, and then relatively unopposed to go in for another try and breathe a little bit of life back into these Lionesses.
Hayward misses the conversion. Tough one on that side for the left footer. You can see a few of them with some war wounds from this artificial turf as well, patching up the knees early in the 7th season. Important period of play now. Don't let that bounce, Hearts and Balls. It's back with Lionesses, and they haven't even had to challenge for it. Big whipped pass out to Musa. She is well dealt with. Rhea Clark making the tackle for Hearts and Balls. Bit of a contest for the ball, but it's back with the Lionesses. We want to get some of that speed on the ball, and here is some of it right now. Lucy Hode round the outside. There is just no catching it. Give her an inch, she'll take a mile, and she'll help herself to 5 points with the easiest conversion of the match to come as well.
Yeah, she had about 25 metres to go, but she went about 50 because she went the long way. But it was great play. We've seen it in the opening tie as well. If she knows that she's got the upper hand on her opposition. She's perhaps one of the fastest females out there on the pitch, and just showed exactly what she can do with the ball in hand. It was brilliant play there. Just being able to streak around. 6
tries scored, no conversions until now. Lionesses sneak back ahead. 12 unanswered points in this second half, and they lead Hearts and Balls 17-15.
It's been a bit of a flip-flop game. You know, Hearts and Balls were in the ascendancy in the first half. Second half has been all Lionesses. You know, they've however had a conversation at half-time and wanted to cut out the errors, cut out the mistakes, and they've done just that.
Rachel Law's been replaced. That's a great restart. And again, they let it bounce, and Hearts and Balls get it back this time. It was that part of the game where they came unstuck before. Good defensive discipline from Lionesses. They want to keep Hearts and Balls pinned in here, and tackles like that will do exactly that. The ball knocked on. Hearts and Balls, well, don't know whether they had a little snooze in the 60 seconds at half-time, but they've not looked like they're at the races in this second period.
No, just been under a little bit more pressure from the Lionesses, and as I say, it's flip-flopped, and I feel that Hearts and Balls in this second half, they've just had far too many unforced errors as the ball's just scrummed out the back of that scrum, and another opportunity here for the Lionesses.
Oh, Hode is going to go in again. It was a lovely pass from Quee, but she's hit the line at pace. She's just lurking out wide, isn't she? Just one of those wingers who just wants the ball, just wants to take on defenders. She snaffled a couple of lovely tries.
Quee's been a great replacement, an impact sub, if you will, and Hode as well, because she just manages to find that space. But you've got two, perhaps, you know, the nippiest, quickest, accelerating players on the pitch, just being able just to eat up that ground, and then they manipulate that space and then get that overlap. So brilliant play there from the Lionesses again, and it's just great to see the wheels turning of Lucy Hode.
Couple of tries for her, 4 in total for Lionesses, 22-15. Hearts and Balls just not in the game in this second half, but still only 7 points behind, still within touching distance. Oh, and that touching distance could be getting even closer here because they're in behind, but it is a big chase back by Holly McIntyre. Try-saving intervention. But Hearts and Balls, a loose pass, and they slow to a halt again as Denham gets swallowed up on the 10-metre line. This time it's the Lionesses who infringe. Hearts and Balls just want to be careful here not to get isolated. Yeah, they've gone quickly, and it's cost them the penalty.
Yeah, just ran into traffic there, and it was a place where, you know, there was no support, there was nothing there, and they died with the ball a bit early as well. When they went into contact, just went to the ground a bit too prematurely. You've got no option but to release the ball, and you'd be coughing it up. So there's no chance here, but the Hearts and Balls have intercepted.
Yeah, Quee has just put that straight into the chest of Hearts and Balls, and again, going to hit some lines and make things happen, but it's all a little bit quick, a little bit rushed, and Quee puts that out into touch.
Just got that little bit scrappy in the last couple of minutes as both teams just getting that nervy period. It's a 7-point game. Hearts and Balls chasing it, try to go a little bit more individual, and the Lionesses just nervous about the individual errors that could perhaps open the door for Hearts and Balls.
Oh, that's been snatched to the front of the line. That didn't even make it as far as the jumper. Another penalty. Celebrations from the bench of Hearts and Balls as well. I think they realise that it's very much now or never. It was Hassan with the tackle. Take it back towards there through Denham. Another good carry, Smith this time. Penalty started to mount up. Again, it's tempo from Hearts and Balls. They want to go. They want to get close to this 22. They want to try and pull the trigger. They're very narrow, though. The widest player to the right of the breakdown is about in line with the posts. Well, this penalty count getting ridiculous now, and I think it's going to cost Lionesses. It's certainly going to cost them territory. Is it going to cost them points? It's going to cost them personnel.
Yeah, it's a penalty that's went the way of Hearts and Balls again, and they keep coming and keep trying to batter down this door.
Well, they need the try, but they need the conversion as well. But the pressure still coming on from Lionesses, still trying to defend. It's so narrow from Hearts and Balls. They need some organisation. Hasn't come that time, but Nelson presents that ball. Now Denham. Was the miss pass the right option? Well, they're slipping out of tackles. This excellent footwork. Kearney. Last-ditch tackle to bring her down. Another penalty from Lionesses. How have they not scored Hearts and Balls? Oh, it's been intercepted! Bobby Hayward is brought back.
I thought that was it there. The opportunities were there for Hearts and Balls, but it almost looked like Lionesses were going to go in, but if they go to score in the corner here, it's probably not going to do them any favours.
They have made such a meal of this, Hearts and Balls. They're 3 around the outside. Eventually it gets there. Finally they score, but they still trail 20-22. The scoreboard and the clock against them, and a tough conversion to come.
Yeah, it's going to be a really difficult conversion from out wide. They've not been successful with any of their attempts so far. They've only had one successful conversion. The benefit is that they've got a bit of wind at their back as well, so it might just give it that extra couple of metres. But it's a big kick to come here for Hearts and Balls.
It's not going to make it to the goal. And therefore, Lionesses somehow hold on. It was a brilliant second half from them. They came from behind to take the league. Hearts and Balls gave it absolutely everything, but they just weren't clinical enough when they had the penalties. They had the one-player advantage. They got the try they needed, but not the conversion. The full-time score, Lionesses 22, Hearts and Balls 20, and Lionesses go 2 from 2 in this inaugural women's competition.
Yeah, it was a good performance from both sides there. It was really competitive, both sides really leaving it all out in the field. But the format of the competition means that they might meet again in the final, providing that Hearts and Balls can sweep aside Durham University in the penultimate game in the competition. It's a round robin, and then the top 2 will meet in the final, and it's looking like it might be those 2 sides that we've just seen. So if we get something quite similar in the final, it'll be a good showpiece to end what's been a good start to the women's tournament here at the Melrose Sevens.
Back to the men's, and it's Samurai versus Lion Rugby Sevens. Lion are going to kick us off. They got here via a 33-10 victory in the first round over Harriet. Samurai very impressive against Stirling. 45 points to 5. The winner is into the semis. Competitive restart, and then Samurai get their hands on it first. The level is going to be through the roof from now until the end of the competition, so wherever you are, don't go anywhere. If you're in the living room, get someone to bring you your food and drink, and get stuck into what is going to be a brilliant couple of hours of sevens rugby here in the oldest competition in the world. Samurai on the march, and they are on the march towards the try line. Mikalchus is going to go in for the opening score. He's out there on the edge, and that is a massive finish. That is a real statement of intent, and Jonas Mikalchus gets the opening score.
Yeah, great finish, and it's simple sevens. It's spreading the field, it's making the width, and then it's just putting the afterburners on the outside. And how many times have we seen that this afternoon? Maybe not that bit, but how many times have we seen a player just streak round the outside and show a clean pair of hails to their opposite man?
Conversion unsuccessful. Well, Mikalchus, Lithuanian international. They've got some serious backs playing in Lithuania. A lot of talent in the forwards as well. We've seen London Scottish Lions. He's not a part of that team, but he's played a lot in the championship this year. Matas Jurevicius, part of the Harlequin setup. We've got Durham University playing a little bit later on. So Durham University player for Samurai here, Max Pepper. His brother Guy plays for Newcastle Falcons, but Max played scrum half all of this year in Bucks Super Rugby, played on the wing last year. He's out there wearing number 6 right now. Very talented young player with a skill set really suited to this format of the game.
Yeah, I think this game's, especially, we've seen all the guest teams make it through quite comfortably so far. And you just see the quality of these sevens players really coming to the fore. We've seen some excellent sevens so far as well.
So Lion Rugby getting their first chance to really stretch their legs, and that is a heck of a break. The offload goes to ground. Pello Gatalnier. Ooh, butterfingers. Can't make mistakes like that there.
Yeah, Graham Ormiston just noticing a little knock on. The first time we've really seen Samurai under a little bit of pressure in their own half in this game. Lion Rugby doing well to just put a little bit of pressure. As we said, Galhane over on the far side just looking for his first opportunity to stretch his legs, and you can see how quickly the defences get across now. They cover the field so well. They're able just to shut that opportunity down.
Samurai looking to put a bit of pressure on at the scrum, but not having any luck this time as Pello checks back inside. He's played a bit of Buck Super Rugby himself for Cardiff University. There's a few. Fergus Geary, he wears 10 for Samurai, former Loughborough student. Oh, and over the ball there, but no clear release. That's a frustrating one for Samurai. And so Lion can continue to build, looking for their first score, looking to respond to the Michalchus opener. Oh, this is a good way of doing it. Needs an offload, can't quite get one. Samurai holding on for another phase. Aylan, the vice-captain, out here to Watkins, the captain. He checks inside against Samurai, competitive at the breakdown. Little dart. Samurai got quite a lot of numbers committed around the ball. If Lion can get some width on it, it could be problematic. Instead, it's Samurai who come away with it. Great turnover. And just like that, Samurai are going to double the lead. It's going to be Michalchus again. The giant winger is going to jog in from 80+ metres, and that'll really knock the stuffing out of Lion.
I'm more nervous that he said that's a jog nowadays. It was certainly a lot of pace there from the big guy to stroll in, but there was the work on the floor from Nurse. Andrew Nurse, brilliant on the deck to get that offload, managed the turnover, got the offload in, and then Michalchus has just got the easier job of sauntering in from deep inside his own half.
Samurai trying to convert it, takes the score to Samurai 12, Lions Rugby 0.
That's a miss-hit restart. You can always tell the people who come and watch the rugby regularly and those who don't, because when the ball goes flying into the crowd, some people try and catch it, some people just try and avoid it, others look like somebody's launched a hand grenade directly at them, and that's what we had there by that young group. Right, Lion need something, need a response. They're 12-0 down in the quarter-final here at Melrose. Samurai looking good for that lead as well, dominating the work on the ground. They're away with the penalty. Here's Pepper, has a little sniff himself and manages to free the hands. Pass over the top from Geary. And they're going to take some beating in this tournament, Samurai, aren't they? They look like a complete side.
Yeah, they did last year as well, and again Michalchus is just streaking through. And this is what they did last year. They were able to show their class, but when they did beat the Army, they were just caught a little bit shell-shocked, not dealing with the occasion and the physicality of the Army. So it's going to be, an interesting afternoon, but I thought this would be a lot tighter than what it has been. Samurai have been in impressive form in this outing.
Yes, they have. 3 tries for Michalchus in the first half. And now Geary on kicking duty. Doesn't quite catch all of that. But at this point, I'm not sure they will be overly bothered. It is Samurai 17, Lion Rugby Sevens 0. There's only one team in this quarter-final at the moment. Just looking at the draw, there is the potential for a repeat of last year's final in the semi-final.
That'd be a great ding-dong as well. Contrasting styles. Still a bit of rugby to play. Stranger things have happened, but the overlap's been manipulated here for Lion Rugby.
Oh, good fend as well. It's Tom Derrick for Lion. This is Aaron Watkins, captain of the team. Samurai desperately working to try and get that ball, but the referee says no bueno. And here come Lion. They were tearing up the right-hand side, desperate for that ball, but they're not going to need it. Oh my! Austin Beckett stepping like He's got 6 feet. And Lion Rugby get their first score, and maybe there's life in them yet.
Yeah, I was going to maybe mention the leggings that he was wearing on this 3G surface, but I'll perhaps abstain from doing that just now, because great footwork. Watch this back on the replay as well as he just gasps in some air. It was brilliant to watch him just scythe through the line, but the footwork was excellent. You see there, just a little hop step there, but it's this one, it's that one that again we just see the player dejected and slumped to the ground. Very unorthodox and unassuming character, but he can eat up the ground like nothing else. And it gives a little bit of a lifeline back to Lion Rugby, because that's the half-time whistle.
17-7 at half-time. Winner stays on here at Melrose. Good game. I mean, Samurai have been the dominant force, but then with a try like that, with players like that, I'd imagine in the huddle there, you can see Lion Rugby Sevens, Samurai there, but just to their right, Lion Rugby Sevens, they're in tight, they're a tight group, and there'll be plenty of belief.
Yeah, there will be. You know, as the tournament as a whole, it's a shame to see all the local sides go out early, but we know that that's the opportunity that is afforded to these local teams. The Scottish teams can try and test themselves against this opposition. And we know there's a lot more quality in these sides, so it's an opportunity for people to try and test themselves, but then go and watch some excellent rugby. And you watch it here; it is absolutely phenomenal. Samurai look like a different beast than they did last year, and I was so impressed with them last year. But now they're coming out, and they've just got that little bit more experience at this tournament, because you felt they were kind of a bit like a rabbit in the headlights last year when they got to the final. You think that if there's a second opportunity this year, I just don't think it'll pass them by. But Lion Rugby, from that try from Austin Beckett, the hot-footed number 7 with the leggings, he certainly is giving them a little bit of a lifeline here.
Leggings are the new white boots, aren't they?
Yeah.
So back in our day, if you wore red boots or white boots, you had to be good, you had to be quick. Now everybody's got flare footwear on, whereas these days, if you wear leggings, you've got to be decent.
Yeah, he's done well. He has done very well.
Mickelchus has just come and stood closest to us on the touchline. He is a big old unit for somebody who moves as quickly as he does.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad I don't play at this tournament anymore.
Well, Samurai have won that back, and Geary is straight on the move. Oh, Fergus Geary. Brilliant finish from him. I mean, he was given the ball by a great chase from the kickoff, but finished that with real presence of mind, so aware of what's going on around him, and explodes over to increase the lead.
It's that word, it's the explosive nature of that step and that arcing run. He just gets the ball and bounces off his left foot, and it's how he straightens up straight away. You know, how he manages to bounce off and change his angle and then repeat it back to straighten up. Brilliant play there. And you can, it's probably the most attractive effort to go in between the uprights, but he adds the extras and he's going to exit stage left.
That's it, classic sevens, isn't it? I've scored 7 points here. Sub me out, coach. I've done my bit for now.
Yeah, punch the job card.
Good player for Geary. Plays oh, and another take from the Lithuanian magician. Lions Rugby cannot get a touch on this ball. Another penalty conceded at the breakdown. Samurai making a statement here to say, Wild Dogs, British Army, whoever it is, we're coming for you in these semi-finals.
Yeah, it's shaping up to be a brilliant end to this tournament. Speranza 22 and Monaco Impes already made their way through the semi-final, but yeah, you could pick one of any of those two from the 4 that are left in the quarters. It would be a brilliant occasion. But Samurai are in the driving seat, and then British Army Wild Dogs is going to be a bit of a slugfest coming up next, but it's going to be a brilliant quarter-final.
Here comes Samurai again. Mickelchus wanted the offload, but instead he secures the ball. Instead it's Andrew Nurse. He's played in the Premiership Sevens for Harlequins before. The pedigree of all of these Samurai players, the team that they brought here to Melrose. And once again, they are going to wreak havoc on whichever Sevens circuit they decide to this summer. They're away again here, looking for space over on the left-hand side. This time they're even dragging Lions over the line with them. It's another excellent score. Will Glover, international player for England.
Great power to get over in the end there, and it's now looking very comfortable for Samurai. But just great footwork again, attacking the space, and then drawing the defenders in, and then that's a big shoulder to run into. I'm sure Aaron Watkins will have felt that.
5 tries in this quarter-final for Samurai. 1 for Glover, 1 for Geary, 3 for Mikkelchus. Doesn't look like they're done just yet, does it?
No, and I think that's the worry and the fear for other teams, as you mentioned before, that they're going to have a successful season on the circuit.
Finally, a touch for Lyon. Already with their backs to goal. That's Tom Derrick. Again, some mullet from Derrick, but a little bit of go forward. They needed that. There was the hot stepper shipping it on. And then back inside. Very physical carries. Harry Stewart, brother of Freddie. Similar build, and by that I mean massive.
Yeah, I can see that. He's a tall individual. Freddie Stewart, a player, you know, been immensely impressed with. He's kind of burst onto the scene in recent years, but you know, it's very similar in terms of their makeup and their frame.
And of course, a teammate of Dan Kelly at Leicester, and his younger brother Seb is one to look out for. He's currently at Kirkham Grammar School. And they won the Sedbergh Thames south of here. Another great tournament, another historic tournament. Oh, but a tournament that probably doesn't see many tries as good as that. Ollie Jones, how has he got through there without so much as a glove being laid on him? What a finish.
Yeah, you've seen him attack the space there. It'd be interesting to see on the replay how tight that gap was, because from this position it looked impossible to squeeze through. And you can just see him start to just arc his back slightly and just evade the challenge. Not getting any fingertips onto his coattails. And you just see that accelerating through that gap and through that space.
Well, that one was converted, so Samurai leading Lion Rugby Sevens by 36 points to 7. This contest is done, dusted and finito. However, we've still got 2 great teams out there, so we'll take you through to full time, and hopefully we'll see a few more delicious meat pies out there, because this one has delivered in spades. Samurai, the 3rd team to book their name in the latter stages of this competition. Speranza 22, Monaco Impies and Samurai. Next up, British Army v Wild Dogs, to see who the final semi-finalist will be. This might well be the most impressive knockout performance we've seen so far.
Yeah, I would say so. I think that the games we've seen before that, I think Speranza were tested and they started to quake a little bit. And I certainly think that London Scottish, for a period of that game, looked like they could have went through. And being the second best team in that tie for most of it, it was just the mistakes from the Impies in the second tie. Samurai have looked flawless.
If Impies pick up 2 yellow cards against any of the remaining teams, then it'll be a bloodbath.
Yeah, it would be curtains for them. But Samurai, they certainly look hungrier for it. And I must echo the Borders representation that they've got on the staff. I think that will breed into their mentality here this afternoon, because players like Fraser Hartness, he certainly doesn't go back and coming forwards.
Last chance for a bit of glory for Lion Rugby Sevens. The Melrose tournament is coming to an end here in the late afternoon sunshine. They're not going to give up without a fight, and that's excellent work from Avery Smiles Tyson. Wins that contact battle. Leading with the shoulder there. Savayanea on the offload too. Could certainly play these Lions rugby boys. They've just not had the chance to express themselves at all. Oh. Not shy of the contact zone either, these Lion boys, and they've won the penalty there.
Yeah, it's difficult to be on comms and not actually get blown away by the physicality, even in a sevens game. But they're certainly taking it to the line and really looking to exploit these gaps, and if they can't find them, they're going to make them.
Delicate hands with the offload, but nothing delicate about that carry from Smiles Tyson. Oh, great offload as well. Now it could open up. Another brilliant tackle, but they can only survive another phase. It is a second try for Lion Rugby Sevens, and they finish the second half just as they finished the first, with a try to make the scoreboard look a little bit more favourable. However, this game has belonged entirely to Samurai. They book their place in the semi-final as they go in search of a trophy. And if they play like that, who could possibly stand in their way? 6 tries, 3 conversions, and a very, very impressive win against Lions Rugby Sevens. 36-12, the full-time score.
An impressive performance there from Samurai. I think Lions Rugby, sometimes it's just it's the luck of the draw. It's the luck of the draw in terms of where you end up, and the bottom half of that draw is loaded with impressive teams. But you perhaps could have got an easier way around in the first half of the draw, especially at the top as well. But yeah, Samurai looking impressive, and I think for the last 14 minutes they probably were going to be exiting the tournament. It just happens to be Lions Rugby. They're popping out.
Well, coming up next, British Army versus Wild Dogs. The women's competition will continue. We've still got Durham versus Edinburgh University to come, but now let's find out where Chris is. He seems to have the best gig here. What part of this party zone are you in now, Chris?
Congratulations, good win there. What do you make of your team's performance?
Yeah, it's obviously a tough tournament. It's a knockout, so you've got to be on your money every tournament. And all we asked the boys was kind of be really clear, and then just going to give absolutely everything in attack and defence. And we can't fault them there. Lion, great side, and putting a hell of a performance for the boys.
What does it mean to you personally to be back playing well?
Yeah, it's lovely. Got some fond memories here. Won it with London Scottish 2019, and to be back playing with a good group of boys. And this venue can't really get much better.
And potential match up against last year's finalists, the British Army last year's winners. What will that sort of match be like if they do win?
Yeah, they're physical boys. We know what they bring every time, but they move the ball really well as well. So like every game here, you're pretty good on your money, and avoid any potential banana skins.
Well, congratulations and good luck in the semi-finals.
Cheers, Chris, for Geary there. Living the dream and having a lovely time, of course, as he mentioned there, winning it with London Scottish Lions in the past. But now we bring our attention back to this men's quarter-final. The British Army against the Wild Dogs. Wild Dogs had an excellent win against Marvin. They had to work hard for it. Dare I say it, even though it was their first game of the tournament, towards the end of it, they looked a little bit tired. They've knocked that ball on there, and it'll be first chance to attack for the British Army. And that is a chance that invariably they will not pass up. They love to get their hands on the ball. Radiana Rover finding Salana Buka. He scored a try. In fact, he scored the opening try in the first game. And he's offloaded that ball there. And it has drifted forward.
I get the feeling this is going to be one of those games that we're going to see a lot of great offloads. We're going to see a lot of open field running. But I imagine there's going to be a couple of big hits in there as well.
There are some strong old boys in that British Army team.
We're still retaining 5 from the winning squad that they won here last year, which is great for the continuity. Players that have experienced it and been there and done it.
They'd love to go back to back as well, wouldn't they? But standing in their way, Matualu and co. Here he is on the ball and offloading that over the top. Very happy enough that that ball has stayed live, so Pinar can feed the speed on the left-hand side. A lot of intensity every time the ball's in the contact zone, isn't it?
It's unbelievably physical in the close quarters, and it was a great ball there from Pinar. It's like he put it on a zip wire to get to the wing, because it was a brilliant weight and a brilliant pace on the ball. But again, just the relentless pressure and the physicality of the breakdown means that the British Army are the ones that get the penalty.
In the first half here, no scores yet in these opening exchanges, but then the arcing run is very nice from Rokamoki. Oh, just every time they get in behind, they look so dangerous, but Wild Dogs have done well to slow that down. Selanabuka drifts across, takes Matualo out, then Radianirova floats it out to the right-hand side. He's there to receive the offload as well, Radianirova. Rokamoki waits at first receiver, then gets it. There are numbers here for the British Army. Oh, the backdoor offload, sensational, but they're so reluctant to get it out to the wing. No one wants to tackle Kalamia Wasa, and he gets the first score. Well, Wild Dogs will be so disappointed to have slipped off that tackle, but it's hard to know where to defend.
Kalamia Wasa linking up well there with Rokamosi, and I did say there was going to be open field running, yes. There was going to be outrageous offloads, so we've got a couple of minutes to wait until the next big hit, but conversion attempt here for Radianirova. Successful, and it's been a good start. I do feel that the Army here are being able to stretch this Wild Dogs team, and they look like they've got all the time in the world. There's gaps just opening up in this defensive line, which perhaps shows the difference between a team who regularly play together and a team that's a little bit more invitational.
If you are going to follow the 7th circuit this summer, then you'll definitely see Wild Dogs. Oh, the restart, nearly chased down by Jack Evans. Watch out for him, try score in the first game. He is a tricky customer. He's quick, he's powerful, a different kind of finesse to a lot of his island teammates. They're going to go for the one-man lift here, aren't they? Nearly pitched it as well. Good line-out ball in the end from Wild Dogs. And away they go. Nice offload and a good supporting line, and then drifting off tackles themselves, but just coughing it up a bit quickly. And here is Evans. Backwards off a white hand, says the referee. And now Rokamoki out to Selanabuka. Back inside. These second touches make such a difference, and Rokamoki takes it into contact. Radianirova, 3 men outside him. Oh, the dummy's so good, and Rokoduguni somehow gets through the tackles. It's a disappointing missed tackle on him in the end, but Rokoduguni goes in for the second try. And I'll say it again, it's difficult to know where to defend. He bamboozles you with hands and eyes and feet and everything. What a player.
It's difficult to defend players who don't even know what they're going to be doing. And Rokoduguni is obviously the brother of the England star as well. Played his rugby up in Highland, and he was part of the successful team last year. But you just see the balance of running, being able to drift in and out. He knew the option was there just to check the sweeper, and he goes in for the try, which was excellent there for British Army. You just see the velocity that the offloads come out of the hands from the British Army. You know, most players drop that ball. The amount of times that the ball's just been fired out of contact, it just sticks every single time. You know, and that's like a huge attribute for this squad to have.
Oh, what a take on the restart. Looked like he'd mistimed the jump there, but it's obviously put the sticky mitts on as Ronnie Durant. And now Matualu doesn't quite get up to halfway. He concedes the penalty. Another infringement at the breakdown for Wild Dogs.
We've seen a lot of that at this in sevens in general. There's something that they're trying to really get hot on to make a competition on the floor. You got to win that space, but there's been a lot of sealing off at this tournament today. A lot of players looking to just dive over the ball, seal it off, and get a steadier base to stop the opposition really having a stab at it or trying to push off. Referees have been pretty hot on it, and I think they've been mostly fair and pretty accurate as well. So, you know, it's something that the players themselves, when this law just gets enforced that little bit firmer, will have to retrain themselves into getting into the correct position.
Radianirova finds touch. Suluakolo with the line out on the 22. Oh, and they peel around to the front. Oh, Army looking to open them up. Sivan Niaga wearing number 7. Another penalty conceded by Wild Dogs. Rajanarova finds Evans. Evans puts it in reverse and starts to go forward again, and there's a little gap just in behind. Touchdown by Rokamoki. There's a player down for Wild Dogs. He looks like he's in quite the spot of bother.
We'll have to get the vets on. A good play again from the Army, however. They done well to find the gap, and you have to look back at the work from Jack Evans there. He stayed tall in contact, which is, it's hard to do when you're that size. It's easy to get wrapped up, it's easy to get scragged down to the ground, but he powered the legs and was able just to get himself into a good position, and then Rokamosi was able just to pick off the ground, and it opened up, and he had open prairie just to mosey on into it.
We're going to have a little delay in play here while the medical staff are out there attending to the injured Wild Dogs player. The worrying thing for everyone else in the competition now is that the British Army are playing well. They don't look like they're having to work particularly hard in this quarter-final, so they might be able to just ease off a little bit, get through and save something ahead of that semi-final with Samurai. And they're going to have to do that because they're going to have to be at their very best to get anything from Samurai.
Yeah, I think it's so difficult to try and gauge who is the best team in this tournament at this point, because there's been a lot of quality teams. I think the 4 teams that, as it stands just now, you would say perhaps British Army will get through to the semi-final. If you think about Speranza 22, Monaco Impes, Samurai and British Army, there's some contrasting styles in there, so it's difficult to try and pick which one's going to come out on top. Last year we would have went Samurai are going to mop the floor with absolutely everybody because of their fast abrasive style, but British Army with their physicality and their innovation in open play, they upset the odds. So it's certainly an interesting final last year. But
well, here we are. Look, this is our commentary position. Great to have your company. It's been great to watch this rugby as well. Absolutely stunning conditions, and we get a great view here right on the halfway line. The same thing that you can see. Not sure why they put us on there.
I'm glad we got rid of the Haribo and the Snickers that we had here earlier.
Yeah, but we got rid of them by shoving them in our gobs as opposed to hiding them from everyone else who's watching. But we hope that you're enjoying this great competition, and it's our real pleasure to bring you every game on this historic pitch, whether it's in the men's competition or the women's. And let's have a little bit of a chat about that while we're waiting for this injury to be dealt with, because we had an absolute cracker between Hearts and Balls and the Lionesses, didn't we? That ebbed and flowed, and it was firstly, it's great to see the women's competition taking place. Secondly, it's great to see it being quite so competitive.
Yeah, it was a brilliant game. Hearts and Balls went off to an early advantage and putting in a great performance, and then eventually it was the Lionesses who clawed them back and was able to get back into the game, and the conversion was ultimately the important kick. However, we've got a lot of important games still coming up. We've got the prelim qualifier, which is going to be played before the main final, which gives either Durham Uni or Edinburgh Uni a place in the main draw next year, which is a great carrot to dangle, and it was a great addition to the competition yesterday evening.
Also, it's a great carrot to dangle as well, because both are pretty much equidistant from where we are, aren't they? Durham and Edinburgh. Obviously, a slight journey south for Edinburgh and a slight journey north for Durham, but both very proud rugby clubs, and university rugby is in great nick at the moment. And Sean Cody, unfortunately, looks like his tournament is done, unless his team can turn it around. Their tournament's going to be done as well, because the conversion's good. The British Army leading the Wild Dogs by 19 points to 0. Tries from Kalamir Wassa, Rockadaguni and Rokamosi. A couple of conversions to boot has made them very much the favourites to play Samurai in the semi-finals.
Yeah, definitely. They're in the driving seat. They're showing all the brilliant things that the British Army bring to Sevens rugby. Great balance of play. It's the wandering with the ball in one hand. It's other players just not able to show and exhibit that sort of skill. The coaches would be crying from the sidelines if that was one of the club teams here in the Scottish borders. But the difference is these players are brilliant at it. They're able to play with danger That's exactly what the British Army have done here initially.
Well, that's, you've said the word borders there, so I'd like to have a brief chat in the half-time break here about the clubs who we lost right at the beginning, your Bournemouths, your Edinburgh Ackies, your Gala, etc. How much will they have looked forward to playing in this competition? And when you get the fixture schedule at the beginning of the year, at what point do you look through it, put a big ring around it and be like, right, yeah, that is Melrose Sevens, can't wait for that?
I think Scottish Club Rugby, it's difficult to probably identify that as what you want to do. There's so many spinning plates in terms of fixture congestion, but as it creeps up upon you, you start to think about the seventh season. And sometimes there's some teams who, you know, maybe like Jed Forest, you know, they're probably unlucky. They had two of the hardest ties to go through. They were unlucky against Speranza, but they're a team that could potentially compete at this level as well. But they will be targeting it from, you know, beginning of March, end of February. And it's a huge occasion for these players, because we're talking about these players, you know, that are on the park now. They've played for Leicester, they've played for England Sevens. You know, on the other side of that, we've got so-and-so's a farmer, so-and-so's a joiner, and it's a great opportunity for them to play rugby and throw the ball about in front of a capacity crowd here at the Greenyards.
Well, they've thrown it about a little bit quickly there, Wild Dogs. Second half underway. Yet to score in this quarter-final. They've got a real pedigree. They've made finals around the world. Just over half a decade as a Sevens club. And they've brought together some serious talent, but they've not yet been able to click.
Just not been able to retain the ball, just not been able to have any sort of possession for a long period of time. And the Army are just such a patient build-up team, and they wait for their opportunity to strike.
The opportunity won't quite be there as that ball is fumbled, however. As I say that, Sanabuka goes in under the sticks. It was almost as though he dropped the ball on purpose to lure them into a false sense of security.
Yeah, it's almost like a pre-planned move there. It just shows you that, though, that, you know, there's these errors that can come into the game, and a lot of other teams, you have to kill that at the spot. You have to make sure that you stop any sort of loose arm or loose play breaking into an opportunity. But great there from Selan Buka, just being able to wriggle free from the contact and mop up his own mistake. It was a loose ball, mopped it up, head down, crack on, get underneath the sticks and extend the lead.
2 tries in the 2 games then for Selan Abuka. He joins Kalamia Wassa, Rokodaguni and Rokamossi on the scoreboard. Conversion good, 26-0. Is that going to make 10 metres?
Oh.
Well, when you're behind in a game, that is the last thing you want to do. Wild Dogs didn't need to challenge for that ball. Instead, they've knocked it on. It's back with the British Army. The backdoor offloads are coming thick and fast. The yellow card is being shown there to Matawalu. And the referee had signalled an advantage. British Army were away, but he's decided that the danger was so apparent that Matawalu had to be sent to the bin.
Yeah, interesting to see what the decision was there. I couldn't quite make out the signal from the referee, but the Matawalu is going to be a big miss for the Wild Dogs, because he's a player who's tasted success here with Glasgow Warriors a few years ago, playing alongside the likes of Scott White, who made a name for himself here at this very club.
British Army on the ball again, a little hop, a skip and a offload out of the back door. Jack Evans has just come back on for Kalamia Wassa, and he is away himself, galloping up. The offload doesn't stick. Selan Abuka would have been under the posts for his second. There is nothing quite like casting your eyes on the gallop of a big man, is there? And Jack Evans really got up a fair lick.
Yeah, you've got to, you think back to that iconic run from Doddy Weir when the Co-ops beat Jed 61-0. I think it was in 1993. It was either 91 or 93, so I'll have to fact check my date, but you know, it's a famous well reeled out footage by Doddy Weir, and it's you know, a similar ilk. Big Jack Evans, big rangy character with a bit of pace about him as well.
A bit of pace about this. That is Jamie Melrose. Wild Dogs just looking for something. The tournament's over. Can you put a smile on this crowd's face in the dying embers here? Still a few minutes to go, a few minutes to impress for the Wild Dogs. If you were in the crowd, I'm not sure I'd be sat there in that stand in the shade because it's a little bit chilly, but out in the sun, still absolutely glorious. Sam Barker checks back on himself, and the British Army just creep up and compete at the breakdown. But then it opens up, here we go. The British Army aren't going to give up on this chase. There's serious gas on it, but Jack Evans is not going to get there. Instead, it's going to be dotted down by Kenny Kinliao. And that took a lot of effort. I mean, the celebration's in there, but he's going to be breathing through a straw after that one.
Yeah, I thought he got the old hummus heels on when he was scampering down because he got slower and slower as he got to the 22, but great work from Jack Evans to try and get back, and you think 26 points to 0 up at the time, and he was streaking through, and you can see the big tower in number 10 for the Army, just shadowing him all the way to the posts and tracking his run, and just wanting to try and protect that clean sheet that they had at that point, but a good score from the Wild Dogs.
Kenny Kinliao gets his first of the tournament. A good go at this one as well, the Wild Dogs, but he's going to be allowed to bounce. Jack Evans watches that one over the shoulder. Atawalu back on after that yellow card.
He'll be an important player for the Wild Dogs in the closing stages of this game. Perhaps the opportunity to progress is maybe passed them by, but certainly there's still a highlight reel in there somewhere for Matawalu.
Perfectly executed lift, and Matawalu out of the sin bin and onto the score sheet.
Told you. I knew there was something in there in Matawalu. He's one of those players that he pops up with these moments. He read that, and you could almost see there was the feign of the pass. Then they checked out of it and went again, and Matawalu had two little bites at it and managed to collect the second one. It wasn't an easy ball to gather either.
But it's a yellow card or a try, isn't it?
Yeah, he has to do something to get his name in the lights. But the one shot there, the second shot came, and then eventually he managed to get the ball at the second bite of the cherry. Great play there from the Wild Dogs.
And in the meantime, Jack Evans has taken that above his head, and the British Army are back on it. Oh, big fend, and Radiana Rover swallowed up Jean Pinard, neither taking a backward step. Great confrontation. Rockamossi brought down, look for a second. He was going to charge all the way around the outside. I really admire the way the British Army, even though there's all this lovely offloading, they're still keeping this width. They've got Jack Evans out on the flank. And that offload is sumptuous. This is absolutely joyous from the British Army. And Rayavalu gets on the end of the attack, but Kalamiawasa was involved. Everyone was involved. That was through all of the hands. Eventually, it's dotted down from one knee.
Yeah, great link-up play from the Army. As you say there, pretty much everybody was involved. Kalamiawasa was in there for the final offload, but in amongst that as well, it was the run on the outside from Rockamossi that set it up, the width as you were explaining it, that they were holding at the side, and eventually brilliantly finished there by Rayavalu, who was an instrumental player in their victory here at this tournament last year.
Full-time whistle goes. British Army 31, Wild Dogs 12. We have got a repeat of last year's final in the semi-final. Samurai versus the British Army. The winner of that will play the winner of Speranza 22 versus the Monaco Impies. We are into the sharp end of the Melrose Sevens. But now we are going to return to the women's competition.
14, Charlotte Gordon, and number 15, Samurai.
Durham University are out there looking for their first victory of the competition. It's going to be a tough one against Hearts and Balls.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. It's the way that this tournament is formatted is it's a round robin and then culminating in a final. So Durham University are going to have to dig really, really deep to upset the odds here against Hearts and Balls, or we might get a repeat of that excellent game that we did see in Game 2 between the Lionesses and Hearts and Balls. A tight 22 points to 20 victory for the Lionesses. And there's going to be Hearts and Balls to get play underway.
Well, this is the third in this round robin. Just looking down, there are still plenty of crabs away to our left. One's just making their way past us. The fancy dress going on strong. People pacing themselves well because there's a big party after the tournament and everybody wants to have their wits about them to watch these great tournaments come to their conclusion. Here are Hearts and Balls with their first real attack of this second game for them. Victory will take them through to a rematch against the Lionesses. A great chance for the opening score here. Megan Gaffney brought down 10 metres short. She's coughed that up and Durham can turn it over. Pearl Kelly. That was. Oh, there's much better handling from Durham. Sullivan. They're not scared to throw it out of the back door, but right line behind them's the try line, and they don't want to spend too much time around there, and they won't if they keep playing like this.
Certainly we've been watching a bit of the British Army. Good offloading inside their own 22, but just getting a little bit isolated. But Durham University now being able to spread the field, and a little knock-on in midfield. They tried to stab it forward, but the referee spotted the knock-on, and it's an opportunity there. Charlotte Gordon is guilty of just fumbling the ball as it was making its way across into the touchline.
So we'll restart play with a set scrum. It'll be Hearts and Balls put in. They've got one player directly behind, and then on the right hand side here, Hannah Smith, a try scorer in the opening game. That is the direction they're going to. There's Denham, lovely pass in behind to Smith. One defender to beat, and beats her with a massive fend. Helena Sullivan sent to the turf. Smith opens the scoring, and Hearts and Balls lead 5-0.
Yeah, I think Scullion was already on the way down as she went in to make that tackle. Not a lot of confidence in that challenge. But we did see Hannah Smith score an excellent try in the previous game, but shown from close quarters as well. She can just get that fend in. Get the wanting player who's going to try and make that tackle out the road, and the conversion attempt is successful as well. So Hearts and Balls take the lead, but again, Hannah Smith at the forefront of everything good about the Hearts and Balls play.
Sarah Denham adds the conversion. Pokes that one over nicely, and she is straight back into kicking duty to restart this game. Well, the conversion, a slightly better strike than the restart, and Laura Wilkie nearly ending up on the bloopers reel forever.
Yeah, it was a little wry lift of the arm to apologise for that kick, but they can let her off because the conversion attempt was pretty good before that, and it does give a chance for Durham University to attack here, and they get caught on their back, and the ball's turned over, and now it's become a bit of a stramash, but it's eventually back in the hands of Durham University.
It was a really good turnover, but unfortunately leads to nothing for Hearts and Balls because Lindsay Taylor is trying to make her way round the outside. Good response this from Durham. Amber Bellamy wearing 9 switches that inside to Grace Laverty. We're just about up to the 22. It's all quite narrow, isn't it? There are players holding their width, but just haven't got the confidence to get the ball in. So instead, a little nudge in behind, and Rachel Law dives on it. She's quickly back to her feet. Confidence of Hearts and Balls to throw those kinds of passes there. And then the offloads as well.
Great feet.
And lovely inside passing as well. This is delightful stuff from Hearts and Balls, and then away goes Freya Walker. They're not going to catch her either. That is a wonderful, wonderful try. Started on the one try line, finished on the other. And Freya Walker goes over for her second try of the tournament. Hearts and Balls second of the match.
Great feat from Megan Gaffney, but Freya Walker, I know she never started it as such, but the pick up off the toes just before that phase of play there when Gaffney did get the ball was excellent from her. You know, she was able to play the ball on her own goal line, and it was a difficult ball to try and gather, but she's got herself into a position where she's fed her teammate, got back into the game and offered herself up for support, and a good turn of pace as well to go the distance.
Well, Denham has missed that conversion. It's gone wide to the right of the post, but Hearts and Balls leading by 12 points to 0.
The try was by Freya Walker.
What I really like about that try as well, it was 2 inside passes. Very often we see teams, or certainly historically in the game, Sarah Denham. Sarah Denham. I'm just going to stop what we were talking about for a second.
I thought you were about to ground her there. It sounded like a parent.
Yeah, I full named her as well.
Yeah, you can see the intent there from Denham, just not able to put enough power on the kick. Wanted to try to do the cute one, go 10 metres, but another little apology from the restart. But Hearts and Balls have the ball back in their hands now.
Just to quickly box off that point, very often it's the one inside pass and then it's like, well, what do we do now? But it was another inside pass. It's players offering themselves for second touches in the attack, and then Rachel Law. It was a beautifully timed pass. Durham rushing out of the line. Law has some pace outside her, and Hannah Smith is going to go over again. And Hearts and Balls just scoring these brilliant tries, great support lines. This is a team that is really turning it on. That's Smith's third try in 2 games, and it is 17-0.
Yeah, they're the vital cogs in this Hearts and Ball wheel. Law and Smith linking up well in midfield. You thought that Law was perhaps going to go the distance when they got the ball back in their territory, but what ended up happening was she had the awareness and the ability to feed her teammate, who she knew had just a little bit more pace than her. And certainly still some smiles on the bench from the Durham University substitutions as the referee blows for half time, but it is Hearts and Balls in control at the moment. 19 points to 0 in the lead, and there's going to be a little pause in play for half time, and they're going to have the opportunity to revise and reflect on what happened at half time in the first half, and it's going to mean that Durham University have got 19 points to try and overturn in the second half.
Yeah, Hearts and Balls are good for this lead, aren't they? It's got some fabulous tries, really great to watch, and all of a sudden, I know this game isn't done and dusted and we don't want to be disrespectful for Durham, but all of a sudden we start thinking about the women's final and what a superb occasion that could be. The chance to lift a trophy for the first time in this historic tournament, and having already had a 20-22, just separated by 1 conversion between Hearts and Balls and the Lionesses. So maybe we are in for a classic of the genre to set the tournament up for the future as it continues to grow.
Yeah, it does give that opportunity to taste success and get a bit of silverware, but for Hearts and Balls it gives them a second chance to turn round the team that's already beaten them in this tournament. It would be 1-1, but it would be the game that matters to win that trophy.
Well, Durham are going to get us back underway in this second half. They managed to get a try in the first game. 43 points to 7, that one ended. Oh, that one's been left behind. Oh, backwards, says the referee. So Hearts and Balls getting away with one there as Rhea Clark sets the platform. Straight away they look for the width, and there could be some width here. There is some serious gas in this Hearts and Balls team, but that's a good chase back by Flo Diddington. She makes an important tackle there on Juliet Ross. Checking one way, then the other, and no real pressure coming on. Some balls getting, well, say getting away with one. They'll face the put in from the Durham scrum, but not as clean as they'd have liked that to be.
No, you just wonder how they're going to approach the rest of this game. They've got a chance to start to wind down slightly and protect their squad and protect their personnel. There's still a game to be won here. 19 points is the difference. There's still a chance that Durham University, if they get the bounce of the ball, will be able to take the lead.
Hearts and Balls back in possession. Really attacking the line with some verve. Up to halfway they go. Again they found the edge, and Durham chasing desperately, but it's a losing battle, and it'll be Laura Wilkie who'll cut that line back towards those uprights. Durham, they're narrow in defence. And it works until it doesn't, because when Hearts and Balls find that edge, they've got so much gas. Very tough to stop.
Rugby's evolved so much in the last couple of decades, and it used to be that there's no substitution for pace. There's a lot of different facets to rugby now, but that's still a quote which is true about rugby. If you've got players that are quicker than the opposition, it's really, really difficult to try and defend them. You have to be a little bit more smart, and positionally you have to be a little bit more intelligent on the field of play, but you can just see there the Hearts and Balls players just have that extra yard or two over the Durham University ladies.
It'll be Bri Nelson to restart us. That is well gathered. She's made sure she's got that ball over the 10 after those couple of incidents, let's call them, with Sarah Denham's boot. Durham just run out of space out wide and get pushed out into touch. They're having a tough old time of it.
Yeah, it's getting a bit stop-start now between these two sides. You'd imagine that Hearts and Balls know that the game is done, and that injection of energy slightly comes out of the competition. Durham University is still making a fist of it as well.
Well, they battled right until the end, didn't they, against Lionesses, and they did get that try for their reward. It's looking like it's going to be a little bit tougher against this Hearts and Balls team. Well, they've got the put in here, 3 available on the outside, no one on the blind side. They find Diddington. Diddington checks back inside to Sophie Hill, and now trying to go around the outside themselves. It's left behind, unfortunately, by Karchova. Hard work after contact, undone by a ball off the boot. There's a bent back there, and that does look uncomfortable.
Looked like the knee of Laura Wilkie got caught in a really unfortunate position. She's signalling that she wants to be substituted, but done well to get back to her feet pretty quickly. It did look like it was going to be a difficult position to be caught in, but gives the Hearts and Balls a chance to bring some players onto the field, and doing well to get out. But you can just see just the leg just getting caught underneath the right leg of Wilkie, just to that contact.
Well, empty in the bench then, the chance for everyone to taste the action here at the Melrose Sevens. We're all enjoying this one, this inaugural women's competition. Hearts and Balls, Rhea Clark puts it into the scrum. They're looking like they're going to get their first victory here after tasting defeat against the Lionesses in a game that really ebbed and flowed. And this is a lovely carry. Bri Nelson, well, puts the brakes on in the end. She's tackled well by Charlotte Gordon. We are getting a glimpse into some of the quality that this Hearts and Balls team have got. team in the men's competition as well did Hearts and Balls. They beat Stunts in the preliminary round before falling to the Monaco Impies, who go in the semi-final next against Speranza 22. In the meantime, Law is looking like adding another one here for Hearts and Balls. Try number 5, each one as impressive as the previous one.
Just a little bit too easy that time for Hearts and Balls, just managing to get the ball into a bit of space, just slipping off the tackles as well, and or not completing the tackle too, which allows the free arm and the offload to come on for Hearts and Balls. And Rachel Law, again with her industrious work rate, just gets round the corner, offers herself up for support, and you know, she seems to just be absolutely everywhere in this field of play.
Full-time whistle goes, Hearts and Balls get the W. Durham scoreless this time, 31-0. That sets up a sumptuous final. It'll be Hearts and Balls versus the Lionesses in a repeat of the thriller that we saw earlier on. Next up, we return to the men's competition. The semi-final, Monaco Impies against Speranza 22. And this is where it gets serious, if it hadn't got serious already. Speranza 22, 31-14 winners over Melrose, 17-7 winners over Jed Forest. 2 wins so far. Monaco Impies, they dispatched London Irish Lions 26-15. They had 2 yellow cards in that quarter-final. Before that, 38-0 winners over Hearts and Balls. The format's the same. This is the semi-final. You lose, you are done. Monaco Impies cannot afford to be as ill-disciplined as they were last time. They're in the white jerseys with the blue sleeves. They kick us off, and that has been knocked on straight away by Speranza 22. So it'll be Oliver Melville on the ball. Little nudge in behind from Melville. What a start, what a score. 3rd try of the competition for Melville. He got a yellow card in the second game, 2 tries in the first, and he's given Monaco Impies the dream start to this semi-final.
That was a terrific start, and a bit of individual brilliance from Oliver Melville. He spots there's a gap, he spots he's going to be caught, boot to ball, they can't tackle him, and a bit of solo brilliance from the young man. A twin, actually, a twin. And Coach Oliver as well at Sudbury School.
Well, the conversion's been added. Chris Knight, great to have you back, mate. We've managed to pull you out of the VIP tent for long enough to come and join us in the commentary box. You look like you've been having a cracking day. What's the atmosphere been like down there?
Oh, it's bouncing. I bumped into Collins a few times, and each time I see him, he's got another whiskey in his hand. He's been trying to lure me into the VIP tent, but no, it's brilliant. The fans are enjoying. It's been packed to the rafters, and it seems like a full-on family experience. Excited for these semi-finals though.
So Oliver Melville then, the Monaco Impy, you coached him at Sedra, of course. In terms of reduced numbers rugby, whether it's 7s or 10s in the north of England, which is quite a way south of here, they've got a brilliant pedigree. He's really putting it on display at the highest level. Tyler Bush, the latest to have a go at Speranza 22. High tackle. So it is Melville who gets us going again. Tolosano tries to bust through the tackle, and Slovic's there. Penalty starting to mount up here for Speranza, who are under quite a lot of pressure as Slovic, too quick for his own good there, but offloads that to a Speranza player.
Unfortunately, I didn't think he was 10, but referee says it's fine. It's been quite a common theme in this tournament. Players not quite routine 10, but referees don't mind.
Ben McGee gets the offload away, the vice-captain, and then it's up the jumper stuff from Speranza. It's not where they're at their best. And it's cost them the penalty. Monaco Impies turning the screw here early on. Lucas Udar scored a try in the opening game and steps out of the tackle there. Oh, Speranza 22. That is disappointing defence to say the least. Great strength from Udar. He didn't give up on that. And the Clermont Sevens man gets his second try in 3 games and puts Monaco Impies fully in control.
We watch it again. It's an age. He's got time. He's got about 5 seconds. He doesn't know what to do. He goes for the offload, and all of a sudden, he just slides off the defender and through he goes. But the great work at the breakdown again. That try came down from intense work, compete at the breakdown, forcing the turnover, and then a bit of disjointed defence. Couldn't quite get those connections back, and that power being the ultimate decider in that try.
Oh, Jan Tolosano is being taken off by 2 medics here. Scored a try in the second game, but he looks in some considerable discomfort there, so his tournament will come to an end. But Impey's are not giving Speranza a sniff here, are they?
No, they're really turning it on. They're dominating the kickoffs. Despite Speranza having a pod, they're still out leaping them, and they're keeping hold of the ball, starving them of possession. You've got to say, it's one-way traffic at the minute.
Well, it will be Speranza ball. They've already shown they can stay in the fight and create something from nothing.
Game of sevens, the game can turn in an instant, so they've got some big strike runners in the Speranza team. Who's going to step up and grab this game by the scruff of the neck?
Vice captain, wearing number 10, Ben McGee, 2 tries in 2 games for him so far. And under pressure from the scrum there. Doing really well in the end. First job, get out of the 22, cough the ball up there. However, the knock-on was spotted by Monaco Impeys.
It's a tense game, it's a cagey game at the minute. It's what you would expect from the first semi-final. There's a lot on the line here. It's been a lot on the line all day, but we're into the business end of the tournament now, and these two teams really feeling each other out.
Here comes more pressure at the scrum, penalty at the scrum, and Speranza away. That was Arthur Lennon. Also managed to get a try, and here is that man. McGee gets away. The chase is on. What a ball! What a ball! Brandon Holder was giving chase. It had to go, it had to be perfect, and it was. Speranza 22 open their account in the semi-final. They are right back in it, and that is just a little glimpse of what makes them brilliant.
Yeah, I said they got to strike back straight away, and that's what they've done. It's a good initial break as we watch the replay here. Ball shifted wide. He just beats him on the outside. A little bit of gas, and like any good team, the support's there, and he's got the awareness to make the pass just before he's tackled. So yeah, terrific initial break, and even better support play there to finish it off.
Conversion from under the post is successful. 7-14. Don't blink, you might miss something in this great semi-final.
Speranza needed that. Felt if they conceded another try it was game over, but it's game on.
Joe Lucas-Smith, I think, was a little bit offside there, but instead he's going to be able to palm that back, and it's with Speranza in midfield with an opportunity. Arthur Lennon taking it to the line, and the switch inside, tackle made by Slovic. He's been one of the stars of the day, and the penalty is won at the breakdown by Slovic, and a little bit of mouth as well, costing Speranza 10 more metres. Another nudge in behind, and Slovic puts the afterburners on. Foot race won brilliantly by Kilban, but then the ball coughed up. How on earth have the Impeys got that? It doesn't matter. Melville scored.
He's at the double, and he's the one that put the initial kick in, but great work at the breakdown from the man. You can't miss him with that mullet, can you, Dave? You cannot miss him. But terrific work at the breakdown to get the turnover initially. Melville spots, there's no sweeper in behind, puts the nudge in, and they both follow up, and somehow it ends up in the hands of Melville, and that's another try. He's doubled his tally.
Well, that'd be so frustrating for Alex Kilban, because he won the race. He got back first, and then bounce of the ball has bamboozled him. And it is Monaco Impeys 19, Speranza 22-7.
Yeah, watch the try here again. Melville takes it quickly. He realises the defence is disjointed. Spots there's no sweeper. Great bit of footwork. Sorry, it wasn't Melville with initial kick, but he's finished it off. But great spot from the Impeys. And a great end to that half.
Yeah, they've just ID'd the space well, Impeys, haven't they? And that'll be such a frustrating one for for Speranza 22, because they've got themselves back into the game and they've been undone by a kick twice in that half.
Yeah, that's one of the negatives of playing 7 up. There's no one in behind to cover those kicks, and if you've got players on your team that have the awareness to spot that, it's a great tool to unlock the defence. And yeah, they've been done twice by that, so potentially could see them to go back to a 6 up with a sweeper, or if they continue to play that 7 up, how will they defend? Will they use the wingers to drop off to try and cover those kicks? There's questions to be asked.
Well, of course, we're talking seriously limited minutes here, aren't we? 7 minutes per half. When you're making those decisions in the game, how are they communicated? And is that a captain's decision, or because there's not really time for a democracy out there, is there?
No, it's one of those that the bench probably has a bit more time and awareness to spot those things, but usually it comes from the people on the edges. They're the ones that can see the whole picture. They're the ones not fully focused on the middle of the park where the ball usually is, so they've got to spot the gaps, they've got to communicate. And I'm not sure what the system is they're trying to play, but at the minute they're being undone by that kick through behind, so something's got to be done, something's got to be changed to try and counteract that kick in behind.
Now or never for Speranza 22, unless they can turn this around, then Melrose 7's journey is over for 2023. That is a nightmare start.
Yeah, it's not what you want. Coaches will be absolutely furious with that. One job, put it 10 metres. The wind has picked up, but I don't think it's an excuse. They'll be very disappointed with that, and it hands possession straight back to the Impies in a great attacking position in the centre of the park.
This Impies team are very, very fun to watch, though. It's looking more and more like they're going to book the place in the final, because Cabiok has gone bursting through. Cover tackle by McGee. An important tackle as well. I actually think he's hurt himself there, Cabiok. Impies back inside their own half. Bush. Leg drive.
Yeah, interesting. Speranza have gone back to the sweeper. Clearly that kick has been the chink in their armour, and they're looking to counteract that.
Udard on the left. God, it's wriggled away. Full body strength, up high, down low, and then the speed to finish it. Second try in the semi-final for Lucas Udard, and Impies disappearing out of sight.
He's slippier than a jelly deal, Dave. No one can get hold of him. I don't know if they've lubed him up pre-game or what, but the guy's an absolute handful. And even though they get hold of him, they can't keep hold of him. Fantastic strength there from the big man.
Cabiok back on his feet. He's driven that one wide of the uprights. 4 tries for Monaco Impies. Lucas Udard with 2. Oliver Melville with 2. Sedba's nice, but it's a bit of a trade-off for Monaco, isn't it?
Yeah, I know where I'd rather be. As lovely as it is in the Browns and the hills of the Yorkshire Dales, Monaco certainly trumps that.
Here goes Speranza. McGee, he has had some tournament, you know. It's looking more and more like it's going to come to an end. Joe Lucas Smith. Netball pass to Cam Roberts, one of the vice captains, and Arthur Lennon on the prowl. The switch inside is a good one. Another penalty by Monaco Impies. I mean, we talked about the great tries they've scored, but around the breakdown, menaces.
Yeah, they have been. You know, they're contesting as many as they can, and spoke to the Melville after one of the quarter-final. He said discipline needs to be improved, and that's something they've really worked on. They've been vigilant in defence, and they've not given away that many penalties, but they've really contested that breakdown.
And of course, he said that in the last game. He got a yellow card. Busy tournament. 4 tries and 1 yellow in just under 3 games. But Monaco Impies, with their camera crew next to us, by the way, they are coming here because they mean business.
They do, and they've certainly showed it.
Well, barring a miracle, they're going to be in the final, and deservedly so as well. Brandon Holder takes it to the line. Good presentation despite the attention of McGee. Now Udard can either he or Melville sneak a hat-trick. Well, if they cough the ball up like that, Speranza 22. pinching that one, and then Costa puts it in reverse. McGee. Matty Ward out there.
Great defence coming in here from the Impys. They're just coming forward as a cohesive unit, making it really, really difficult, cutting down their space, and as we see, it's ultimately led to the forced turnover, pushing the Speranza backwards. Yeah, great defence.
Patience, isn't it?
It is, and it's all about staying connected and being cohesive. You know, if you go up in 1s and 2s, it leaves those dog-legged defensive, leaves those gaps, but if you come out as a cohesive unit and you keep pushing forward, yeah, you're going to get results, and it's been a cornerstone of this Impys victory in this match.
Conan Osborne puts that in at scrum time. We're getting a really good look at the squad here for the Impys, and Holder, who's been one of the standouts, skips around another tackle, and Brandon Holder still on his feet, and then he's brought down just outside the 22, pushed off the ball, and Speranza win the penalty. Now look to try and get a little bit of a more favourable scoreboard. They're going to bow out in the semi-finals. Can they get within a couple of scores? Again, Impys though just applying that pressure in the defence, but then a gap does open, and Purawal just has to put the brakes on as he comes under pressure. Another penalty conceded.
Great defensive effort from Ewan Guy there. He could have just let him through, the game's over, but he chased back to make the tackle.
Sean McCartney is going to stride over for a second Speranza try.
He's got some set of legs on him. Terrific pins.
He's a big, strong boy, isn't he? Take another look at this finish.
He is large and he's in charge.
Speranza 22-12, Monaco Impys 24. Last few exchanges of this one now. In fact, with that, Sean McCartney is going to take his place on the Speranza 22 bench. As is Tyler Bush for Monaco Impys. Jamaica Sevens man wearing number 1. Looking for a gap there, but it's
short one, not quite working. You see what he's trying to do.
Roman Roccia was equal to it. The Monaco Impys go in search of try number 5. Conan Osborne in the scrum half, but he is a big physical operator. Oliver Brown puts the boots on that, trying to release the speed. That's because Cabiok is rapid.
Offside though, unfortunately, ahead of the kicker. Got a little bit too eager there.
Who can blame him? Having fun out there. Going to have the chance to have fun again in the final against either Samurai or the British Army. But a little chip over the top here. This potentially a special try, but now Speranza with defending to do. They're all committed around there. There's acres of space. Well, I was going to say if Impys can get it there. Instead, they've conceded the penalty.
Yeah, a bit of dark arts there from Charles Morgan, getting in the way of the clear out, allowing Speranza to win that jackal. Referee didn't spot that, but that's well played.
Speranza coming forward and offloading nicely, and Jack Edwards into the 22. Frees the ball up, it's a little bit messy. And Morgan in the scrum cap. Massive gap for Morgan. Well, there was a look of disbelief there from Florian Rodrigo, as if to say, why haven't you tackled him? However, we talked about the scoreboard looking more favourable for Speranza.
Yeah, the defence parted like the Red Sea there. I'm not quite sure what happened. Players looking at each other, but fortunately for the Impys, that was the final play of the game, as Speranza were looking like they were coming back into this one. Great semi-final here.
Monaco Impys into the final for the first time. They have defeated Speranza 22, they have defeated London Scottish Lions, and they have defeated Hearts and Balls. They will play either Samurai or the British Army for the chance to win this great trophy.
Number 8, Charlie Venables, and number 9,
British Army team, number 1, Solo Gideon Arioko. Number 4, Eliza Kafoa. Number 8, Christopher Rosa. Number 10, John Evans. Number 11,
And now on to the second of our semi-finals. Monaco Impes have booked their place in the showpiece event here at the Green Yards, the birthplace of Rugby Sevens. And there's just 2 teams vying to join them. The current holders, the British Army, and also last year's runners-up, Samurai. This is a repeat of the 2022 final. And we've got 14 minutes of competitive action coming up. Here's the Army to get play underway.
Mouth-watering semi-final between last year, repeat of last year's final, and Samurai are definitely going to be out for revenge here.
Samurai certainly look like they mean business, and they set the bar pretty high in the quarterfinals, and it was something that was perhaps matched by the British Army. They beat the Wild Dogs 31 points to 12 after beating GHA 26-10 in the opening round. Samurai get the penalty at the breakdown, and they've got here after beating Lions Rugby 36-7 in the quarters. And then obviously brushing aside Stirling 45 points to 5, and they get the opening score of the semi-final, and it's Fergus Grury who's exhibited some long striding runs throughout this tournament and gets another try.
Yeah,
in
terrific.
his first blood, Samurai.
Terrific for him. You see that he wins the penalty, and he's quick thinking, he's taking the quick tap. The British Army defence is disorganised, and he's got that gas to get away and get over. Great to see him playing again, back fit and back playing well.
26 points to 14 it was last season, so the lead did swap hands on a couple of occasions, and I don't think the British Army will be overawed too much to go behind, but you don't want to give Samurai and the fettle that they're in too much of a lead.
No, and kickoffs will be crucial here. We can see Samurai, they're going for the split kickoff. They've got players on both edges of the fields. That's going to split the British Army defence, create a bit of disorganisation.
It's a deep kickoff. It's going straight into the clutches of the British Army, and they're just going gung-ho straight into the chest, and it's Kafoa now trying to get some width on the play, and again not moving forward but managing just to keep the ball in hand in a little dart back in field, and it's one of their danger man, Rokamosi, manages to get to ground and present the ball back, and British Army will be quite comfortable just keeping the ball in hand here and asking questions of the Samurai defence, but there's a fumble there, and Cody McGovern has scampered onto that. It's bobbled up straight into his hands, and the Samurai have extended their lead here, 12 points to 0. They now lead the British Army.
Yeah, great defensive set from Samurai. This breakdown over here, if you notice, they shut off the British Army's passing lane, so trying to block that offload, that forced the ruck to be had, and there was a bit of poor passing in midfield, the loose ball, and the defensive effort from Samurai coming forward. They're on the front foot, and they've capitalised on that mistake. Great work from Samurai.
Good work from Samurai to pounce on the mistake that was there. It's now Samurai who's going to get play back underway. The conversion attempt was successful. All the impressive players in that Samurai team. Andrew Nurse has been impressive. Mikalkias as well has been pretty impressive on the wing.
Yeah, he's been phenomenal. He carved it up last year on the Super 7 series. They actually beat the British Army in the final round of that last year. I was there commentating on that match. He scored a few tries. He's an absolutely phenomenal player. He's got size and strength to boot. Got to say, British Army got to strike back soon if they want to get back into this game. Long way yet, but Samurai have been in fine form so far.
Squint through at the line out, something we've not seen a lot of so far in this tournament. I think that's perhaps the first one that's been called back for a squint through at the line out. Certainly the games that have been involved in on commentary this afternoon.
Bit of wind's picked up. I'm sure the Nine will blame it on the wind.
Yes, yeah, backs always tend to find an excuse somewhere. There was set piece there as the scrums are coming together. You see the shadows on the Greenyard's pitch just getting that little bit longer as the sun is starting to duck down. And Samurai are looking now to try and stretch their lead. Cody McGovern, who was their latest try scorer, is himself in a great position. Great turnover from the British Army, but a bit of harrying and harassing at the breakdown.
Yeah, first man in there, he managed to get hands on the ball, and it wasn't illegal because he was straight over the top, hands on the ball. Great turnover from the British Army.
Now play goes over to the stand side, and a slalom, stupid run from the Army means that they've confined themselves camped inside Samurai's half for the first time, and now the rangy running of Jack Evans almost streaking down the stand side, but he's been bundled into touch, and Samurai through Nurse wasting absolutely no time whatsoever. Grury as well to take the ball forward into contact, set up that platform. There's acres of space on this side, and it's going the hard way and it's going the long way, but he's managed to steal a march on the defender. And Michalkias managing to get deep inside the 22. It's been scooped up there, and Cody McGovern has dotted it down, but Ross Maven has noticed that that ball has just drifted forward. But great attacking play from the big towering winger.
Yeah, he went the hard way. He almost ran backwards before he went forwards, but what a cover tackle it was there. I'm not sure if it was Wara, but fantastic work to get back and stop a almost definite try.
Michalkias got a hat-trick in the previous round. So he certainly knows his way at the try line, just not able to get the full distance of the pitch there that he was gobbling at.
Samurai intent, going quickly from that line out. They want a fast pace. They want to make it difficult for the Fijians. They want them breathing heavily. They want the ball in play time to be as high as possible.
The penalty there coming from the little kick ahead, and the Samurai guilty of infringing. Will Glover just acted as the roadblock, and Ross Maben, the referee, has just adjudged that it was illegal. It gives the Army a little bit of free ball to play with now as they stretch the pitch. Trying to get through the gap is Rokamosi over the 22. Evans now stretching the park. There's a 2-on-1 here, but the Samurai bodies gather at the action spot, and it's been well turned over on the deck there, and now it looked like it was going to be a free ball for Samurai to play with. It's going to come back for the penalty.
Yeah, Wise from there, slowing it down, eating down the clock. You know, they're in control here. They really want to get a grasp on this game. They want to slow things down. 2 tries up, really sensible decision there. But the penalty, I think, was playing the ball on the floor. He's out of the game, he's not allowed to do that. But again, terrific defensive set from Samurai. They're back in their one-on-one tackles in the front line. They're playing 7 up. You know, they're not allowing the British Army space in the front line, and it's paying dividends at the minute.
Kalu Maiwasi and Rokudugune have been withdrawn. A couple of replacements coming on, and Matawalu, who's going to be replacing Rokamosi. So the cavalry just being switched around here for the British Army.
Interesting decision as well to go for the scrum. Not only does it sort of wind down the clock a little bit in the first half, but it draws 3 defenders into one space, creates a bit more space for the wingers out wide, and could give the big man an opportunity.
Yeah, trying to get some space out wide for their danger man, and a couple of big hits now coming in from Jack Evans, who just catapults himself into contact. Ball passed away quickly there by Max Pepper. Samurai doing really well to retain the ball. Their possession stats will be really high, and they've managed to congest all the Army players in one area. And now Will Glover has got his hands on the ball, and he's got a teammate outside him, wants to take the contact on, and he's bundled down to the ground. Samurai doing well to get ball back on their side. There's a chance here to float the ball over Matawalu, but he's positioned himself strategically to make it as awkward a pass as possible. And the big fen now coming on from Samurai. A couple of Army players congested in the one area, and that is exactly where the hole is. That is where the gap appears for the British Army in their watertight defence for the last couple of minutes, and it has been breached by Samurai as they cut their way through.
Yeah, terrific short ball there from the commentary box. I can see the British Army defence is pushing out from the outside in, almost creating a sort of umbrella-shaped defence, and what that means, that short ball because they're all ahead of that inside defender. That short ball was on, he spotted it, it's well played, great decision, and great first half from Samurai.
Yeah, it's been an impressive showing, 21 points to 0 at half-time. Only managed to score 14 points against them in the final last year, so it's been an aggregate advantage in terms of this year's performance, but just starving British Army of ball, pinning them back inside their own half and making sure that they're coughing up mistakes so that they can capitalise on.
Yeah, it's been a really, really clinical performance from Samurai in that first half. Not only have they been razor sharp in attack, but they've been resolute and dogged in defence. You know, they're back in their front line D, they're playing with 7 up, they're getting in the British Army's faces, making them make mistakes, and that is leading to errors that resulted in tries. So, yeah, terrific first half from Samurai, and the coach will be really happy with that.
You can see the two teams on the artificial surface here at the Green Yards, just having their little bits of conversation, and what kind of chat will they be having in both of those camps there, because they've obviously got different approaches to the second half.
Yeah, I think Samurai will be the happier of the two camps, obviously going in 21-0 up. They'll be saying more of the same, you know, great first half in attack and D, and they'll be saying, you know, when we got the ball, be calm, be collected, but when we haven't got it, let's go after it, let's go hunting, but let's hunt in a clinical and sort of composed way where we come up together. The Army, for them, they've got to make something happen, they've got to make something happen quick, so for them it's integral that they get the first score and they get it relatively quickly, because they're 3 converted tries down and they need 4 to win this game.
The final prayers have been had by the British Army. The shrill of the whistle from Ross Mabin means that the second half is now underway. Left-footed kick from Nurse, and against Samurai, leaping the highest, showing a little bit more want than the British Army, but it's been knocked on. Vaka is the player who's just fumbled forward.
Nikolai's going up like a salmon there. He's an absolute athlete, he's phenomenal. He can do it all.
It's amazing how conditioned these players are. You know, it's changed in guys over the years, from talented rugby players who are quick and got an element of skill, and now it's the physicality and the all-round ability of these players is top-notch, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's the mentality of it as well. You've got to get yourself psyched up for, well, this is the 3rd game of the day for these boys. 4 games, would have been 5 if they'd done the pre-calls, but it takes a lot of mental as well as physical energy to get yourselves up for these games.
Matawalu looking to pick a hole in the defence. He manages to check and make the defence honest and puts the offload in. It's not went forward anyway, according to Ross Mabin, so the British Army have made good territory, but Nurse is harrying and hounding the opposition, and now it's been knocked on as they're desperately trying to fight for the ball on the floor.
He's like a little Jack Russell, he's just nipping away at the British Army's heels. He's just a menace, and it's been really, really good for Samurai. Forcing another turnover, it's what you want from a scrum half, is just an absolute nuisance.
Yeah, I don't think Andrew Nurse will give his postman quite as much hassle as what a little Jack Russell will do, but he's given the British Army a horrid time. Loose bouncing balls, he's trying to snaffle them, and he's really leading from the front. I've been thoroughly impressed with his performance. You know, we talk about the physical specimens of everybody that's on that field of play. He perhaps doesn't fall into that bracket, but the shape of his brain and his rugby intelligence is really coming to the fore.
Yeah, Mike Friday calls them piano pushers and the ones that play the piano, and he's certainly the piano player. He gets them playing a fine tune, and he's been terrific all day. Like I said, he was a mainstay in the Samurai squad when they won the Super 7 series last year. He's a terrific player, and he's again showing his class today here on the Greenfields.
Player just been withdrawn for an injury. A little thumbs up as well, meaning that it's not as bad as first feared. It looks like it's Riavalu who's trudging off to the sidelines. A winner here last year, and it's going to be a big effort if they can turn it around and be a winner again. Nurse now throws the dummy in, finds a little gap in, and he's absolutely clattered by Radiana Rova. The Samurai relentless in their attack, taking the penalty quickly. Matawalu thought he sniffed an opportunity to pick the ball off. And British Army guilty of infringing round the side. Nurse goes again, but he's been brought back, and it is the relentless nature of the Samurai attack that is really checking this British Army defence.
Yeah, a couple of fringes at the breakdown. British Army being a bit too keen there to try and win the ball back, straying offside. But Nurse sees it as an opportunity, you know, the quick tap. The British Army are on the back foot, they're retreating, they're disorganised. It's a great opportunity. Unfortunately, the referee said he's gone from in front of the mark, but they've had to pull him back. But I think it shows Samurai haven't really made too many changes. This kind of shows that they see British Army as a real threat, and this game isn't won yet.
Nurse at the back of the scrum, and the attacking players filter round, and Crewery is one of them. He fends the first player off, and then he's bundled down to the ground, but the ball has been recycled well back there from the Samurai. The players are quick there in support, know how important it is to win the space.
They're really going hunting at the breakdown, throwing two people into every contact, and that means they're a bit short out wide.
Yeah, a bit short out wide, and Samurai can just pick them off at relative ease. And they go in for another try, and it looks like it's Max Pepper who's got that score.
Yeah, we watch it again. Jack Evans is left isolated on the outside. Yeah, they're contesting the breakdown hard. They're putting two players in, and what that means is they're a little bit shorter in the front line. They've got to tighten up, and there's opportunities out wide, and Samurai have exploited that, and they've done really, really well there. Great discipline to keep their width and great ball handling skills to get it out wide in the first instance.
Yeah, Max Pepper has shown great pace to get on the outside, and there was 26 points that the Army scored against Samurai last year in the final. How ironic is it that if there's no more scores in this game, that would be the tally that they've been defeated by in the semi-finals. Quest to retain their trophy, a trophy that they will firmly lose their grip on, because it will be Samurai Monaco Impes to contest the 1883 Centenary Cup.
Samurai making a couple of changes now. This game is won. Give a chance to rest a few boys. Surprised Nurse is still on the field. He's been terrific, but they might want to save him for the final. But it's been a clinical performance from Samurai. I know the game isn't over yet, but they've been razor sharp in attack and resolute and dogged in defence. And they're giving the big man a rest, a well-deserved rest. He's put a shift in this game.
Yeah, get him plugged back in and recharged for the final. The Samurai win that against the head as well at the scrum.
Not often you see that.
No, it's not often you see that at all, but it was well done, and Nurse has just managed to weasel his way through the gap, and then he's absolutely smashed by a couple of the big Army tackles. You could see piling in there was Kalo Mewasa. And certainly that's the time you probably want to protect Nurse and not chuck him into contact against a couple of big burly Army lads.
No, he's staying on the field. Great to see.
Getting conditioned for the final, perhaps. There's going to be another physical encounter, a fast-paced encounter as well, because Monaco Impes have been impressive throughout. My British Army now sees an opportunity, a little change of the ball in hand, get the fend on now, and it's great work there from Selan Buka. He's dragged down, tries to get the offload in, and it doesn't go the way he wanted to.
Wrong colour jersey there, but great initial break and a really strong fend to push him off, and great support. Unfortunately got in the wrong hands, but they got another opportunity for rolling on the floor.
Matawalu at the breakdown, slow and played down, having a little look to see what's on. Now Rokamosi bounces back in field, goes one way then the other, and it's a weak tackle from Samurai, but Rokamosi manages to get what could potentially be a consolation try. And it's the final act in the semi-final, and the holders, the British Army, are now out of the competition. Retribution for Samurai, because they now make their way into the final. And it was a cracking contest, 26 points to 5, Samurai win.
Yeah, terrific game. That damage was done in the first half and early stage of the second. Samurai, like I said, razor sharp in attack, exploiting the mistakes of the British Army, but those mistakes come from the resolute dogged defence they put in. Huge shift for Samurai. They'll be ecstatic to make up for last year's final, and they progress into the cup final against the Monaco Impes.
So that would be the showpiece event here at the Green Yards, but we also have the finals coming up shortly, because next on the field is It's going to be the final of the pre-qualification tournament, an opportunity for some of the teams who perhaps wouldn't be invited to the main draw to grab a ticket to the big show next year. They fought it out yesterday afternoon for a place in this final, and it ended up with these two teams that you see in front of you now. The Samurai just get their applaud as they go off the pitch, but Durham University and Edinburgh University are the two teams left standing, and they're waiting patiently on the pitch here to get play underway.
I watched a lot of the games yesterday with some terrific rugby on display, and yeah, Durham looked terrific, and Edinburgh Uni, they overcome a very strong Tyndale side to get here, so both teams very deserved. It'll be interesting to see which of the two universities comes out on top.
Jack Harris with an early mistake, and one of the players who was probably standout, Cameron McDonald for Edinburgh Uni, takes play forward for, you can't say the students because they're all students, but he takes play forward for Edinburgh Uni. Little step back in field, there's a gap there, the offload comes in. Now Edinburgh Uni keeping the ball alive in the hands of Joe Sykes, and he sizes up his options, look left, look right, and just run into heavy traffic. Durham University will win the penalty. A little reminder as well, if you weren't too familiar with the format, there was a pool stage, and Durham University, who are now on the attack, managed to make it to their pool of Duns and Melrose Storm, and they're now storming in for a try, and it's brilliant pace shown there. They managed to go round the outside and get the first score in this game, and Charlie Coe, who was brilliant, him and Nick Jonas were brilliant yesterday for Durham University. He gets the opening score, and Durham take the early advantage.
You have to call him the human torch because he is on fire. Look at him. He is lighting up that turf as he skirts his way down that touchline. Phenomenal speed from the man.
He was a cracking player on display yesterday and helped Durham University get an 83-0 win against Duns, which is a monumental effort, and then beat Melrose Storm 50-0, and then they managed to sweep aside Berwick 45-5 to book their place. Edinburgh Uni beat Tyndale in the semi-final, as Chris alluded to, a tight battle, 24-21. It's certainly going to be a tighter battle here, especially for Durham University, because they found their progression and their route to this final a little bit easier than Edinburgh Uni.
Yeah, Edinburgh had a really tough match-up against the Tyndale side. A bit of a mismatch with Durham in some of those games, but you've got to play what's in front of you.
A bit of loose tackling there, and an orthodox spin pass out to Mike Ford, and then he puts in a sumptuous offload to Ethan Knight, and he goes in to extend Durham's lead, 12-0. They currently lead Edinburgh University, and you can just see the delight on his face to get a try in front of this capacity crowd.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's Sonny Bill Williams under that scrum cap. What an offload this is. Draws in two defenders, and the cat flap out the back door. Oh, phenomenal work there from Jack Harris. What a piece of skill from the young man.
Yeah, good play from Durham University. It was Mike Ford.
Apologies.
Yes, fine. I'm pretty sure Jack Harris will take the plaudits. He can clip that audio bit and prove it was him. The kick downfield now, straight down the throat of the captain, Cameron McDonald, the fair-headed captain of the Edinburgh Uni side. He got 3 tries yesterday in the route to the final. Duck and a weave on the far side by Jared Binstead. Then he finds Oda Jinmei. He got a hat-trick in the opening game. A whole lot of pressure now coming on to the Edinburgh Uni students from Durham as they snaffle on an opportunity. The penalty is going to go the way of Edinburgh Uni, and you would feel now it's getting to that point in the game where Edinburgh Uni would really benefit from some sort of score.
Yeah, they've kind of been starved with the ball, and when they've had it, it's been deep in their own half. Opportunity here though. Yeah,
the opportunity to try and stretch the legs and really test the opposite winger, but the offload just not going to hand. Tried to get into the clutches of Ben Granger.
Yeah, not quite on the same wavelength there. You could see what he was trying to do. It was a good opportunity, but he wasn't aware to it.
No, now another chance for Durham University. They've got a couple of players that can really up the ante. As Knight finds Ford, and Ford gets the ball across to Jack Harris. He's been wrapped around the legs, but manages to stay upright enough to protect the ball. Now Tate He's got a bit of gas as well, but now getting the ball right in front of one of their speedsters, Cole. He bounces off both feet back in field. Probably benefiting from the rubber surface, but Durham University has been told to straighten up. Knight has been told by Ford to straighten the line. It now goes into the hands of Nick Jonas. He's stopped 6 or 7 metres short of the try line. And Edinburgh University dogged in defence and ruthless and turning over the ball, and going to have to go for deep if they want to reply. He sees an opportunity there as Joe Sykes tried to get the wheels turning.
Great defence from Edinburgh to turn that ball over. They're under huge pressure in their own 22.
Great turnover from Durham University. Knight is the guy that's managed to pick it up to Jonas. He's been tackled, but he's got Knight on the wraparound.
Space back on this right hand side.
Knight wants to go it alone. He's dipping the shoulder and ducking and weaving, and Ford now picks it back towards the 22 metre line.
Great cut.
Some impressive defence for the last couple of minutes. McDonald looping with Dickles, and Odejinme now stepping and weaving, and he manages to get out the first challenge. He's going to have to work pretty hard to get out the next two, because the Durham University players are there in abundance and they want to get play back underway. Into the hands of Christian Tate yet again. He dances back in field. He then puts the big fend on over the 22 metre line.
Lung-busted stuff. This is all in play time's been terrific. I know it's just gone out, but they've gone quickly. There's going to be some tired legs and some tired lungs out there.
Yeah, Penry offering the cut, but he sees the gap. He gets the offload in, but Coe, when he grabbed the ball, he also got grabbed round the shoulders by Edinburgh Uni, who got back well there. Penry spilling the ball. Eventually in the hands of Tate. It's now an opportunity. Knight has got a 2-on-1 opportunity here, but the defence is shuffling across, and Knight ducks and weaves and manages to squirm his way over the try line, and Ross Maben awards the try, and that's a crucial time to score for either side, but it goes the way of Durham.
Yeah, I thought he butchered a 2-on-1 there, but great work initially from Christian Tate to straighten up. We can see the pass here. He fixes defender, creates the 2-on-1. The drift defence comes across, but he steps back in, and then he steps back inside to burrow his way over. But yeah, great work from Christian Tate to straighten up and create their opportunity for him.
Conversion to come, left-footed kick. Ooh, and it just kisses the upright. They can't add the extras, can't make it 21, but I'm pretty sure that there's going to be one happy set of students out there, and one perhaps a little bit miffed that the game's not went the way that they perhaps wanted it to go.
Yeah, Durham have had the fair share of possession from the outset. They've really dominated that first half. They've kept hold of it well, and when Durham have sort of coughed the ball over, it's been deep in the opposition half, and they've really put pressure on Edinburgh and not really given them much opportunity to try and escape. And yeah, it's been a terrific first half from Durham, and they'll be wanting to do more of the same for Edinburgh. They haven't really fired a shot, so for them it's about getting out of this second half and striking first.
Both sets of players now just having a little conversation about how they're going to approach this, that big prize. And as a student, perhaps focusing on their careers, this is a great, I know there might be different players coming back next year, but for their institutions, this is a great opportunity to come back and play in front of a grandstand crowd, as well as just now, just before the showpiece final. This is a huge opportunity.
Yeah, it's great for them as players to not only play at such a prestigious event, but play in front of such a large crowd. Like you said, they were both phenomenal yesterday, and yeah, for them to come back next year, hopefully come back next year and play in the main competition, that will be an even bigger honour. So hopefully they can, but you never know. They could be playing for different clubs, they could be working in different jobs. We'd like to see them back, whoever wins next year.
Second half underway now, and Coe is streaking in towards Edinburgh Uni half. Again, perhaps not able to use any physicality as such and opting for pace, but McDonald is the Edinburgh Uni captain who's got the penalty. Play back underway. Edinburgh Uni know that time is of the essence. The hands of McDonald, who wrong foots the defence. Odejinme coming off his wing, but not used on this occasion, but he'll be needing to be there to support, to clear out the jackal. Ball getting across on the halfway line.
Again, Durham playing 7 up, making it difficult. not giving Edinburgh Uni much space in the front field and really coming up hard and shutting their space down, which is making life really difficult, and they've won the turnover.
Jack Docherty just getting caught in the wrong position there as Christian Tate now gathers the ball, just fields it back inside. A cute little ball has found Ethan Knight eventually, and Ethan Knight looks like he's going to have the pace on his opposite man and gets into the corner for another score, and it looks like it could be Durham University who are going to be returning here next year to the main draw proper, because that is a brilliant try. Just picked the gap. And Chris, what do you make of that?
Yeah, it all came from the turnover. They won the ball at the breakdown, disjointed defence, shifted it 2 passes, and Ethan Knight, he had the initial gap, he burst through and he was looking for support, and he thought, you know what, I don't need it, I'm just going to pin my ears back and go myself, and he had the speed to get himself over the line for a terrific solo try.
Conversion attempt unsuccessful as the ball fetchers, they're just pointing at the screen knowing that they're being shown, and what a great effort they've had here. It's been a great day for everybody who's organised it. Now at the business end of the competition, and that the labours of their fruit can soon be enjoyed. Edinburgh Uni again just digging forward towards the 10-metre line and then having to retreat and recede a little bit of territory. Odejinme, a little hot step, a little jump and a little weavy run to try and dislodge the defence yet again. Christian Tate goes a little bit high in the tackle, but Odejinme does really well to keep high and fight. Offload there, McDonald wrapping round, the big fend coming on as well. Tate launching his body into absolutely everything for the Durham University cause, but just not coming up on the better side of that contact there. Cut there, but Edinburgh Uni slowly but surely making some inroads, but you would imagine that a 24-point deficit is just going to be a little bit too much, especially when they give up cheap penalties like that.
Yeah, they'll want to get on the scoreboard and they'll be disappointed with that. They don't want to be nailed in a final, nobody wants that, but Durham have been terrific. They've been clinical in attack and they've been resolute in defence.
Nick Jonas showing some great footwork as well. Another penalty comes the way of Durham University, almost a little mix-up there between the two teams, but Lachlan Lawson managed to clutch the ball, gives it to Coe, and that is the battle of the speedsters. That's the two danger men for either side. Then Coe's come up trumps there.
Yeah, he's given him the inside-outside. He's left him sitting on the toilet and he's gone round the outside. Terrific skill and terrific speed from Charlie Coe. We'll watch it again. A little bit of a mix-up, get the offload, stands him up, inside-outside. That man again, the Human Torch, he's on fire.
Great play again from Durham University. Coe's been a standout performer, not only on Friday afternoon but also this evening, and it's been well received by the sizable crowd that's still here at the Green Yards, and that's a lot of prizes on display, a lot of things to play for these two sides. But it looks like at Durham University, 31 points to 0 to the good, are well and truly in the driving seat. Now mixing it up, big Mike Ford coming out of the line, putting a clattering hit, but not releasing the player.
Yeah, again, great defence from Durham, coming up as a cohesive unit. No chinks in their armour so far.
And Joe Sykes looking to try and stretch his legs. He got 2 tries yesterday, but opportunities here have been hard to come by for Edinburgh Uni so far. Muscat, he just ducks the shoulder and tried to torpedo himself into Coe, but Coe's done a tremendous job there to jackal the ball, and now he wants to take it straight back into the heart of them, and he slips the tackle, and now he's just got to make sure that he's not going to get dragged down by Dylan Wilson. He goes straight to the corner, and that's another try.
Hat-trick.
That's the hat-trick try there for Charlie Coe, the captain.
Oh man, again, all about him. He won the turnover and he's finished it off himself. Great work there. He rode the tackle, managed to release, won the turnover, and off he goes. There's no stopping him.
And 36 points to 0. Durham University have booked their place in next year's Melrose Sevens competition. Dejection from the Edinburgh Uni students, but certainly a great incentive for both of these sides, and it is Durham University who make it through, and that man on the screen just now has been the nucleus, the heart, the core of everything that was good about that Durham performance.
Yeah, terrific, that man. The human torch, as I called him. Charlie Coe, he's on absolute fire, hat-trick today, but not only incredible in attack, but terrific in defence as well. And you'd like to hope all these boys return next year, whether they are still part of the university or not, or whether they're old boys, but yeah, you hope they'll all get the opportunity to come back and compete in the main competition next year.
There's two angles to that as well, because this is when it's a really big crowd here, and that's the man that's scored a hat-trick in the final, and he's got Durham University into the main draw next year, so that's 33% of our finals done. Got the presentation to come, a couple of little slaps in the back from the teammates, and I'm pretty sure, as much as I know what students are, it's probably a lazy stereotype, but I'm pretty sure they'll have a pretty good evening down here in the Scottish borders. Could probably say that Edinburgh Uni will as well, but they've been great performers here at the Melrose Sevens in what has been a successful couple of days after the pre-qualification tournament and under-18s tournament yesterday. In the heart of the Scottish borders, and there is not a more picturesque place to play rugby than here, in the home of Rugby Sevens. And Durham University now are popping up to the stand, in front of the stand, just to receive their trophy. There will be the man of the moment, just taking up the tail. A couple of handshakes as well. And that's the captain, Cole, who's going to lift the trophy. Because the photos there, and great success from the Durham University students. And Charlie Cole, the captain, hat-trick in the final, a little bit of silverware. And now the formalities of the photos to cement their place in the history books in what is the most iconic Rugby Sevens event in the world calendar. You see the sign saying there, the breakthrough champions. And I wonder if that's a sizable cheque for £1,000, which will definitely not pay off their student loans. But they'll greatly receive that prize, the plaudits, and a great presentation. But there's still a lot of rugby to be played here at the Melrose Sevens. The fancy dress still in full flow. The wind now fluttering the flag, which is hoisted high above the Melrose stand. Chris is, we did think that Charlie Cole was one of the quickest guys on display this afternoon, but Chris has managed to make his way to the front of the stand, and he's currently with the Durham captain.
Charlie, congratulations, a hat-trick in that final. You must be happy with your performance.
Yeah, it was a good one. The boys dug in, really happy with the group. We progressed throughout the tournament and just topped it off with some silverware, which is always nice.
Yeah, terrific team performance in that final, but it was 2 days of competition. How hard was it across those 2 days?
Yeah, first day always a shock to the body. boys came back a bit sore today, but second day I can't ask for much more. One game, 14 minutes, and we put everything into it. So, yeah, really good.
£1,000 you boys get to spend that at the bar or what?
I think we're a bit shocked by that. We didn't get told, so we'll have a word with the lads and see where that's going, but we'll see.
And you get to come back next year and compete in the main competition. Will you come as a squad or will there be different boys?
I'm not sure yet. We've got quite a young group here, but we hope to bring some good firepower next year and really give these big boys the challenge.
I'm sure you will. Congratulations again and enjoy your evening.
Thank you very much.
I'll back up to you in commentary.
And you come back at a great time here in the women's final, and it looks like it could be the Lionesses to get the first score through Musa, who's managed to just scamper her way in from her own 22 and show a clean pair of heels to the Hearts and Balls ladies who were chasing and hunting her down. And the Lionesses get the first score here, managing to spread the width, play the whole distance of the park, and the desperate defence from the Hearts and Balls trying to strain, get back and defend Musa, but she did well just to evade any challenges that came her way. It's a misconversion attempt, but it's Musa with the first score for the Lionesses. And this is a repeat of game 2 that we had earlier on, round about 4:45 this evening, after the Lionesses beat Durham University 43 points to 7. They then beat Hearts and Balls 22 points to 20. It was an excellent game. And then Hearts and Balls made light work of the Durham University 31 points to 0. So Hearts and Balls were looking for a bit of retribution through Hannah Smith into the hands of Megan Gaffney. We can try and keep the ball alive now, Hearts and Balls. And there's a knock on in the stand side, an unforced error there from the ladies in the pink and blue. There's going to be a scrum down, and the Lionesses, you would argue, would start this one as favourites after their earlier performance, and they've got an absolute flyer on the wing as well. Lizzie Hode has blazed this turf, and now the scrum half just sniping away down the short side, checking back on herself, now looking to try and get their speedster into the game. Like it was a knock on, the referee just signalling that there was no knock on, and Hode looking to go the long way. In the hands of Quee, Lionesses keeping the ball alive and doing well to retain possession. Knees now on the deck, so the tackle is complete as Quee finds a try scorer Musa. She throws a dummy in and is then hauled down to ground to just on the 10-metre line. The offload to Heslop is successful. And Haywood now just asking and inviting her teammate just to offer herself up in that cut. Stallman, now Quee trying to get a bit of width in this play, but these are probably the areas that Hode likes to revel in, because she can try and pick her hole and just scamper through the gap, but it's not coming this time.
Yeah, keeping the ball really well at the minute, but the Hearts and Balls defence is staying strong so far.
Stallman just dancing with the ball in hand, but coughs it up pretty cheaply. It's going to end up in a Hearts and Balls territory. 3 against 3, but Hannah Smith certainly likes open field running. If she can slip this tackle, it could be dangerous for the Lionesses, but a little knock on there means that the opportunity is passed them by.
Fumbling contact there, you can see what they're trying to do. That offload to keep the ball alive, keep the defence disorganised, but unfortunately it wasn't just going to hand. Slight knock on, but it's been a good start. Both teams a little bit cagey. Lioness is keeping the ball well, but the Hearts and Balls defence so far has been staying strong and up to the task.
Lionesses have been impressive, using the full depth of their squad as well, because you can see the likes of Quee is back on the park, really utilising their squad, and that's an abrasive line from McIntyre. We've seen it earlier on in proceedings. She was able to score an excellent try running that acute abrasive line. Now Quee getting across the field, being dragged laterally across the field, and there's been a knock on, so it's going to be a scrum down. It's in the hands of Rachel Lott, and she's a dangerous player for the Hearts and Balls.
Yeah, it was a terrific tackle off that set play. She came in hard. There was a player looping around the back. She didn't take that dummy and met her with some force. It was a hefty collision. And Hearts and Balls will get the reward with a turnover for their terrific defence so far.
Hearts and Balls get the ball back now into the hands of Hannah Smith, and she's going to try and do a looping arc and run round her opposite number. The cut comes on there from Gaffney. Again, good strength to fight, stay on her feet, but McIntyre eventually drags her down to the ground. Now Law looking to get the ball away quickly, but just been scragged in contact.
Yeah, lost forward there. He was in the act of passing. She's trying to complain that potentially knocked back with the Lionesses, but the referee's having none of it. Again, both teams going toe-to-toe, but the defence is coming out on top, and as we see the crabs in the crowd, terrific shot there. The fans have been brilliant all day.
It's always a well-supported Sevens event. It's a great point on the social calendar in the south of Scotland, and people flock to Melrose to take in the action, and we're grateful for those of you tuning in online as well. You're enjoying this women's final. Currently Lionesses 5, Hearts and Balls 0. If you've just joined us, you just missed Durham Uni book their place in next year's draw after they beat Edinburgh University. And coming up shortly after this showpiece, we've got the final of the Melrose Sevens 2023. It's the Monaco Impies, and they're going to take on the Samurai, finalists last year beaten, and they'll be hoping to go one step better this year. The charge from the scrum coming on from the Lionesses, but Rachel Law has just sniffed a gap. She now powers her way over the 22.
Yeah, there's a terrific scrum from the Lionesses. The roller skates are fully on.
Lucy Winter was watching that ball back and like floated past into the hands of Hannah Smith, and she'll be looking to try and test and slide her way through the defensive line. She's got a little bit of company there from the Lionesses speedster in Lucy Hone, but Hannah Smith gets her 4th try of the afternoon, and that could be an important one just in the shadows of the sticks.
Yeah, they strike first, and it's a looping pass over the top of the defence, and Hannah Smith, she puts on the afterburner, she pins her ears back, and she's got the pace to get away from the defence and get under the sticks for the first try of this game. Hearts and Balls score first blood.
Conversion attempt is successful, so with their backs against the wall, they've managed to just sneak ahead, very similar to the first game that we witnessed. Hearts and Balls went into half-time ahead of the Lionesses. The Lionesses were ultimately the victors, 22 points to 20, they did win.
That was a terrific game. That was a terrific group game, and I think they'll be having a good chat, the Lionesses here, about how they can be more clinical when they do have the ball in hand. They've had the lion's share of possession, but they've not really done much with that. They moved it quite laterally, side to side. I think they've got to add a little bit more to the ball, come onto it with a bit more impetus, and really try and fix and challenge that defence. But for the Hearts and Balls, they've stuck in this game. They've been great in defence, and they've taken their opportunity when it's come about.
What a beautiful view that is over Melrose as well, on the Scottish borders. And we've got the final here of the women's final. And they're playing for the Mike Bleasdale Cup. First time it's been played for. Great incentive for one of these teams just to write their name into Melrose rugby history. They get their own little chapter.
It's been a great weekend for women's rugby here at Melrose, with Lisa Thompson getting inducted into the Melrose Sevens Hall of Fame. Congratulations to her, and congratulations to her and the team on the recent success out in Hong Kong with a bronze medal. But yeah, great to see women playing out here at the Melrose Sevens for the first time.
Kick downfield, it's been played in different guises before, but it's been picked up by Musa straight from the kick-off, and she's going to start the second half the exact way she started the first, and she's going to go in for a score. And the Lionesses, just after half-time, turn the tables on Hearts and Balls and take the lead 10 points to 7, and it was straight from the whistle, and Musa pounced, grabbed the ball, and then it was just a foot race to the line. Hannah Smith just couldn't dislodge the ball. So 10 points to 7, the Lionesses lead. Conversion attempt from a little bit wider out. And it's a good attempt, it's been well watched and it's successful. That 2 points could prove vital. It was 2 points that were the difference between these two sides earlier on. And these kicks could be very important.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal kick from out wide. And like you said, every point makes a difference here. They need a converted score to go ahead.
It's been well gathered from the kick-off. It's almost like another set piece. It's developed and evolved over time in sevens, and it's now like another set piece in the game. If you can get the ball back off your own kick-off, then you can see exactly what the likes of Musa can do.
Teams target the kick-offs. They spend hours on the training field trying to perfect who goes up for it, who comes in behind, and trying to defend it when it can go so high and you're sort of stood underneath it. It's a daunting thing as a player when that ball's coming down from you from the sky and you got someone hurtling towards you.
Megan Gaffney will be disappointed that she couldn't check her run. It's just drifted forward, so it's in the hands of the Lionesses again. Ball's popped into the scrum. It's been watched closely by Law, but she can't get round quick enough, and now the Lionesses are sizing up their options. And now this is the speedster Hode, checking and weaving and going back into contact, and she's been absolutely clattered as Rachel Law gets herself into an incredible position to suffocate the ball from the Lionesses and wants to go quickly.
The human limpet, she was over that ball and she was not letting go. That's a huge fend.
Gaffney charging forward, showing what she can do with the ball in hand. Now Freya Walker. Hearts and Balls trying to get a little bit more width than this and bring some of their key playmakers into the game. Like Sarah Kearley there, looking to involve herself, but holding on. Hearts and Balls getting isolated, and now Sophie Bennett is taking it upon herself to feed Stallman. A powerful runner. Offloads off the deck, and the cavalry now arrive and clear the bodies out the road for Hearts and Balls. Bit of width here, there's numbers up. And the dog-leg in defence, and great awareness, great spatial awareness just to feed the runner. And Sophia Luxton gets her try, and it extends the Lionesses' lead. It makes it an awkward scoreline of 10 with a kick to come, but it's certainly a well-worked try there from the Lionesses.
Yeah, it takes it to a 2-score game and potentially out of reach for the Hearts and Balls.
Conversion to come, right in front of the posts. And it's successful, and that's an important kick in the context of this game with the restart to come, and it's going to go to the Lionesses. Taking their time getting back to the halfway line. A well-deserved glug of water there, you feel. It's been an afternoon of, they've had 3 difficult games.
Swapping the water for something stronger.
Yeah, you would imagine that'll be next on the agenda as Rachel Law tries to burst out of the line and just put a little bit more impetus on this Hearts and Balls attack. Hannah Smith spots a little gap. Now the offload comes in. Rachel Law's there quickly, trying to get some space there. Another offload finds Law. Law finds Shiko. And then there's space on the far side. The big fend coming in, but the scrag of the shirt as they scamper towards the try line. Good ball retention from Hearts and Balls. Now Law gets the ball to Wilkie, and a big hit coming in midfield from Shiko again. That's on to Juliet Ross, sorry. The defence from the Lionesses has been relentless in this game. There's Juliet Ross, pivots and turns, and Hannah Smith now breaks free from the wanting tackle. 3 Lioness players on the deck, and she's going to ghost underneath the posts, narrow the margins. It's now Lionesses 19, Hearts and Balls 12, with a kick to come right in front of the posts.
Yeah, making this game interesting. Hannah Smith fracturing the Lioness defences, going straight through 2 tacklers. Great power and pace from her. And she's signalling to the bench for a little bit of a rest, and she deserves it.
It's an important kick in the context of this game. If it goes over, it gives Hearts and Balls a chance to get a try to snatch victory, and it is successful. 19 points to 14 here in the final between Hearts and Balls and Lionesses. The Mike Bleasdale Cup up for grabs, the first time it's been played for.
Drama, we love it here. It's what we want to see in the final.
The previous final was perhaps a bit one-sided. It's great to see a competitive fixture and the ball bouncing favourably towards the Hearts and Balls, and they managed to retrieve possession. The Lionesses busted out the line to put a bit of pressure on. Now Rachel Law just running straight into the chest to Stallman. Fights hard to get to ground. Gaffney's got supporting players there looking to offer their services up. Now Rhea Clark looking to go round the outside, but she's been scragged down by Bobby Haywood, and the penalty's going to go the way of the Lionesses for holding on.
Yeah, great work from Susie Flowers there. In over the ball like a flash. Slight disconnect in the attack, and all it takes is a split second for that turnover ball. Great work from Susie Flowers.
Stallman was having a little conversation as to how long's left on the clock, and quickly gets back into position. Number 7 there for Lionesses is Montana Heslop. She's had a good final as well, but there's a little fumble in midfield, and now Hearts and Balls have an opportunity to try and grab this victory. The try would win, and Gaffney's put the big fend in, and now she just needs to get round the outside of McIntyre, who gets back and makes the attempt there. And now Hearts and Balls edging closer to the line. They're dragged down. They've got some personnel there. Rachel Law is one of them. There's 2 players outside. There's a 2-on-1 now. There's an opportunity to score for number 12, and Rhea Clark striving for the line, and it's a great finish for her.
And the crowd's gone wild.
They have potentially taken this to sudden death. The kick to come to snatch victory, but it was patient build-up play. But what a finish in the corner.
Oh, what a finish indeed. Like you said, patient build-up play. It came from the forced errors, a knock-on in midfield. Hearts and Balls pounced on that. They kept possession. They kept continuity with the offloads, and they worked their way downfield. They didn't panic. They kept hold of it. They shifted it wide. And the conversion is unsuccessful. But yeah, what a team try and what a finish.
Grandstand finish here in the final. And it's going to mean that we've got extra time. A little conversation between these two sides, and this is when it becomes lung-busting. I remember when it was 10 minutes each half for a sevens final, and that was torture enough without going through a tournament and having to play extra time. But it's going to be an interesting finish to this final between these two sides. Locked on 19 apiece. There's only been 2 points to separate them all afternoon, and it's still the same.
It's been a fantastic game of rugby, great advert for the women's game, and yeah, you can't separate these sides, both deserving of the victory. So yeah, there'll be some tense conversations going on in these huddles. Players will be sore, they'll be aching, there'll be lactic acid absolutely everywhere. Who's going to step up and who's going to strike first in this sudden death?
Couple of tense conversations coming up now. You can see the Lionesses perhaps feeling that this was their game and they've thrown it away, but they get another chance as well. You would imagine that a try closer to the post would have been a little bit unjust. You feel that extra time was perhaps warranted because both teams were putting in a great performance. Difficult to try and separate them.
It is, and I'm all for extra time. You know, if you get to spend a bit more time watching these two teams go hammer and tong.
The last little conversations have been had. So they're now going to be playing extra time here in the Bleasdale Cup final. It's going to be the Lionesses to get play back underway, and it's been lumped downfield. Almost caught Sarah Denham unawares, but Rachel Law has got the ball in hand, and then she's been scragged down to the ground. The Hearts and Balls know that they've got a chance here to snatch victory. They suffered defeat earlier on in the pool stages, but Hannah Smith, one of the standout players for Hearts and Balls, is taking play forward. Gaffney, big loopy pass, and that's a dangerous ball to be thrown in your own 22. Bobby Haywood is snaffled onto that, and now Quee felt as if there was an opportunity, but there's been an infringement in there.
Players' bodies strewn everywhere. It's been a long day of sevens for both these teams, and yeah, luckily for Hearts and Balls, Lioness didn't capitalise on that loose pass. You can tell it's tense, you can tell players don't want to make a mistake, because that mistake will prove costly.
That was almost one of those moments that it was going to be a costly mistake, but a costly loss of personnel might be Hannah Smith, because she's the player receiving a little bit of treatment on the ground. She has been completely standout for Hearts and Balls, showing her pace in the centre. Looks in a little bit of pain as well, as she's getting some medical attention.
She's been sensational all afternoon. It should be a huge loss if she goes off. It'll be a knock to the confidence of the Hearts and Balls team, but it would do the opposite for the Lionesses. It'll give them a bit of impetus. They'll know that the main threat has gone off.
Gingerly leaving the field of play. Shoulder being well protected, and the personnel deployed on the field will have to see this through under the guise of the spectators who have attended and supported this event brilliantly throughout the day. Gaffney, big fend again, but shirt has just been scragged and pulled as the ball ricochets and exits the breakdown. Quee working hard on the floor as well to try and get the ball back, but it's when off the field of play.
Yeah, she's relentless at that breakdown, not giving Hearts and Balls a millisecond, all over their defence.
Thrown to the line out in a dangerous area. Although Hearts and Balls have the ball in hand, it's not a formality that it's going to go back into their possession.
Yeah, it's not a place you want to be throwing the ball in as a 9. Extra time, 10 metres from your own line.
That's exactly what's happened. Queen's got the ball in her hand now. Manages to distribute it to Heslop, and then into Stallman, and then there's an opportunity over there for Susie Flowers, who's got a lot of gas, and she's got enough gas to get into the corner. A little bob at the head in celebration, and they pump the air as the Lionesses have won it in extra time here. The personnel filter off the bench, and the celebrations from the women there, jubilation and hugs.
Watch the try here. It's great hands there to get out to Susie Flowers, and she puts on the afterburners, gets the jet shoes on, and she's over in the corner.
She's had a quiet afternoon after bursting onto the scene in the opening game. Durham University were put to the sword, but she's announced herself back into this occasion with a great try at the death to win it in extra time for the Lionesses, and they are victors of the Mike Bleasdale Cup. 2 from 2 against Hearts and Balls, but it's been very narrow margins in both of those games. Presentation of the trophy will be done shortly, and then we can welcome the showpiece final for the 1883 Centenary Cup. It's going to be between Monaco Impes and Samurai, but before that there's going to be the presentation, and I've been joined in the commentary position by Brian Redpath, who is here to take in the final. And it's been, in terms of your involvement this afternoon, disappointing to go out for the London Scottish Lions, but it's been a great event, well attended, and some good rugby on display.
Yeah, no, it is. It was a little bit obviously sad for us to go out with Monaco, and I think 2 or 3 decisions either side of it, with an 8-point game, and they're trying a conversion. But you know, we so no excuses. We haven't trained any sevens. We rocked up on Thursday and turned up today with none of the players playing sevens. So it was great to be here again for me. Obviously, it's always a pleasure to come back to my home club and be around and see so many people here today. And you know, hopefully. We can just always keep encouraging people to come along. The female game is now growing, you know, every week, every month, every year. It's getting stronger and stronger. And, you know, I know there was 4 invitational teams in the semis, but you know, that's just the nature of it. The Super 6 season started, so some of the club size of the borders weren't strong, or at Edinburgh. But you know, it's wonderful to be back here again. I just hope this is a great final.
A lot of fond memories for you here, but we'll get a little bit more of that just after this presentation. Hearts and Balls just going up and getting the handshakes, the runners-up medals in the Mike Bleasdale Cup. So near yet so far when they scored that try just before the full-time whistle. But it is great to see it's changed in guises over time, since obviously you played and you had success here in Melrose colours. But it is great to see that the well-supported female game getting their platform to showcase exactly what they're made of.
Yeah, I mean, the game of rugby now is for everyone. It isn't just about the the male domination over the years that rugby was for guys, and rugby clubs were about men. And I think Mike Bleasdale Cup was great. When I knew Mike anyway from here, and he set up the Melrose team that was here when I was at the club, and it's great that it's growing from strength to strength, and now we have professional players in every country. So it's wonderful to see, and today, and I think if you look at the youth and how we want to try and grow the game through girls, boys, all playing at younger age group stuff, the more they can play, the more they can understand the game and actually be as active as they are, and be very good skill-wise as well. It's just shown how skillful they are now.
Leading from the front there is Melrose, showcasing what was excellent women's rugby here in the early evening. But it is going to be the captain, Liv Stallman, to lift the Mike Bleasdale Cup. She's escorting it down the steps and then quickly asked to go back up for the formalities of the photo. A bit premature there.
Yeah. And years ago, you used to have everyone, all the players used to stay up on the actual little bit of the front of the stand there, and then there was the little steps down, and that's where you got the trophy. There was obviously now far more technical now, nearly 25 years on when I was last here. And Carl Hogg was the captain back in the day that lifted the trophy, and I was obviously the captain 97 when we won as well, and we were back to back. So as you say, it's great, the involvement and in the development of the game, and especially in the borders. For me, I want to see it flourish, I want to see it grow, I want to see more kids playing, male, female, it doesn't necessarily matter. And that's the important part of it, is that everybody actually enjoys today. It is the pinnacle, it's the home of sevens, and it's great to see both teams going hammer and tongs today, and well done.
Yeah, great occasion there for those women to lift the trophy in the shadows of the famous Melrose stand here at the Greenyards. It was a brilliant final. Stallman was a brilliant, she was an absolutely brilliant player throughout the tournament. And we're just about to welcome on the two teams in the showpiece final. And we're going to welcome on as we get a little replay of the jubilation from the Lionesses, who have been a little bit more successful than their male counterparts, which I'm sure they will hear about. And Liv Stallman, the captain of the Lionesses, who was impressive throughout, is now joined by Chris.
Congratulations. What do you make of your team's performance?
Sorry?
What do you make of your team's performance?
Well, I'm so proud of the team. We made it this far, and we had a tough one because it was like at the last second, so I'm really proud of the team.
And what does it mean to be playing out here and being successful out here on the Melrose pitch for women's sevens?
It means a lot because we're a team with a lot of new players, and we're just getting started, so this is a good beginning.
How are you going to celebrate tonight?
We're going to have a big party, and then we're going to travel back tomorrow, so we have enough time to celebrate.
Well, I'll let you get back and celebrate. Congratulations and enjoy the celebrations.
Well done to the Lionesses. And I'm sure they will enjoy the final as the Melrose Pipe Band ring round the stadium. And there's going to be a presentation here of the number 5 jersey, which holds so much tradition here for Melrose. Scotland echoing around the home of Rugby Sevens. The number 5 shirt laying on the ground, representing the impact that Doddy Weir has had to not only this club, not only Scottish rugby, but he has superseded everything that is rugby union. Had a huge impact on the world, and especially the challenge and the drive to find a cure for MND. And then there were two, left with 2 teams in this competition. Last season's beaten finalists Samurai are going to be taking on the Monaco Impies, littered with international experience in both sides from all around the globe. Jamaican Sevens internationalists, Welsh and English, now representing their invitational teams. And it is the Impies to get play underway, looking to try and just squeeze every last bit of the pitch there to make it a contestable kick, but it's going to be a free kick there to Samurai centre field. Freddie Grury is the player to take that free kick and give it to Nurse. Got some support in the stand side and they power towards the 10-metre line. Now Cody McGovern finds Grury. Grury's got some support there. Opts to go alone, looks to fend, but it's flapped down well there by Brandon Holder. Nurse finds McGovern. McGovern sidestepping and hot-footing, trying to find that gap, which has seen him so well so far this season in Premiership Rugby, and it's relentless now. Coming from the Samurai. McAlseus, who's scored quite a few tries so far in this tournament, is now testing the Impies' defence as they enjoy the first period with the ball in hand. Slovic filtering the ball to Tyler Bush. He powers through the first challenge but gets slightly isolated as Nurse tries to make a nuisance of himself on the ground. The ball is floated into the sky but well picked up there by Brandon Holder. And now the Impies have a little bit of space to play with, dancing back in field over the 22. The big fend comes in there from Oliver Brown. Brandon Holder, he finds Tyler Bush. Tyler Bush has got some support and they're now going to look to test and try and link up the 2 players here, but it's gone loose there for the Samurai. Can they capitalise on that little faux pas there? But there's a guddle and the ball just ricocheting between teammates and then opposition players, and it's going to be a penalty to the Monaco Impies, but that was an opportunity for the Samurai there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that what is very clear, and obviously we played them in the quarter-finals, is the contact area challenge. Both teams are massively challenging in that area, and then obviously that's where this game, I think, will be won and lost.
Tom Brown taking it quickly towards the Monaco Impies, the try line, but Cody McGovern perhaps a little bit guilty of getting isolated. He's a powerful little winger. Plays his rugby for Curry in the regular Premiership season.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you, it is such a different little world when you play the 7s on the 15s game and you try and combine the two, and the contact skills and the contact areas is massive and massively highlighted. When you get isolated, you do get put under huge amounts of pressure, and I think these are probably the two best sides. I think Samurai kept the ball for so long against the Army that was the difference really at the end of the day, that they were so good at keeping the ball.
Oliver Melville throws it in the line out, and now it's a broken field run in there for Oliver Brown, and he's going to scamper in for the opening try in the final here, and it is first blood to Monaco Impey's, and it is great running there. We have seen it in abundance throughout this afternoon. The Monaco Impey's, they blow and they get the first try.
Yeah, I mean, again, it was just a simple set piece. Someone over chases in defence, and then, as you said, it was Oliver Brown that just spotted the gap, came off his left foot, and then straight down the middle of the pitch. And in 7s, 1-on-1s are so important. And I guess that if you miss, and with the Monaco Impeys, they're very accomplished. That if one makes a break, he can finish off, and that just shown through there.
It's a scrappy restart there. From Monaco Impey's, it just goes dead, and it's now the Samurai who will get the free kick centre field, a similar fashion that they started this first half. And Grure just mixing it up now with Nurse, because they're going to give the scrum. And it's a good option here to try and congest all the players, get all the players in one area. It opens up the field to try and attack.
It massively opens up both sides of the pitch to have a go at, and I think that defensively you now have to go, that 1-on-1s become even more highlighted and more important. And off a scrum set piece, and you've got a 3v3 virtually, or a 4v3 is the key to try and get these sort of one-on-one sort of situations with the feetwork that both these teams have.
Michalcius now looking to try and use his powerful run-in, and passes it to Corey McGovern, who perhaps just can't ride the tackle as well as his big Lithuanian teammate there. But there is going to be a penalty, and it's going to go the way of Samurai. Good play linking up on the far side as Grure looks to hop and step his way out of contact. He's found turf just over the halfway line, but slightly isolated.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really difficult one, because you've got to have a goal, and you can't not set off and just try and pass the ball back and forward. And Samurai have had that's 4 penalties now against them in the contact area. So you've got to give the Monaco Impeys the credit that they are all committed to the contact challenge.
Lucas Odar now weaving his way out of contact, and you can make that 5 penalties because they've just conceded another one, and Monaco Impeys go quickly through Tolosano. And now Tyler Bush now showing his physicality as he's released one of his teammates, and he's going to scorch the turf here. And Oliver Melville will get a score, and he's going to increase the Monaco Impey's advantage. 12 points to 0, they currently lead Samurai.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was Tyler Bush that had a little bit of a bump and a knock on someone, and then he creates that outside defender having to step in. And obviously Oliver Melville, a good friend of the family's, he does exceptionally well and finishes off from 40. And it just shows that if you've got control of the ball, which they have when they've got the penalties back, they can actually then dictate, and they've got good enough players to run off the shoulders of others and finish off from 30-40 metres.
Conan Osborne doesn't add the extras, but it has been a game so far that the Samurai have been absolutely starved of possession, and Monaco Impey's have completely suffocated them in terms of possession of the ball.
And you look at the Army in the semi-final, how well and how good were the Samurai team, that they just stole the ball from the Army, who are generally always very, very good, and they just starved them of possession. And this game so far, they've just been sort of strangleholded, by Monaco.
First time Samurai have really enjoyed a little bit of possession, getting ragdolled, but looking to try and take control of this game. And now it has opened up from Samurai, and he's got a chance to try and pin the lugs back, but Slovic is looking to charge back, but he's going to keep a little bit in the tank. But Samurai, they reply straight away, and that was crucial to get a try then, because you feel that another score for Monaco MPs, it might have just been too much of an uphill battle.
Yeah, it was, especially as you say, the contact skills of Monaco have probably taken away that, but that was an opportunity. There was no contact taken. The ball never went to floor on about 4 tackles, and they kept the ball alive, and then they created a 1-on-1 for the magic feat. And just on half-time, it's a crucial score for the Samurai team.
A huge score for Samurai. It makes it 12 points to 7 at half-time. And I think that was Max Peppers who got that try for the Samurai, showing great pace and awareness. And just when the Samurai were looking like they were really struggling, all of a sudden a try can make a huge change in a game at sevens.
I mean, in sevens you could be 21-0 up, and then all you ever say in that huddle is they've scored 21, why can't we? If we can keep the ball a little bit longer, be a bit smarter, be more disciplined around the contact skills, which means that guy that passes, he passes and follows and clears straight away. His mindset is fixed like that. And also the ball carrier doesn't go to the ground too quickly and sacrifice that little bit of space where now, in a sevens team now, everybody is great over ball. And then, it was great to see that they're both very evenly matched, and I think that's the key thing, is who can be disciplined, who can take away. I believe, obviously, playing them in the quarters was, you take away the contest, then I think you've got space, and that's the key part to playing against this sort of Monaco team. So Samurai in the semis, I bet they thought that process, take away the physical battle against the Army and keep moving the ball, and we'll create opportunities, and they did, and they won very easily. So I think this will be the same if you've been watching the games that Monaco have played, and have played, then the key part is don't get caught in the physical battle with them, because they're good over ball.
Yeah, a slight difference in some of the personnel. There's a lot more playmakers and ball players than the Samurai side. Physical specimens in the Monaco MPs, but certainly these are all athletes on display, and from the bouncing ball it is just falling into the hands of Udar, who can power through the first challenge and really set stall out. Oliver Melville now laterally going across the pitch and links up with Holder, and he's going to chip it, noticing there's no sweeper in behind, and now it is a matter of a foot race. It's the two pace men here. It's been nudged forward. It'll be interesting to see what the referee sees there. He's got a little knock on, because I feel Holder tried to scoop that up, but it was a perfect opportunity to try and capitalise there.
I think, as you highlighted there was no sweeper, so the space in from a downtown kick, it's a one-on-one, and that situation on this surface, the ball, you just never know where it's going to bounce up, or if it's going to go left or pop right. And I think obviously Sam had just got a hand to it and knocked it on. Monaco have just got a hand to it and knocked it on, but kicks like that put pressure on them as well. Now I'm sure they'll pressurise the scrum with the view of trying to make it as messy as possible, harass them into this contact challenge and contest, then that'll be their key part.
The physical at the scrum there. Monaco MPs put Esperanza 22 under a lot of pressure in the semi-final, and now it's a chance for Michalcias to open up his legs. He barges over the first player at ease, but back is Augustin Slovic to offer up some support and clatter the big Lithuanian to ground. Monaco MPs doing well to get over that ball. They say it's been legally stolen. Now into the hands of Melville, who wants to try and get a little bit of control back in this game, orchestrate things. The number 4 is doing an impeccable job of it for Monaco MPs. Now he's brushed off the first challenge, and I don't think anybody's going to catch him from there. He's over the 22, and now just sauntering underneath the uprights here as the night sky closes in on us here at the Green Yards. The Monaco MPs stretch their lead.
Yeah, I think it all came from, I think Samurai had the ball, had a great sort of dent into the defensive line, and then they came back off the right foot, stepped back into that congestion area. And as we've highlighted, that Monaco, great over ball, turned over ball, and then created an opportunity. And that's the key part to it for me, is that you can't keep trying to take them on physically. I think there was 3 players outside the scrum half at that stage, just to give it a one pass, 2 pass, get the 2 pass away from the contact area. I think is key in this environment. But if you want to challenge them, as you said earlier, the physical ability of Monaco, they look fit, they look strong. They're all sevens specialists, and they're playing against specialists as well, but who would like to dance and jump around. And I think if you cut back into that danger zone, you're risking getting you're risking getting turned over.
It is something that we've highlighted quite a lot in commentary in terms of these players are Seven specialists. It is a different game now, and Melville's going to get play back underway. There's still a bit of time to play in this second half, so that the Samurai have got a terrible feeling of deja vu, beating finalists last year, offload into the contact and they win the penalty. They'll be wanting to go quickly, and Cody McGovern is the player who's looking to up the ante. A little step back in field from Samurai, physical contact yet again, and getting dragged into that game that Brian Redpath thinks that they shouldn't be playing. But that's a great tackle from O'Dart, almost stopped Nicoli going in for a score, but Cody McGovern is there in support. McAlkias was the player who made the break. He offloads to Cody McGovern, and it just shows you this game can turn in an instant.
Keep the ball alive and use your width. I think that's where if Samurai want to win this game, they've got to use the width and then keep that ball alive and keep it moving. If they try and take on the physical side, I think they'll lose, and I think Monaco will be disappointed with that effort, because it was a one-on-one tackle miss. But that's what Sevens is all about. If you've got good guys on edges that can be aggressive, can be direct and keep the ball alive, then that's why people love Sevens, because the ball never stops moving. And the challenge of making everyone accountable for a one-on-one tackle, a one-on-one pass, that's the most important part of any Sevens tournament, and everybody working hard indeed. And then if you don't have a support line, you don't score. So well done to the Samurai 7 now.
Rory Campbell just waiting to get play back underway. Nurse missed the conversion, so it's a 7-point game. They're going to have to get a converted try if they're to want to lift the 1883 Centenary Trophy. It's an unforced error there from Samurai, which just costs cheap territory and possession back to the opposition, and that's criminal, and they're going to go for the scrum.
Yeah, and it just highlighted, I think, Monaco had 2 kicks straight out, or 1 kick didn't go 10, 1 kick that went dead. Samurai have just done the exact same process, and I think if you can win that restart back, that gives you that incentive to get back in the game. Whether that's, kicks are so contestable of restarts nowadays. You get a kick and you win it back, you're back in the game, but you're now given the ascendancy to the, no sweeper in there, and you're saying, well, great, you can play from your own 22. And that's the key part to it. They put the kick in behind, there's no sweeper, and then say, well, come on then, let's see you run 80 metres, and we think our contact skills will beat your ability to beat us one-on-one. So, it's a bit of a chess game in that side of it.
The Samurai get the ball back underway, looking to get the ball into some space and release Michalkias down this side. He's caught in contact, gets his knees onto the ground, which means the tackle's complete, so Samurai can use Nurse to try and find the space. He's tried to swagger his way through, but Slovic has been an absolute weapon for Monaco Impes. He's put his body about, wins the contact, and when you're starting to think about a player of the tournament as well, he's one of the players that's been impressive throughout. And well, thank God I've not got the job of doing it. It's going to be you later on, but it's certainly a lot of players to pick from.
Yeah, I know some of the London Scottish guys have played against him. He played at London Scottish for a few seasons, so it's great to see these boys showcasing their skills and their determination, because it is a challenge, and Sevens is never easy. And for me to pick a player of the tournament is going to be difficult, but we'll manage, and hopefully, end of the day, the best team and the best players generally always shine through.
Oliver Melville puts a cross-field kick in, and it's his teammate Heron onto that. Soren Kaibok is looking to try and gather that on the far side, but it's just run out of pitch, so it's going to be a throw into the line out for Samurai. They'll get a chance to run from deep, and we did see the women's final go to extra time. Is this going to be another one of those games that goes to extra time? Not if Tyler Bush has got anything to do with it. Manages to offload, and that is a lovely bit of skill there. Conan Osborne makes the easiest of scores, and the celebrations are coming on now, because that could be the score that wins the trophy for Monaco Impes, and brilliant skill and awareness from Tyler Bush.
Yeah, look, he just used his physicality. I knew Tyler when he was doing some 15 stuff at Roseland Park, and he loved the Sevens back in the day. He played open side it, and when he gets in that situation a little bit loose, and he's got that a chance to just use some of his physicality, and for me that's won the tie today.
And that is the final play there. The final score there from Conan Osborne means that Monaco Impes are the victors of Melrose Sevens 2023. And I'm going to give Brian Redpath a little bit of time to think about his player of the tournament, but just explain how Monaco MPs have got here. They managed to brush aside Hearts and Balls by an emphatic scoreline, but then were tested against Brian Redpath's London Scottish Lions, and then Speranza 22 lay in wait in the semis, and they have inflicted a second final defeat to Samurai this year after they were beaten by the British Army in 2022. They managed to avenge that defeat by beating them in the semi-final, but still not able to get their hands on that trophy. And it'll mean a lot to these players. You know what it's like to be there celebrating that victory, and it's a great moment for these players.
Yeah, I know, it's special. And I know they've just come together for 5 days, I think they've come across, and there's a mixture of players from different parts of the world and different levels, but I think what they did show was the rugby knowledge that they've gathered up over the last 12 months or so, and the key part to that is just their contact decision making, not necessarily their skills. And that for me would be, that's what's won them the tournament. Their decisions around the contact, they're clinical around that physicality of when to use it and when to back off and when to sit back, and it showed there. And Tyler there, as I say, I've coached him before, and he's someone that has taken the 15 physicality into the sevens, but the key thing in sevens is being smart of when to go and when not to go. And when you get an opportunity to bump someone off and then finish off and win a final at Melrose with a group of players that have just come together, I think he's been outstanding. It's been
a great afternoon for Monaco MPs, and just to say, there's that passage of play. You've selected your player of the tournament there, mentioning there in a few passages. Tyler Bush is obviously the player that you've selected.
Yeah, I mean, I think the key thing is it's not always about who scores the tries and who necessarily looks the flashiest. The key thing is what's the glue in the team? When's the decision making? When's the physicality? When's the hard work needed done? And every good sevens team, Eric Paxton was inducted into the Hall of Fame on Thursday night for his part of being that one of the players of that Kelso great seven side. Tyler, for me, obviously today he's had a couple of big impacts in the game. He bumped someone off in the first half that allowed Ollie Melville to score. He's then finished off another try himself late on, just by being in the right place, right time.
Well, what an excellent final we've had here. 26 points to 12. Monaco MPs are victorious over Samurai, and in the thick of the action just now is Chris, and we can hear from him now.
You've just won the Melrose Sevens. How are we feeling?
Oh, it's ridiculous. Honestly, can't believe it. I'm not going to lie. I watched the Samurai boys and I was like, Jesus, they're good. But bloody hell. For boys that have just come together, we all flew in on Wednesday. 5 of us from Monaco, 2 from London. We were on the phone Friday night trying to find an 11th and 12th player. And honestly, our warm-up's terrible. Been awful. But on the field, Jesus, we're a different animal. I can't believe it. Like, these boys, the Princess Foundation, Gareth, Nico, David, they've put so much work into this. We've come in, had to do nothing. And it's all credit to them. And God, I love these lads. I've known them 4 days. And it's ridiculous.
It's great to see. You've done it the hard way. You overcome Samurai. What does it mean to win at Melrose Sevens? Such a historic event. Surely that's got to be up there with one of the best.
Oh, Jesus. I played 15s for 10, 12 years. I've had a bang average 15s career. Played for some good clubs. But this is up there. This is right up there. Oh, what a setup. The sun came out for us. I don't know how many thousands of people were here. Beautiful village as well. It's incredible. I need to get on this team to come back next year.
I know. And how are you going to celebrate tonight? Are you going to go out? Are you going to go hard?
We'll go just as hard, if not harder. Oh, I can't believe it. I'm actually speechless. Oh, I just can't believe it. It's honestly ridiculous.
Well, congratulations. I'll let you go enjoy the celebrations. Well done. You are the Melrose 2023 champions.
Shows you how much it means to these players, and Slovak is short of words, but he'll be feeling all types of emotions as the players get round and just absorb the atmosphere in front of the sprinkling of spectators who are still here. to take in the atmosphere. And now Monaco Impes they punch their ticket to come back next year and defend this trophy. The 1883 Centenary Cup is going to be presented soon, and you can see the player of the tournament there, Tyler Bush, has made his way to the front of the stand to pick up his trophy. His teammates are there in celebration, revelling in the atmosphere, and what a feeling that must be for those players to etch their name in Melrose Sevens history. It's been a long afternoon for everybody involved, officials, volunteers, spectators, and also the players. But it's been well worth it to taste success and abject in defeat the Samurai players who had high hopes of coming here and getting a bit of retribution from last year, but they get a shake of the hand, the runners-up medals. And as the darkness is starting to fall over the green yards, we just await the presentation of the 1883 Centenary Cup to the Monaco Impes. But first, the runners-up play will be presented to Samurai, and Charlie Venables, the captain, will pick up that. And now is the time for the Monaco Impes to walk up these famous steps. I was joined by Brian Redpath on co-coms, and he's tasted success here. He knows exactly how that feels to walk up and shake hands and get a little slap on the forearm from the patrons in the green yard stand. And a couple of embraces and hugs. Great performances from the likes of Brandon Holder as well. The try scorers in the final, Lucas O'Dar and Oliver Melville, Conan Osborne and Oliver Brown, put in great performances as the Monaco flag is draped round the shoulders of some of these players. And now the time for Tyler Bush has lifted the 1883 Centenary Trophy above his head. The captain of the Monaco Impes, the player of the tournament, leading from the front, is going to embrace and enjoy this moment with his teammates as he hoists the 1883 trophy aloft above his head as Monaco Impes are crowned Melrose Sevens winners 2023. The celebrations from the Monaco Impes and the other teams who ventured here from far and wide will go on long into the night as they have their final little bits of celebration. And what a moment this is for the Monaco Impes. I think there's going to be a little celebration photo as well. Tyler Bush is going to be getting a well-deserved refreshment, and we'll try and see if we can grab him for a word as well shortly. Another moment of celebration for Tyler Bush. He's getting all the awards and plaudits, and he can pop the cork, and the celebrations can start in earnest here for Monaco Impes. I think we'll try and get him before he downs the rest of that bottle of champagne, perhaps. Samurai just having the last conversations. A heavy south of Scotland influence as well for the Samurai. They are the runners-up here in the Melrose Sevens, but the victors, the victorious captain, the player of the tournament, the man of the moment, not Chris, it's Tyler Bush, and he is with Chris pitchside.
I'm here with captain and player of the tournament, Tyler Bush. Tyler, what does it mean to have your name on that famous trophy?
It means so much to us. You know, I've been involved with the Impies for 3 years now. It's kind of an offshoot of the Monaco national sevens team with some invitational players, and these boys have been grafting. We came short at Dubai last year before that as well, and so we were coming for the win, and it's paid off. It means so much. It's a great group of boys. We do it for the foundation of Princess Charlene de Monaco. Great cause. Yeah, it means so much for us to win this.
And give us some insight into the squad, because you said the boys come in from all over. You had 4 days preparation. Yeah. Give us some insight.
So the basis of the squad are Monegasque boys who play nationally for Monaco. And then on top of that, we have some boys from France. Myself, I'm Jamaican. I play for Jamaica. We have another Jamaican. We have some South Africans. Who else? Where else do we have? English boys. So it's a real good mix of experience and this youthful talent that's coming through in Monaco. And this means a lot. This really does mean a lot.
Can you put it into words what it's like to not only play here but to win? Sum it up.
I mean, it's pretty cool. It's amazing. I haven't played sevens at a more serene, scenic place. It's great. I can't put into words.
Well done. Congratulations. I'll let you go enjoy with the squad. Congratulations. Tyler Bush, player of the tournament and 2023 victors here at the Melrose Sevens.
Great to hear from Tyler Bush, who's put in a brilliant performance for the Monaco Impies. It's their first venture here at the Melrose Sevens, and it's been a successful venture for the Monaco Impies. But just a little recap as well about all the goings on here at Melrose in what has been an emphatic sevens weekend. So it started last night, Peebles Colts winning the Shield final, and then it was followed by Kelso Harlequins winning the main trophy. Durham University have booked their ticket to next year's main competition after they beat Edinburgh Uni in the final here just before our two showpieces, as the Lionesses then won the Mike Bleasdale Cup. And then Tyler Bush, the captain of the Monaco Impies, was leading from the front as they lifted the 1883 trophy. And what an afternoon of rugby it's been. The light still shining on the Green Yards pitch as we look to just... The light still shining here at the Green Yards, and it's a little bit of time left in the evening, early evening, before everybody ventures to enjoy the last part of the Melrose Sevens weekend. And finally we can go and join Chris at pitchside.
I'm here pitchside with Melrose Sevens Hall of Fame inductee Collins Injera. Collins, what have you made of this fantastic tournament?
Absolutely brilliant, absolutely amazing. I think you can even hear my voice is quite lost. I think Impies played some very good rugby. Considering the first time here in Melrose, I think it just shows how development and I think just spreading the game of sevens in the world is really spreading. I think a team like Impies coming here for the first time and winning it's such a huge thing for them as well. It was a great final. You have connections to both sides. You played for Samurai, you played for the Impies. How good was it to see some of your friends winning here today? Yeah, I mean, bittersweet. Like I said, I think in the semi-final I was rooting for Impies and they won. I was rooting for Samurai, they won. Suddenly the final is between Samurai and Impies. I think both teams have played for both teams. But I have very good connection with the Impies boys and Samurai as well. But I think going into the final, I really wanted them to have a good game of rugby. And at the end of the day, I think Impies came out victorious because I think they executed their plan well. Aside from the terrific rugby that's been on display, you've been here for the whole week. How would you summarise the Melrose Sevens to someone watching at home? I think one word I'd say is absolutely amazing. Yeah, Melrose Sevens, it's like I told you before, I think I came here having some expectation, knowing that it's going to be a great tournament. But when I reached here, it was an amazing tournament. I think credit to the organizing committee. I think it has lived up to the standards. I think the place where it's the birthplace of sevens rugby, everything just lived up to the standards and surpassed my expectations. Fantastic. Well, thank you very much, Collins. That's it from the 2023 Melrose Sevens. Monaco Impies are the winners. Congratulations to them and thank you to everyone for putting on such a fantastic event. Until next time, thank you very much.
No, no. It's not problems.